Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Oi, wait, Yuri, I arrived in a hurry, and when Lio heard me screaming, he turned around his mount and looked suspicious. Stop entirely. Lio, when he said that to stop the galloping bird unit's movement, he stepped down from his galloping bird to greet me as his superior. I also got down from my galloping bird and met him face to face on the ground. Then Lio whispered so that the rest wouldn't hear it. I was about to leave since we were getting tired of waiting for you who weren't coming. Even if this is about something important, it will raise the feeling of disapproval. Yuri behind Lio, the members of the unit were wearing leather armor and straddling the birds. I was in charge of sending them out, but I was late. They probably think so after a long wait. What the heck is this? Let's go now. Lio was right. If I came in late and would like to give an admonitory speech, it would be a big deal. Sorry, I had a carriage coming from now on. I was late for that. Yuri, a carriage? I haven't heard about it. Lio, I thought I couldn't make it in time. Yuri, when he looked at the back of the row, he saw another carriage coming from behind several carriages. That's it. Can you bring it along? Yuri, well, there's nothing wrong with the addition of one carriage, but Lio, Yuri-kun, what's going on? Miaro also came. She was wearing a thin leather armor on her delicate body, riding a young female bird. To protect the heart, a triangular chainmail was worn from the right shoulder to the left armpit. The armor was particularly thin, so it might be there was some kind of reinforcement. It looked light and wasn't badly made. Did she know? I wonder if she borrowed it. I've got one more luggage I want you to bring with you. It arrived this morning. Yuri, however, the time was now morning, so speaking of this morning, it was still morning. Don't take off the hood since the contents aren't something edible. Yuri understood. Miaro nodded. Also, water and fire are strictly prohibited, therefore don't take the hood during the camp. If you let it touch the spark mistakenly, you'll be in trouble. Yuri, yes, I'll be careful. Miaro, the management of the supplies should be under Miaro, so she would manage it. It should be safe if I leave it to Miaro. After giving some encouragement to the supply unit, I returned to the dorm and I laid down on the bed. I had been worried since yesterday, so I was very tired. All that was left was to leave with my Eagle King in 13 days. In the meantime, I had some things to do, but I had time to go to bed. I went to the harbor early in the morning today, and since then I was moving around, so I was pretty sleepy. The gulf between Shiyalta and Kilgina was called the Gulf of Shamal. The gulf was constricted just around Subiaku, and it was quite narrow. If not, it would be called an inland sea. TLN, the equivalent place of the gulf would be the Gulf of Bothnia. Unlike horses and galloping birds, Eagle King could cross this gulf because they weren't restricted by terrain except on very high mountains. The width of the gulf was about 3/4 of the Eagle King's flight limit, so there was plenty of room. Anyhow, it didn't matter what the terrain was, but it was a good thing if it could fly smoothly. If we landed due to trouble, we would naturally drown because of the sea below. Speaking of danger, the situation where the Eagle couldn't be allowed in the 3/4 of their flight distance limit must be very dangerous. Still, if we went around the strait by bypassing it, the distance would be 5 times higher. It was a ridiculous waste of time. Therefore, I also used this route when I returned. The envoy to and from Subiaku and Reform utilized a route that was used on a daily basis, so it wasn't so dangerous. A method using a compass had traditionally been established among the envoy, so the accident rate was less than 1%. Danger element wasn't the navigation and maneuvering skill, but rather the physical condition management of the Eagle King, which was to rest well before flight, eat nutritious meals, watch the situation for a while after starting to fly, and if it turned bad, it became the most important thing. The responsibility of the leading guide was very important. In other words, I was the only one who could do it, and the rest would just follow me. When I was napping for a bit, the door opened suddenly. What? When I opened my eyes and looked, it was Carol. Well, yeah, Doll and Miaro left today, so only Carol and I are the ones who will come to this room. If she were to come back later, she would be like a killer. She looked like a killer rather than a joke, so I looked at her with half-opened eyes. However, Carol was going to give me some encouragement before going out with me today. I was late, but she must have done her job properly. I might as well have a small talk since I have woken up, or should I keep pretending to sleep as it is? Are you sleeping? Carol, I didn't answer because I was sleeping. If she's not mad, she would probably go soon after getting her business finished. She came up to me with a slightly loud footstep, and it seemed she stopped beside my bed. What? Could it be that she's flipping out and going to force me to wake up by dropping her heels on me? It wasn't impossible, so I was worried. It's morning, Tilda, Carol, it was said in a small voice. Even though it was morning, it was almost noon. If I looked at the watch Lily gave me, it was probably pointing at 10 o'clock. Since I was closing my eyes, I didn't know what kind of face she was having. If I didn't know the facial expression, it was hard to guess what the situation was like with the voice alone. Well, if I remain on the bed like this, she would go sooner or later. It doesn't seem she has any business. Maybe she just came to get some clothes or books. Enough time had passed as it was. However, I didn't look at my clock, and as I kept closing my eyes, my sense of time might be off. It's completely different when you're reading an interesting book or staying in the toilet. Actually, it may be about 5 minutes, but what is this girl doing? I can't open my eyes, so I have no choice but to judge by sound. However, since I don't hear the paper rubbing, I don't think she's reading a book. Is there any non-urgent report waiting for me to wake up? Is she free? But she isn't always staring at me. You may be sleeping or doing without making a sound. For example, doing a cat's cradle. No, it can't be. Seriously, this is too much. I shouldn't have been pretending to sleep. Why are we battling patience? Let's pretend to be up now and open my eyes. The moment I thought about it, I suddenly felt something touching my forehead. Carol lightly touched my forehead with her fingertips, and she moved it side to side and wiped off the hair on my face. Ooh, since I was touched suddenly, my eyebrows were surprised involuntarily. Carol's finger suddenly left at that time. Dang it, it would be strange to pretend to be sleeping as it is. As I noticed that, I suddenly opened my eyes and got up. Carol. Yuri. I looked at Carol with sleepy eyes. It was an act of just waking up. Carol was solidified. It was rigid as a junior high school student who was found doing something that parents didn't want to see. Do you have something? Yuri. Yes, I do. Carol. She was interestingly disturbed. Did you just come? Yuri. Why, yes, I just came here. Carol. You liar. What do you want to do? Yuri. Yes, well, I forgot. Carol. She forgot. I'm sure she got nothing to do. Well, then I'll come back when I remember. Carol. Carol suddenly raised her hand and hurried out of the room. What's with this girl? May 8th, in front of me, who was about to depart, there were 28 Eagle Kings and young people wearing loosely connected light armor. Next to me was Carol wearing white leather armor, which was elegantly tailored to the point that it didn't look gorgeous. Whoever designed it, the heart part was reinforced with a steel plate, and in terms of design it was very beautiful from my point of view. The leather seemed to be made from white horse leather. Next to her was her Eagle Mountain Vapor. Here was a fishing village called Korpta, about 70 km from Sibiaku. Korpta was considered to be the starting point when crossing the Shamir Gulf with Eagle King. Although it was a poor village with no industries, the inn was good due to the demand for the Eagle King riders to stay. Yesterday the observation unit led by me left Sibiaku and took a rest in Korpta, to let the Eagle King have rest as much as possible. And today we were gathering on the flat land facing the Sea of Korpta. Now, as I have told you in advance, we will cross the Gulf of Shamil today. However, there are some points to keep in mind. It's a matter of life and death, so I want you to listen carefully. Yuri. With a preface, I began to talk. First of all, I've experienced this once, so I want you to follow me with peace of mind. It's unlikely that you will get lost at sea. However, even if I guide you all the way there are still problems. Yuri. I continued. The Eagle King can't be treated in the air, so it's not possible for everyone to fly with the falling Eagle King. So when you're unable to fly at sea, you will sink into the sea with your eagle. That's a big difference from the ground where you can always land. Yuri. When I said that, everyone looked anxious. If you are a young man with a future, you wouldn't want to sink into the sea alone. But as you know, it's rare for Eagle King to suddenly die and fall in the air, even if something goes wrong. Yuri. To tell the truth, it's extremely rare for an Eagle King to die suddenly in the air due to a heart attack. Even at the academy, it's about once every 20 years where the Eagle King stopped moving in the air and crashed to the ground along with the rider, resulting in death. But it's really a rare kind of accident, and it has never happened once in my lifetime. In most cases, it's possible to fly for quite some time, even if there was some kind of failure on the eagle during the flight. For those of you who have been acknowledged for having skills as a heavenly knight, that is something you are well aware of. And if the eagle breaks down and you are within the first quarter of the whole journey, you may return. You can return without harming your eagle or losing your life. Yuri. I wonder if it's alright to say this much. So if you feel that your eagle is in poor health, leave the unit immediately and turn back to the Shiyalta side. This is an order and you don't need to check it with the leadership in the air. Let me make this clear. Turning around will not damage your honor at all, that's all. Yuri. As I said so, I ended the admonitory speech and took a step back. Next, Carol took a step forward. I'm Carol Full Charters, the Vice Commanding Officer. I'll be overseeing from the tail rear end. I will give a hand signal to anyone who can clearly see the Eagle King break down. I want that person to turn back promptly. The eagle, which is clearly crumbling from the outside, will not be able to withstand the journey and it's likely to crash. I want all of you to come back alive. Again, do not go against this order. Carol. After saying that in a well-passed voice, Carol went down one step. Anyhow, Yuri and I supplemented the speech. Some of you may know that on yesterday's moving day, I looked around the Eagle Kings once and confirmed the breakdown. I asked some of those whose eagle was in bad condition from participating. In my view, your Eagle King is in good health and probably no one will drop out. I don't need you to worry that much, but, well, I should remind you this much. Yes, well then let's go. Yuri. Stardust landed on the land beyond the gulf with its large wings. This was already the land of Kilgina. When I removed the safety gear quickly, I got down to the ground. In the rear, the eagles were coming down one after another. It ended unexpectedly easily. There was no big trouble and probably everyone arrived. When all Eagle Kings got off, the safety gear was removed and the eagles stood on the ground. The people began to line up without any instruction. Since they were the finest picks, it was a quick operation. They steadily did what was taught at the School of Knights. After the alignment, roll call. Yuri. Speaking of which, I quickly started roll calling. I finished counting up to 26. There was definitely everyone here. When I think about it, these people are high achievers, so it isn't a group of ordinary people. Well, rather than the abilities, if the eagle is in good physical condition, it's something that can be overcome normally. Then after a short break, we will enter the Meshal village as planned. Take a good rest. Yuri. When I said that, everyone sat down and started to rest. It was probably due to mental fatigue rather than physical fatigue. I wasn't so tired because it was my second time, but I thought I was nervous because there was a risk of death. As expected, Carol, while holding Mountain Vapor, Carol, who stood beside me, said, "The eagle is in good shape. I'm glad I didn't have your job." Carol was in charge of notifying the dropout, but fortunately she didn't have to work. That's not it, isn't perfect for Meshel. Yuri, is that so? Carol, while going back and forth between Korpta and the Meshel village, the compass needle is oriented many times, The numbers are pretty accurate. It seems that this is the accumulation of many years of experience. In fact, when I left here about a month ago, I flew according to it and arrived at Korpta, so I thought it was amazing. It's not surprising, isn't it? Anyone can do it. Yuri, I've heard that even a pretty expert will look for a town after arriving. Carol, is that so? Well, if you're this far away, the destination may be off about 10 kilometers just by changing the angle by a few degrees, so that may be the case. Unlike the case of walking on the ground, the Eagle King can literally take a bird's eye view from the sky. You can easily find a town even if it's off by about 10 kilometers. I don't think it's a problem. It just happened. More importantly, the body got cold. Are you alright? Yuri, the aerial flight in this season is much better than in the cold season, but there are still things that can be tolerated by the body. It's still chilly cold and we were in it for about 3 hours, so the body got cold. I'm alright. Carol, you don't look alright. Your lips are blue. Yuri, it's not enough to collapse. Carol, I don't think she's feeling well, but if she cares too much about her appearance in front of the subordinates, she will lose her position. It's probably better not to offer help. I see. Fortunately, it's right there. Let's take a rest when we get back to the inn. Yuri, the neighborhood of Meshel looked like a typical semi-agricultural and semi-fishing poor village, but it seemed to be living a somewhat luxurious life, as money came in due to being a post-station neighborhood similar to Korpta. For example, the quality of the iron farming tools under the eaves of the farmhouse and the clothes of the villagers looked good even a little. Compared to the real rural neighborhood deep in the mountains, I could feel a lot of gorgeousness. Yuri, when we arrived in front of the inn, the only large inn in the village was closed. The windows were closed with the curtains and there was no steam or smoke from the chimney. Speaking of the uninhabited building, it felt like people were holding breath somewhere. That was exactly the case here. What is going on? When I stayed here 3 weeks ago, it was open normally. At that time, I informed in advance how many people would come on the date around today. Because of the selection process, there was a one-day shift from yesterday, so it should be within permissible range. I also have paid half of the accommodation fee, just in case I tried to open the door, but all I had made was rattling noises. It was still locked. What's going on? Carol asked. I don't know. The owner of the inn may have collapsed and it is closed. Yuri, however, even though it wasn't big, there were a little over 10 rooms, and of course it wasn't likely to be prepared by itself. Then even if the owner collapsed, the inn would open if it was entrusted to the employees. Why is it closed? Excuse me. And I heard a voice. Someone seemed to be coming toward us, squeezing through the Eagle Kings. The person who came out from the crowd was someone I knew. Ooh, you were the horse caretaker. Yuri, hey. The man was a man who was working full-time in the inn to take care of the horse, actually taking care of Eagle Kings in this village. I also left Stardust when I stayed overnight before. I'm sorry, but can you explain? Did the owner die suddenly? Yuri, I'm afraid it's something similar. What is it? Yuri, the owner brought his family with him and went to Shiyalta with half the paid money by you. To begin with, he was a weak-spirited man. Recently, he felt uncomfortable when he heard the news of war and the number of people leaving the village had increased, so a week ago, he stopped by and left the key to the inn to me. Then he disappeared. What the? Well, it's fine to stay since we were going to stay today and tomorrow. Depositing the key to the inn means that we have paid the deposit so we can stay without permission. If the innkeeper were here, I would like to hit him. How dare you use the deposit money without giving any service? It was correct to pay only half instead of a full amount deposit. It's a problem if there is no bedding inside. Yuri, sleeping on the floor is basically similar to sleeping outdoors. There are beddings. Apparently the beddings and other things aren't sold. If the land is safe in the war, is he going to come back and resume business? At that time you can't make a complaint. Have the employees scattered? Yuri, yes. Of course I can ask for their help if they are free. That's not what I mean. I mean whether they are still in this town or not. Yuri, in that case most of them are here. It seems so. It can't be helped if everyone is scattered to the nearby villages. Then can you gather people who will work today and tomorrow? Yuri, I gave a man a bag of silver coins. These are Shiyalta silver coins worth 2,000 ruga. This is half the money and I'll pay the remaining half when we leave the inn. Yuri, that's enough. It includes the costs of our meals and the eagle's food. I'm in trouble if you don't take care of the Eagle Kings. However, with such eagles, it's impossible to do it alone. You can hire children who are free around here. Yuri, hey, I will accept it. Let the eagles rest today and tomorrow. And Yuri, I took out a piece of gold coin and gave it to the man. That was equivalent to 1,000 ruga. This is your salary. Yuri, that much? The man saw the gold coin as if he was looking at something dazzling. In exchange, don't put any other money in your pocket. Even if there's a surplus, divide it equally among the hired people. Yuri, yes, of course I will. Then get started. I'm going to open the door and go in. Yuri, yes. The man gave me the key. After deciding the room allocation appropriately and putting everyone in the room for the time being, Carol and I went into our room. Is that all right? Carol said before she unpacked her stuff. What is it? Yuri, I'm not going to ask you to be stingy, but you gave that man a gold coin. Carol, is it about that? What is it? I feel something strange. You mean I spent too much money? Yuri, I'm not blaming you, but I mean other people don't get that much. I don't know how many people he can get together. Carol, do you mean to make the same amount of money as the others do? For example, like 5 copper coins. Yuri, since the 5 copper coins are 50 ruga, the amount of money which I gave to the horse caretaker a little while ago is 20 times that. For the time being, he's going to take care of us for 2 days, so it's actually half the amount, but from the perspective of a rural farm, that's a lot of money. In terms of yens, it would be a salary of 50,000 yen a day. Whether it's 5 copper coins or not, the difference seems a bit too big. Carol, I have to get him to work more than normal. If you pay only a bit more, he won't work any better than everyone. Yuri, Carol, I don't think she's convinced. Well, that's half of the reason. What do you mean, Carol? How much money did I give him just now? It was 2,000 ruga. What would a person who is entrusted with such an amount of money do if his salary is only 50 ruga? I don't know the man's personality, and I can't say he looks great, but he will try to keep the difference in his pocket as much as possible. Yuri, so, apart from taking care of people, he would take care of the eagles to let them heal the fatigue. I won't be able to see anything else. Is that so? Carol, of course, there's a possibility that's not going to happen. Yuri, some people work hard no matter how low the salaries are, but there are a lot of people who don't. Carol, well, yeah. People don't get enough rewards for their responsibilities. They're going to try to make a profit from the money I deposited. Yuri, a rot which will try to get money by making use of their job even if she has already gotten enough money. I see tilde. Carol, it seemed that she was impressed, saying I see tilde. What, you're very honest today, aren't you? Yuri, I wondered if there was a more troublesome discussion. No, I thought there was a reason for Mother to say that. Carol, what is it? I don't know what you've been told. Yuri, I don't think she told her any other things. Well, I was told to observe and learn what you do. Carol, what's with that? Why do you want to learn what I do? Yuri, if you learn from someone like me, it would have been a bad influence as a royal family. Even after Carol went out busy, I was resting in my room. Surprisingly, there are a lot of roles that need to be done by the leader. It's the same case as Who and Associates, where you do what you have to do and the subordinate will proceed even if you're sleeping. In the case of the company, it's Cuff, and in this case, it may be Carol. In a word, I'm blessed with such subordinates. As I was lying in the bed, the door opened. Oi, Carol, since I heard Carol's voice, I got up. What? Yuri, liquor is one of the items I procured. Is it alright to drink it? Carol, is it liquor? I didn't think about it. Well, it's alright to let them have a little. After all, they have been through a life-threatening flight. They also want to release tension. I don't mind. But well, it might be a good idea to threaten what would happen if you drink enough to expose your disgraceful behavior. You will need to adjust the amount accordingly. Yuri understood, and Carol, then I noticed that there was a man who was the horse caretaker behind Carol. I have some news. Yes, if you don't have anything, you won't come to the room. When Carol stepped back, the man came out in front. Actually, I have something to discuss. What? Yuri, did he run out of money when he bought the food for the eagles? Yuri-sama and Carol-sama's eagles are in the stables, but the rest can't fit in, so they're tied outside. Of course I know that. Yuri, I looked around lightly a little while ago, and he didn't have to worry if the eagle got wet due to the cold rain of the season. It was sunny enough to see the stars today, so I was glad there wouldn't be rain. That was what I thought. To tell the truth, bears are coming to the neighborhood these days. Bears are roughly brown bears in this area, and they are huge. It's probably according to Bergman's rule. However, of course, it hibernates, so if it were bears in the early spring, they would have lost a lot of weight. Bergman's rule is an ecologic principle stating that body mass increases with colder climate. Wikipedia, and they are starving too. Did it come to attack humans, or did it come down to the village to eat the garbage that happened to be produced by humans, or the meat that was hung in the rag shop? Either way, it's awkward. So, Yuri, well, normally I can protect the stable containing the eagles, but this time they are tied outside. In other words, the man spoke ambiguously as if he was hesitant to say. In other words, you can't confirm the safety of the eagle. Yuri, that's how it is. Of course, there's no way the eagle can't be eaten quietly, so they will surprise the bear with its claws, and there are hunters in the town. I asked them to take care of the eagles, so I think they can repel the bears with arrows. I see. Yuri, well, certainly the bear with weak physical strength can be repelled with arrows. Even if they are there to keep watching the eagles, 26 eagles are tied outside. It seems difficult to protect them all perfectly. If it is left free, it will fly to the sky and run away, so it's not possible to do that. If the eagles don't come back, it's like being killed. So in fact, I have a suggestion to solve the problem. What? Yuri, if you lend me a few spears of yours, the people of the village who have them will protect the eagles. I'm ashamed to say that the only weapons we have are axes and hatchets. I see, that's the main subject. Surely when it comes to dealing with a large bear, a wood-splitting axe and a hatchet won't be enough. After all, the spear with the reach is the most reliable. Even farmers who have never trained can easily thrust a spear from a distance. However, it takes a lot of courage to get into the bear's range with an axe or hatchet. On the other hand, the spear is quite important for a knight. If it's not the soul of a warrior, it's the soul of a knight. I don't discriminate, but I'm not going to lend them to farmers. That's impossible. If that's the situation, we will take turns for night watch. Yuri, or rather, it might have been a remark that came from ignorance, but it was a remark that wouldn't be strange to be rude if it was a tough fellow. Even though it's for the sake of the eagles, he asked me to lend him a spear after all. May I ask you? I don't mind, but I will also come out. Yuri, I also wanted to try bear hunting. Yuri, the man, and Carol were stunned. Nighttime, I was sitting in a chair in the middle of a place illuminated by the bonfire. The bonfire in front of me was making a crackling sound because the fire would contain water, and the eagles around me had their eyes covered. This was called the eagle hood, and it was mainly used when tied outside of the eagle stables. When blindfolded, the eagle became obedient as if it had been sedated with a sedative. It wasn't necessary for trained eagles such as Stardust, but currently Stardust and Mountain Vapor were blindfolded. This was exceptionally true when it was night with a lot of bonfire lights. The eagle couldn't sleep deeply if there was light. I was sitting in the middle of the Sentinel members. Wearing the clothes that weren't cold, I spent all my time in a state of half sleep and half awake. Next to me was Carol. When I said that it was my turn not to sleep, for some reason she was trying to compete against me. I wished she slept in the room. Even when her eyes were closed, she lightly frowned as if she couldn't sleep well. If she is seen by someone who doesn't know the circumstances, they will think that she's enduring a bad mood while closing the eyes. If it's hard, go back to the room. Yuri, I gave her advice that I didn't remember how many times I had said it. No, I can't do that. Carol immediately replied with her eyes closed as it was. As expected, she wanted to stay. Even so, the voice wasn't energetic at all. What are you so stubborn? Even if the body wants to sleep, there is a difference between being awake like insomnia and not able to sleep because of stress of not getting used to the environment. In the case of Carol, it should be the latter. Although her body is probably exhausted, she can't sleep in this environment because of her well upbringing. She probably falls asleep immediately when she gets to bed. However, even if the body was relaxed and she sleeps soundly like when she enters the bed, it will not look good. Then it will become a problem. In that case, it is a matter to sleep in the bed. It's necessary to sleep in that way because she will look like a student who dozes off in a lecture. I've never seen Carol dozing in a lecture. Well, it's fine. Yuri, I don't care how hard you try as long as you aren't sick. Carol's presence seemed to make the sentry members to focus more. I took out the round bread I brought, made a deep cut with a knife, and put butter and cheese in the gap. I stuck the bread with an iron skewer as it was. I put it close to the fire so as not to burn while turning it around. I wasn't very hungry, but when I was exhausted by such extra work, I should eat a bit extra. As long as I have enough nutrition, I will not get sick easily. I might get fat though. When I saw the bread burn lightly, I pulled it up. I put the knife as it was and sliced it into two. I pulled the knife out and put it in its sheath. Here you go, eat it. Yuri, I gave her half of it. Hey, Carol looked surprised because she didn't think it was for her. Eat it even if you're not hungry. If you don't eat, you'll get sick. Yuri, you're right, I'll have it. Carol grabbed the bread with her bare hands and put it in her mouth. When I ate the same way, it seemed that there was salt in the butter and it was at the right amount of salt. With the melted cheese on top of the bread, it was quite delicious. It's delicious, Carol said it. It seemed that it suited her taste. I see, Yuri. Carol finished eating it in no time. Perhaps it was because she was hungry for some reason. When I put the last piece into my mouth, I remembered that I hadn't checked the time for a while. I took out the silver pocket watch made by Lily Senpai from my pocket and confirmed it. It was almost time to change turns. It's about time to change turns. The people in charge next are from room 6 and room 7. Go wake them up. I'll talk to the people here now and tell them to go back to their rooms. Yuri, understood. Carol, I got up from the chair. I felt that my consciousness was regaining a temporary clarity as if after dozing off in class. Carol was a bit struggling, probably because her autonomic nerves weren't alright. You can just go back to your room and sleep. Yuri, when I said that, stupid. Carol, she slightly glared at me while saying that. Is it dawn? Yuri, it was actually my first experience to stay up all night without doing anything. Of course, I have experienced staying up all night, but every time I did something like chatting, playing games, and many other things. It's not easy to imitate a sentinel. The way the dark sky gradually whitened was also impressive, and at the same time made me feel bored, drowsy, and slightly barren. It's bad if 2 leaders are gone at the same time. You can go to bed first. Yuri, Carol had a face that she couldn't understand, as if she could hear or didn't hear. It could be said that she was completely exhausted. After a while, understood, let me do that. Carol, she said it. For a moment, I thought that she would trying to rebut or say something, but when she paid attention to her physical condition, she immediately gave up and said yes, it's impossible, and decided to admit obediently. She understood that she should take the offer. Yes, do it. Yuri, when I said it without looking at her, I saw one of the sentinels make an unnatural movement in the corner of the field of vision. He lost consciousness for a moment while standing, but it wasn't a movement I had seen many times, like stretching out muscles and waking up. It was as if he was surprised and fell down on his bottom. It was such a movement. It came. A loud voice echoed. It finally came out. Yuri, I stood up. Carol, take command of them. Well, it seems that we're doing it as planned. Yuri, Carol ran with a drowsy, tense look on her face. The plan was to hold a spear, half-circle the bear, and protect the eagle. This isn't such an esoteric situation, and if we act on the mission of protecting the eagle in mind, it will naturally happen. If they were farmers who were forcibly gathered from a rural village, the mission would be to protect oneself, and there would be no formation or they would run away. As expected, I don't have to worry about those guys. I also ran for a short run with my luggage, and when I arrived, it was a single huge bear. I wondered if the height was 3 meters. The members with a small spear surrounded it in a long distance, and they were making a line of spears. Instinctively, I felt the overwhelming fighting power due to its hugeness, and I thought that it was totally hairy involuntarily. However, the brown bear didn't seem to be in a very aggressive mood. It had a little interest in the people who were looking at it with spears. According to the man who took care of the horse, the brown bear first attacked a house. The house was engaged in fishing, and they hanged fishes under the eaves with strings. That was to make dried fishes. The brown bear seemed to enjoy it. After that, it came down to the village. At that time, this inn was still open. When it was open, the inn seemed to have thrown away the leftover food by the guest in the hole dug in the back of the building. The brown bear probably smelled it, dug up the hole, and began to fish for garbage. There were several other houses that had received its arrival, and it seemed that the brown bear went around those houses once a day and returned to the forest. Of course, the inn was no longer open, but it seemed that the bear wouldn't give up and went around as part of the patrol route. That was why this brown bear didn't seem to attack humans. However, it didn't mean that it was afraid of humans, and if it were very hungry, it wouldn't hesitate to attack humans. Brown bear was constantly standing up and crouching, but its eyes weren't against humans. Is it like a human being gently watching the intimidating stray cats that are aggressive? If you leave it as it is, it will return to the forest if you keep quiet. It seems to be that way today. However, that's not always the case tomorrow. If it can't get any prey today, it may think of eating humans tomorrow. I took the luggage which I had taken care of. Luggage contained tools with various processing applied to an iron cylinder, fitted with wood and metal parts. The tool was a tool for firing a metal ball from the iron cylinder. In other words, it was a gun. When handled, oil with a low viscosity was applied to the hole so it didn't get sticky. There was a feeling of wetness. This was a state-of-the-art gun imported from the Republic of Albio, as a gift of heart and a document for the Shiyalta Kingdom. It was a smoothbore gun without rifling, and the ignition method was the matchlock type. Matchlock ignition, unlike a sword that has just been sharpened, a gun doesn't get worse with 1 or 2 shots. Or rather, even if this is given as a gift, there could be some accidental discharge. In fact, I have shot it 5 times. I took out the lit match from the leather bag and put it in the clamp. Match had been devised so that the smoldering fire can continue to burn for hours, so it could be kept ignited in a leather bag. The bullet, gunpowder, and ignition charge had already been loaded. By pulling the trigger, the match would vigorously press against the pan and the ignition charge on the pan would be ignited. The fire entered the gun cavity through a small hole in the barrel and fired the igniter. In the process, it was supposed to fire ammunition. In other words, the pan was exposed to the air. It was possible to prevent rain from entering it by covering it with something called a pan lid. The amount of gunpowder placed on the pan was about the same as the tip of the little finger. Once the lid covered it, even a slight movement wouldn't cause the gunpowder to overflow. Opening the lid and preparing the igniter was done to prepare the firing system. As long as the lid was close, even if the trigger was pulled, the match would only be pressed on the lid and it wouldn't stick in the pan so it wouldn't ignite. Matchlock musket, give way, I'm going to the front. Yuri, I squeezed out the members and went to the front row. Hey, commanding officer, I heard voices like that. When I went to the front row, I saw the bear well. The distance should be about 6 meters, I think. I've also shot about 20 shots with another gun, so I somehow know the trick. It is quite difficult when the distance is 10 meters or more, but if the target is that big thing at this distance, it will surely hit. I stood on my knees on the spot, pressed the butt plate on my shoulder, aimed at it, and opened the pan. The brown bear was staring at me as if it was intrigued by my unusual behavior. I stopped breathing and aimed. When the trigger was pulled, there was a snapping sound of spring. The match was struck down the pan and a black powder called baju burning in the atmosphere, sounding like fireworks. Bang! Along with a tremendous roar, I felt a strong recoil on my shoulder. Beyond the smoke emitted from the gun cavity, I saw a lead ball sucked into the abdomen of the brown bear. At the moment of hitting, the brown bear apparently felt a strong attack, shaking its body. And after staring at me hatefully for a few seconds, it ran away toward the forest at a glance. The members around me looked like a pigeon eating a pea shooter because they saw a foreign weapon they had never seen before and a loud voice that they had never heard before. Hunter, where's the hunter? Yuri, I called the hunter out loud. Hey, hey! For some reason, a man wearing beast fur appeared while replying twice. It was the hunter who I met before starting the night watch. I don't know if it's a fatal injury, but I did a serious injury. Can you chase it with your dog? Yuri, I looked at the bear's departure. The red drops that fell in dots continued to the forest. It's possible somehow. Hunter, somehow, huh? If yours can't follow the traces of blood that are so thick, I don't think it's a hunting dog. Well, the long-haired dog in sight is wagging its tail vigorously, and it doesn't look like an old dog. It seems to be full of motivation, so it won't be a problem. Hunting dogs have the role of finding prey birds and animals and tracking them if the hunters injure it. In many cases, a big opponent like a bear can't be killed even with a gun, but dogs can track it and bark from a distance to prevent it from resting and increase the bloodshed. As a result, even a wound that doesn't fail if rested can take life. Well, follow it, I'll give the fur to you. Yuri, it took about 2 hours, and when the hunter returned, a cart like a large 2-wheeled wagon, which was forced into the forest, was full of meat and fur. It seemed that the bear had been dismantled at the site. Carol and the unit members were watching as if they were flocking. In the hunting among nobles, they usually hunt deer but not bears, so they saw this scene for the first time. That's fine fur. Yuri, when I said that, why yes, hunter, and the hunter replied with the face that seemed to be afraid of something heartless. He's mostly afraid that I would say I want it. Don't worry. As promised, you can take it, but I'll get the other parts here. Yuri, yes, of course. Hunter, so where's the gallbladder? Yuri, when I said that, the hunter had a surprised face. You have a face that looks like saying damn it, you know. It's here. Hunter, the hunter took something fleshy, hanging with a thin string out of his bag. If I didn't ask you, you were probably keeping it in your bag. This was the first time seeing the bear's gallbladder, but it was very grotesque. A white, thin, translucent film was wrapped in a fluffy liquid that bound the doorway. Since the entrance and exit of the gallbladder were fixed in one place, the liquid inside didn't come out. When this was dried, it became a solid shape and became a medicine called bear bile. Since the gallbladder was an organ that stored bile, the bear bile could be called a dried bear bile medicine. I had eaten it when I was young, but it had a strangely bitter taste. It was a medicine that embodied suffering in the mouth. This was something that had been prized in ancient times, at least among Shanti, and it sold very high. The hunter used the thread used for tying as a handle and held it in the bag. He probably planned to hang it in his house to dry it when he got home. I'll have that. Yuri, when I receive the gallbladder, can I ask you how to dry it? Yuri, when it dries, just sandwich it between plates with holes and flatten it. It might be torn and ruined, and it may be enough to dry as it is. However, it's not for sale. Hunter, I see. It looks like a water bottle now, but if it becomes half-dried and the contents lose its liquid state, it should be gradually pressed and dried right. I understand, thank you, I got a good souvenir. Yuri, yes. Hunter, the hunter went to the fur while having an expression of regret or something like what a souvenir. I had to take a risk of my life. Well, it's fine, I feel sorry for you, but I was the one who inflicted the fatal wound. Besides, the fur should sell at a fairly high price, so I want you to be satisfied with that. Oi, Carol, when I turned around, Carol was staring at me. What are you going to do with that? Carol pointed to the bear's gallbladder that I hung. From her look, she seemed to feel gross. It's a loot, isn't it good? Yuri, is this a loot? Anyhow, wouldn't it be better to get the claws or the hands? Carol, it seems you have never seen this. This is the bear's gallbladder. Yuri, I understand that it's an internal organ, but what is it useful for? Carol, what, this girl, could she haven't tasted it at all? I remember being told by Rook this is very expensive, so drink it and appreciate it. But in reality, the royalty doesn't drink this much because of folk medicines. No, I've seen a single bear gallbladder sold for gold coins at a medicine store before, so that shouldn't be the case. This is for bear bile, you know, haven't you had it? Yuri, I have never heard of it. Are you going to boil it as it is? Carol, boil it. I've never heard such a wasteful way to have it. When it dries, it tastes like very sweet candy. The bear gallbladder is special. There's no strange taste, and there's a light sweetness. It's a famous high-quality dessert, but I didn't expect you wouldn't know it. I'll let you eat later. Yuri, since this is interesting, I'll trick her. Sweet, is there such meat? Carol, there's such an internal organ in the body, it's interesting, you know. Yuri, Carol, she had a genuinely interested face. Then I'll dry this out, so give the eagles the bear meat and internal organs. Apart from the stomach and intestines, Yuri, the digestive system was clogged with alkalis, bacteria, and feces, so it was better to remove them. If you want to let the eagles eat it, you should at least wash them. Me. Carol saw a lump of meat on the cart, which was a terrifyingly splattered sight. I would do it if I was ordered, but it might be tough for Carol, who was raised as a fine young lady, to scoop up that bloody lump of meat with both hands and gave it to the eagles. Since she had been staying up all night, I would expect that she didn't want to do it. No, I'll do it if you take care of the horses. I wouldn't give them any stomach and intestines, but let me know. Yuri, I got it. Carol, when it's over you can take a rest. Yuri, let's take turns sleeping with Carol. What are you guys doing? Yuri, there were unit members making way along my way. Somehow they looked excited. Some of them confronted the bear as the spearmen while the others were people who just got up. Well, it must have been an interesting spectacle, so it's a pity for those who ended up missing the action. Anyhow, that's the kind of the soldier who plays the role of sentinel. We were talking about the heroic appearance of the commanding officer. It was one of the younger people than me who said something that didn't make sense. There were quite a number of younger people than me in the unit. Although it wasn't a majority, it wasn't a very small number. I just fired a gun. Yuri, although there is a sense of triumph there, it is a matchlock into them. I have the image of doing the job of the common foot soldier Ashidru. The heroic appearance means that I fought bravely. I don't think that there's a reason to be timid just because I used a gun, but I don't think I'm brave. However, generally speaking, confronting a bear is in the category of bravery enough. As long as the gun is fired safely, the bear would know it had been attacked even if it doesn't get hit, so it would run away. That's what I think. That's it. Is that the weapon of the Kurin? If you don't mind, could you? What is it? Is he excited to learn it? The instructor is going to join us over there. Now is not the time. Yuri, the young man, uttered awe with a disappointed face. Understood. Yeah, however, all of you, if you're free, think of the situation in your head about this. Yuri, I lifted the gun I had in my hand a bit and showed it to everyone. It's an easy weapon for anyone to handle, let me tell you. I only practiced for just 1 day a week ago. It's not that I'm a genius or anything, but anyone can handle that much after training for a day. Just imagine, there are thousands of people equipped with such a weapon. Line up and fire the bullets that can kill a bear with a single blow all at once. Think carefully what would happen if you did that. By the way, the weak point of this thing is that rapid fire isn't possible. It will take some time to get ready for another shot. If you're free, try to figure out how to counter that problem in your head. Yuri, after saying that, I went straight to the kitchen and washed the bear gallbladder with water. The soft and flabby bear gallbladder was filled with a blue liquid that was different from the blood when washed. The strong visceral membrane wasn't like to be torn easily. It felt like I bought a bulky souvenir at the beginning of my trip, but I was secretly looking forward to its completion. There's also no one here. Carol said that when we landed in the Nuka village, the encampment of the unit. Certainly the village was deserted. As far as it was seen from outside, it looked like a ghost town with no signs of life in any of the houses, though it wasn't different from other rural areas. Rather, it was actually a ghost town. This is the evacuation recommended area. Yuri, speaking of the recommended evacuation region, this arrangement had been only established for a while. In other words, the population from areas that were expected to suffer war damage would be evacuated here. That was, they would be the first to be invaded and lost when they were defeated. This was the system. There was no such system in Shiyalta yet, only in Kilgina, but the announcement was made for the first time this year, and the recommended evacuation region was established. The establishment refrained the general household from ruling the area, and in fact the people were recommended to evacuate here. This village was one of the recommended evacuation areas and the residents had been evacuated. Even so, it should have been better here. It was close to the Verdun Great Fortress but off the route to major cities. That was why I chose this place, but it was still dangerous. Anyhow, it seems Lyo and Miaro haven't arrived yet. Yuri, according to the schedule, the other unit should have arrived a day ago. However, to the utmost, that was only a plan. It should have arrived a week ago, but they hadn't arrived yet. It was a problem, but even if they were delayed for a day or two, it was still within margin of error. Unlike us, they are having a ridiculously long trip. Well, if they are 3 days late, I'll find out where they are. Yuri understood. Carol, more importantly, this is about the inn and food tonight. This time there are no villagers to take care of us. Yuri, of course, there are no residents, so you can't hire them with money to make meals for you. Cooking and washing must be done by ourselves. Yes, well, food ingredients first. I'm sure you have said that you have some food ingredients. Carol, do you like to check that immediately? Yuri, as for food ingredients, I bought in advance when I came here, rented a resident's house to evacuate from now on, brought in a reasonable amount and kept the key. However, it is easy to break the lock with an axe, and even if we look at it now, there's a possibility that it has already been stolen. When I went to the house in question, I put the key on the padlock on the wooden door and turned it. It opened smoothly, though it was natural. I looked inside, and it seemed that it was the same when I left it. There were a lot of things like dried meats and grains purchased from the villagers, which were left over from winter preparations. Food ingredients seemed to be fine for the time being. It's enough for 1 week. I got permission to rent houses from the village residents who were evacuating with a small amount of money for each. The degree of bedding might vary, but for the time being there was no shortage of accommodation. People could take turns taking a bath at the village mayor's house. The condition was good. We leaders will stay in the village mayor's house. Yuri, is that so? Carol tilted her head. There's a small hall where villagers meet. It's convenient for meetings. Yuri, I see. Carol, well, do you want to allocate the house where they will stay? Yuri, that evening Miaro and Lyo's unit arrived. Hey, Yuri, when I greeted Lyo, who was straddling a galloping bird at the front, Lyo got down from the bird, and then, we've just arrived. Lyo, he said it while looking a bit tired. You've had it hard. Yuri, I happened to see eagles flying over my head, so we were hurrying. Lyo, ooh. Yuri, I see, it really happened. From the route, there are overlapping places, so it's no wonder he can see it. You may be tired, but could you give me a brief report? Yuri, Miaro will do it, she will come soon. Lyo, as soon as he said it, Miaro showed up from the back through the side of the unit. She didn't look very tired, so I felt a bit relieved. That was probably because I lent her the bird from the Hu household. This was also a bird carefully raised by a trainer who was Rook's disciple. Hence, it was a lot more comfortable to ride than the common birds. Miaro, thanks for your hard work. Yuri, you're welcome. Miaro looked at my face and loosened her face cheerfully. Tell me the report. Yuri, there was no problem in particular. There was no loss of supply except for self-consumption purpose only. The itinerary was delayed because there were 3 roads from the plan where we had to take a detour. Miaro, I see. There were some troubles and that is natural. Overall, it can be said that the march was almost smooth. Is that so? That's great. We also had no loss including crossing the gulf, but there are 4 people who have to be left out due to the eagle failure. Yuri, I see. It can't be helped. Miaro, alright, well, for now, give the order to unit members to dismiss and let all members rest. Yuri, yes, I understand. Lyo, as Lyo said so, he turned around and gave a command. Everyone, thank you for your hard work in this long trip. This completes the supply mission. Bring the supply to the square. Except those who are on horse duty, you can be dismissed temporarily. You can rest in this village? Lyo, I was surprised that there was a horse duty, but I thought it was made as needed. When I think about it, there are as many horses as there are carriages, and you can't leave the horses alone. Feeding and wiping sweat with a scraper are the minimum tasks. Although all horseshoes should have been changed before the departure, it is necessary to pay attention to whether or not they have a disease of the undercarriage. When Lyo's command was heard, the unit members saluted each other and marched into the hall, though not very systematic. After that, we the leaders entered the village mayor's house and started discussions in one of the rooms. Well then, this is fine for the house allocation. Are there any other concerns? Yuri, there was a simple map of the village written on a paper. The names of the unit members were currently written on the houses. As expected, I'm worried about cooking. Even though I had a little bit, I ate the bread I brought on the way here. Here I have to knead and bake it myself. Lyo said it. Should we need the wheat flour? Yuri, there was a lot of wheat flour. There is flour, but it can't be eaten as it is. It is needed to be bread or something else. However, I forgot to find out how to make it. It's easy if there is dry yeast somewhere and you can mix it, but that's not the case. When I was child, I ate the bread Suzuya baked at home. I remember seeing it being made, but Suzuya didn't seem to want her eldest son to learn cooking, so I couldn't help her cook. I heard from the dormother that if you just knead and bake it, it will become bread on the plate. Miaro said, is that it? Yuri, the bread on the plate is like naan. Sometimes the baked food is used instead of plate, and there are also dishes that are baked in the oven with cheese or fish meat. Whether it is a pizza or a kind of gratin that uses bread dough on a plate, there are dishes that can be made. It seemed that Miaro asked in advance as if she had expected the situation. She said that to make the bread soft and to expand it you need to mix the flour with sake-li. But the easiest way to do this is to separate the dough you make before baking and add it to the next one. Miaro sake-li Wikipedia. Is there such a process? A part of the fermented bread is set aside, somewhere in a cool and dark place and then mixed to transfer the bacteria. It seems easier to do that. However, even though I have heard about primary and secondary fermentation, I wonder if we amateurs in cooking can do it or not. I also doubt that. Well, in that case it's fine if there's no fermented bread. If you use a lot of butter and salt it won't taste bad. Then you need to procure unbaked bread from somewhere. Yuri, in that case it doesn't matter. If we're going to do that we should do it soon. Lio said it. Since this is in the middle of an evacuation area, you can't go shopping as if you were a child, but it's not difficult if you use an eagle. Of course, it's not possible to buy a lot of meat on the bone in terms of weight, but I'll bring some unbaked bread before breakfast. So I'll go to reform once the day after tomorrow. At that time it will be fine. Yuri, I was going to wait for the arrival of Lio's galloping bird unit, but since they arrived in this way they never came early. Really? Carol looked a bit surprised. I greeted them when I went there alone before, so it should be alright. More importantly, I need to know about when the war will start. Yuri, since such information is uncertain, I have decided this from a month ago before we started this trip. But that's not the main point. While baking bread here the war's over and we miss it, that will make us look bad. Yuri, if so, I'm going too. Carol said, no, you'll take care of this place. Yuri and I commanded Carol, if you go, there could be a small welcome ceremony. The other side will attend to you, that's why it's not good. Yuri, when I said that, Carol looked like she was sullen. She had a face that said there are 2 other leaders, so what's the problem? Lio, if there's no problem, you can follow me. Yuri, I turned my attention to Lio. Unfortunately, Miaro poses a risk because of her origin. They will be like, who is she staying with you like a secretary? Is she an heir of a family under the Who household? If I tell the truth, actually she's from a witch household or something similar, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. I can lie, but that's also troublesome. I understand. Lio replied briefly. Are you going to reform? When the leaders' meeting was dismissed and we left the village mayor's house, a voice was heard somewhere. It was a familiar voice. Rest assured, I will not bring Carol. Yuri, when I turned around, the Queen's Sword woman stood in the shadow of a house with her back on the wall. She assimilated in the darkness. I was listening. Woman, as expected of Queen's Sword, eavesdropping is something you can do. You'll be house-sitting here. Yuri, that's what I'm going to do. Woman, this woman is coming as Carol's escort, so if Carol is house-sitting, she will also do the same. That reminds me, can you ride an eagle? Yuri, I don't know how she got here. I didn't contact her in particular, and yet she arrived before I knew it. If her existence becomes known, the observation unit would be confused, so I didn't tell her to accompany us. As for the place to live and the meals, I wonder if she could manage it herself. I can ride, but I didn't come with an eagle. Woman, why not? Yuri, it would be convenient to come with an eagle. We only use special eagles. That eagle is for Her Majesty the Queen. Woman, the Queen's Sword said with an annoyed expression. She probably doesn't want to talk about it, or rather she may not want to have conversation with me beyond the minimum necessary. But what does that mean? Being Carol's escort should be a considerable priority. I can't imagine the special eagle. I'm not sure of the number, but maybe there are only 1 or 2 of them. Is it like that? That's what I feel right now. An eagle is suitable for surprise attacks, reconnaissance, and movement, but it's not suitable for covertness. So you may not want to use it very much. Although she can ride it, she may not feel confident because she isn't good at it, or she's confident that she can manage things without using it. I can think of various reasons, but I'm not sure. Is that so? Well, you're not under my command, so do your job on your own. Yuri, my job includes your surveillance. Woman, what? Yuri, what is she talking about? If my surveillance included, no matter how much it is, it won't be enough. Carol and I are separate life forms. It's simply difficult to monitor a person while protecting another person. In the first place, Her Majesty can't give orders to monitor me. This is a contradiction because if she doesn't believe me enough to the point of monitoring me, she wouldn't let Carol join this expedition in the first place. Her Majesty is intelligent, so you can trust her to some extent. However, there is a possibility that you give orders that disrespect Her Majesty. Yuri, yes, that's it. This woman personally considers me a disturbing molecule. Well, is it possible for this woman to think of it as a mess? I was always that Carol would mess up, but that's the opposite. She trusts Carol more and she's wary that I would mess up. Well, if she isn't a follower of the royal family that much, the royal family wouldn't entrust her with jobs. She's that kind of person. Her Majesty believes me and entrusted Carol, but you don't believe me. What I'm trying to say is, don't doubt Her Majesty's judgment ability. Yuri, everyone makes mistakes, Her Majesty is no exception. Woman, well, if you really doubt me, you won't say I'm suspicious of you. It's fine to just give a warning. That's right, but if you don't think Her Majesty is a fool full of mistakes, trust that decision. At least not at your own discretion. Yuri, even if I don't say it. She probably understands since she is the Queen's Sword. Otherwise, she won't be able to serve the Queen while training every day as a secret unit member. HMMPH. Woman, the Queen's Sword turned her back on me. Maybe she got tired of talking. Is the talking over already? As I saw her off as it was, she disappeared to the forest. It was the evening on the next day that I gathered all members of the unit. Well, I would like you to take a rest slowly today and yesterday, but I'll start the lecture anyway. Yuri, I said in the middle of the hall in front of the bonfire that had started to burn early. You can think of this as a lecture or something like a study group. We're not here to fight, but we're not here to play. If I dare to say you're here to learn, it's like a school trip. Yuri, when I looked around the members of the unit again, they were still motivated. It seemed that they were willing to listen. After all, they were people who expressed the intention to participate themselves, and they were selected on that basis. This is the latest gun used by the enemy. Yuri, I put the gun stock on the ground and showed the gun upright. With the emergence of new weapons, including this one, their tactics are now quite different from what we have learned in the night's lecture. Unfortunately, the art of war that we have learned is obsolete. However, it doesn't mean that all the lectures we have received so far were useless. Yuri, then I looked around, waiting for the right words. The tactics that dominate the battlefield don't change the basic principle even if the weapons change a little. Yuri, I said so. No matter how the battlefield changes, the theories taught in the old art of war books won't go unnoticed. Those are taking the opportunity of the enemy, breaking the will of war, sieging, dividing the rear, and occupying the high ground. Such basic logics don't stop working even if the weapon changes. However, it's also true that changes in weapons force the battlefield to change. If a weapon that overwhelms a sword appears in the battlefield, it's unreasonable to challenge that weapon with a sword. At last, the army that turned its back on the battlefield will suffer a painful defeat. What is needed there is ingenuity. If you can't compete in the battlefield, you can easily think of ways to draw the enemy into the forest and fight in a place where you can destroy the opponent's strengths. Of course, it's not always effective, but progress is always there. As that progress builds up, we may find ways to overwhelm enemies with better weapons. Yuri, when I finished saying all that at once, I said now and had a momentary break. This weapon, the gun, became popular among the Kirin world about 30 years ago. Those among you who are eager to study may know that they are now hostile to us. They are the Isis religion countries who are attacking Kilgina. Strictly speaking, they are the Catholic sect of Isis religion countries. This weapon was invented in the Kirin country, named the Kiruruan Dragon Empire, which worships the Kakalulu religion. The Isis religion countries knew about the weapon and introduced it later to their army, but it wasn't deployed in time in the 13th invasion of the year 2278 and was rarely used. In the 14th invasion, due to its usefulness, the number increased dramatically and caused that big defeat. There must be more in this war. Yuri, I lifted the gun, showed it to everyone, and put it on the ground once. From now on, I'm going to have you all try out the guns one by one. This will show the advantages and disadvantages of the gun. But before we do that, let me explain how it works. Yuri, then I took out a small amount of gunpowder from the container. This substance is called gunpowder. You won't be able to see it in the distance, but you'll handle it anyway when you try it out. In a nutshell, it's like burning sand. It burns faster than dry wood or charcoal. Yuri sprinkled the gunpowder on a wooden board like a line, scooped up the wood burned from the bonfire with fire tongs, and pressed it against the wooden board. While making burning noise, the sufficiently dry gunpowder emitted light and gave a large amount of smoke as it transmitted fire. Well, it burns like this, but now you may think that it's not a big deal. In fact, it burns well, and this is not a big deal. However, if this object is set on fire in a sealed state, its properties changed again. Yuri, so I took a small cup. This was like a wooden shot glass, especially when drinking high alcohol spirits. Originally, the one made of glass was good, and the village mayor's house had one made of glass, but since it was a waste and it would be injured if the debris flew away, I chose a wooden one that was right there. Currently, about 80% of the cup was packed with gunpowder. On top of that, I covered it with wood chips and cloth. This is filled with the gunpowder that I mentioned earlier. Yuri, when I picked up the gun on the ground, I kept a sufficient distance from the bonfire. You over there, withdraw from that place some more, you'll get burned. Yuri, and then the people who were close to the bonfire retreated. All of you cover your ears, crouch. Yuri, when I yelled, everyone was confused by the strange command, but with a little delay, they followed the command. I threw the glass casually on the fire. However, since it was completely covered, nothing happened immediately. The explosion was sudden. Boom, a terrible sound was heard and the burning wood was scattered and blown away. By the way, the birds, which were surprised from the nearby forest, fluttered and ran away while making a crying sound loudly. Stand up. Yuri, while saying that, I pick up the burned wood with the fire tongs. Finally, when the refined volatile oil was sprinkled on the firewood whose fire had been extinguished by the impact, the firewood that hadn't cooled yet burned vigorously and regained its original moment. It was scattered, but the explosion wasn't a big deal. Although it was hard, it was wood after all. It might have become worse if this was thin iron or something. I saw the unit members again. Well, this gun is a tool that takes advantage of the explosion. Put it simply, a lead ball is inserted through the muzzle. By causing the explosion in the cylinder, the impact causes the lead ball to be fired strongly from the muzzle. Then the lead ball becomes a weapon that gains high speed and kills people. We've all heard that I killed a bear with a gun. Yuri, to be exact, it is mainly the injection gas that pushes the bullet, but this explanation will make them understand faster. Now, let's get into the test shot. First of all, I'll try one shot. That's right, let's target the tree there. Please stay for a moment. Yuri, I pointed to a suitable tree and the members were scattered. Needless to say, it's super dangerous to cross in front of someone while they're shooting. Stay away from trees while people are testing. Well, it's the same as a bow and arrow, so you'll understand. Yuri, after taking the obvious precautions, I loaded quickly, set up the gun, and pulled the trigger. Bang, the sound was hard and the ear became keen. The peculiar smell of smoke entered my nose. When I looked around again, half of them were taken aback and half of them were not. Half of them were the ones who got on the eagle. Now this is the problem, and it's actually the most important thing for you. After all, this weapon is rarely found in the shanty world. It's not hard to start making it, but it's hard to get the numbers. Then you have to come up with a way to exploit its weaknesses rather than countering the guns with guns. That's it. Yuri, when I put the gun stock on the ground, I put the gunpowder and bullets in order into the muzzle. This was wrapped in hoop paper and put together. Paper cartridge for musket, this made it more convenient. If you accidentally add too much gunpowder, the barrel won't be able to withstand the launch and may explode and injure you, but that can also be prevented. Here, if you ignite the gunpowder as it is and fire it, you can fire, but there is a problem with this. Gunpowder and bullet are put inside the barrel, so if the barrel is below horizontal, the bullet will roll down. Therefore, you have to push it in with a special rammer. In that case, by wrapping the wrapping paper around the bullet, it will prevent the bullet from falling out. On top of that, keep it horizontal and pour gunpowder on the pan. It took some time and effort. It took me about 40 seconds, I think. Now you're ready to fire at any time by pulling the trigger. You must have been quite motivated, alright. Yuri, I looked around the members again. There will be some good bows like this. For them, it wouldn't have been too difficult to hit them with 6 or 7 arrows while I was busy preparing the gun. In that sense, it can be said that the attack power of this gun is less than half that of a skilled archer. With that in mind, this gun isn't very powerful. But in fact, we're being killed by this weapon. In the previous battle, the concentrated fire of this gun caused the total collapse due to a partial collapse. Why did that happen? Well, think about it while you're waiting for your turn. When the night goes on, ask them to tell you what they have noticed. Yuri, I closed the pan and handed the gun to Lio. The guidance will be given by the 3 leaders. Yuri, when the test shot was over, the day had already turned dark. A large bonfire was shining brightly. Now, it's already evening. Have you even thought about it during the test shot? If you have to say anything, raise your hand. Yuri, when I said that, a hand went up. First of all, it's you. It's about auto-tem. Let's talk about it. Yuri, when I said that, a young man from the Eagle King unit began to talk. It's more of a question than an idea, but how much does that gunpowder cost? That's a natural question. It's about 30 ruga per shot. However, since the gunpowder was imported by me in the business with the Kurin, it is expensive because it includes the profit of the merchants over there and the shipping fee. So you can think that the Kura people can fire at cost of 2 copper coins. Yuri, I see. Well, in my opinion, how about making a rainy day a decisive battle day? Ooh, you got a good opinion. Yes. For the time being, if you disagree, there is a special process so that the match will not disappear even with a bit of rain. In addition, it's possible to prevent by covering the main parts with a cover. Therefore, it's possible to fire if it rains lightly. Anyhow, that's a very good opinion. The cover will make the operation more cumbersome. It takes longer to reload and increase the misfire rate. Yuri, alright. Is there any other opinion? Yuri, when I said that, the guy raised his hand up again. As expected, he is enthusiastic about studying. I was the type of person who never raised my hand. Alright, your name is Jude Gnome, is it? Let's talk about it. Yuri, yes, I'm honored. Even if we don't have the gun mentioned earlier, I thought that if it is such an object, for example, it could be packed in a tube and dropped from the sky with an Eagle King. Wouldn't it be possible to damage the enemy army if it explodes on the ground? Jude, a great opinion came out. Such an object isn't a gun but a gunpowder thrown into a bonfire before the test shot. Yes, this is also a very good opinion. But unfortunately, there is a fatal problem. Ideally, an explosion would occur the moment the object touches the ground, or the enemy's head or shoulders, but there's currently no way to control the ignition. The reason it exploded earlier was because it was thrown into a bonfire, so even if you just hit it against the ground, it would just shatter. And of course, if you drop it from the sky, you can't expect it to have a flammable material on the ground. As a countermeasure, for example, you can sprinkle a cloth soaked in oil around it, ignite it, and then drop it. However, it seems difficult to just explode on the ground. Yuri, when I said that, did he already think about it? But that's a very good opinion. That will be irrelevant due to technological development in the future. It's not possible at present, but for example, considering the weight of the container, the part where the device is located is placed down and something like a flint is placed inside, it ignites the moment it hits the ground. Such a device can be easily considered. Yes, that's a good opinion. Yuri, I praised him. Next is yeah, is it Dala? Then next is you, Dala Godwin. Yuri, I said it while looking at Dala. You should just thrust in with a heavily armed cavalry. Dala, as expected of Dala. It's a brain muscle remark that makes you want to applaud. It seemed too much and I almost laughed. Yes, it's the most realistic plan as a strike force at present. If you want to deny it, the cavalry that actually rushes in must be very prepared to rush in. The cavalry in charge of the front row will head-to-head into the line of enemy soldiers who have been firing all at once. And if the front row is a bit scared and loosens the reins, the collision force that is the life of the cavalry charge will be attenuated. It's a job that requires real courage. Yuri, the problem is the bayonet. If you want to abolish the short sword or slashing function at the tip of the gun, you can attach a strong spear needle so that the gun can have a sufficiently reliable function as a melee thrusting weapon. Spear bayonet, however, I heard that the invention of bayonet hasn't yet been made among the Kurin, and such a war culture doesn't exist yet. Currently, the mix of gun soldiers and spear soldiers is made up of mutual assistance for both the way around. However, it's probably a sloppy thing, so bows are also used on the actual battlefield. The length of the spear may vary, and it should be a suitable collection of soldiers. Then next is, Yuri. The meeting continued as it was until late at night. As the hall got quiet due to sleepiness, the meeting ended. Reform, which I visited for the first time about a month ago, was noisier than before. As expected, the Eagle Landing was cleared, but other places were crowded with all kinds of supplies. Royal Castle was still a difficult place in this age, and even when I came here before, it wasn't a place where civilians could enter. However, it seemed the castle was open now, and the merchants were walking as if they owned the place. What should I do with this? Yuri, in this situation, the place would be full with galloping birds, but there was also an atmosphere that if people left it here, it might be taken by someone. There were things like this before, and even though this was the royal castle, I couldn't help to notice this feeling. However, Lio seemed imposing, as if he returned home as a son of a distinguished family. Outside the castle there was a tent of my household. My father may have come to the royal castle. Lio said, "Is that so? Let's look for it." Yuri, certainly there were many tents on the outside of the wall. It seemed it was to manage the Eagle Kings. On top of the tent there was a very big crest of the general household. The tent could be easily understood by looking at it from the sky. However, not all tents had complicated household crests drawn on them, and only the place where the Eagle King stored had it. It was almost unthinkable now to do that, but in the battle between the shanty it could be a target of a special attack, so the main headquarters was especially decorated so that the enemy could see it from the sky. Lio probably searched for one of his household from among the many such tents. Well, shall we ask around? Yuri, where was the head of the Rube household? When we asked around, we were able to find the place quickly. When I went to the place, I was told there were adults who seemed to know Lio. When we left the two eagles there, we entered the castle. Lio's father seemed to be in the castle. I entered the room where I was led to. Apparently it was a guest room that was rented entirely, and the inside was quite large. Oh, when a certain old man who sat in the chief seat noticed Lio, he was surprised and had the face of, "Why is this guy here?" "Hello, father." "Lio, that reminds me, I thought you told me that you will come with the princess." The old man, who seemed to haven't had dementia started yet, seemed to remember immediately. Parents would normally remember if their kid is on such an excursion, right? Is the head of the household different in sensibility compared to Rook, or is it simply laissez-faire beyond my household? This old man was Lio's father, Kane Rue. Although his white hair already mixed in, he looked like a middle-aged employee. "Hello, nice to meet you." Yuri, when I bowed in a hurry, "This is the one who led us, Yuri Dono." Lio introduced me. "I've heard the rumor. Well, have a seat." Kane, since I was prompted, I sat in an appropriate seat while saying, "Please excuse me." At the same time, the adults who stood up at the present moment said, "Well then. It looks like we are interrupting." Yuri, when I said that as an apology, "Don't worry, we haven't discussed much." Kane, as he said that, Kane looked at me again. "Well, what business do you have here?" Kane, Lio said. Originally it would be easier if he asked his son Lio, since he was someone he knew, but I was temporarily supposed to be Lio's superior. I think he asked me in consideration of that fact. Or if he ignores me and talks to Lio, I will lose my position as a superior. Even if you call it a chivalric order, as long as it's a kind of military, that is as a matter of course, but there are few people who would do that toward children. As you may have guessed, I came to find out when the war would start. It would be bad if I miss it. Yuri, I said it honestly. "Yes, you're right, however I don't know." Kane, "Is that so?" Yuri, "What does he mean by that?" "Of course, it's up to the other side to decide when to attack. They are clearly preparing for the offensive, and they have set up for 1 kilometer. Even if they approaches that point, it can't be said that there will be a battle. If the enemies pull out, the battle may not start. But in such a situation, it is analyzed from the factors of the situation, and the battle will start in a few minutes because the other side will advance at this speed." It feels like he is saying that way. They are making strange moves. Kane, "Is that so? Is he saying that he can't predict because the other side behaves strangely? What are strange things they are doing?" Yuri, "The enemy is slow for some reason. It seems that something is taking a long time, but I don't know what that is." Kane, "I see, is that what you mean?" Yuri, "What do you think?" Kane, he asked me. "They are mostly to attempt something new at Verdun, like siege weapons that require a lot of preparation." Yuri, "Unless the other side is a fool, it is natural to devise such a mechanism for the fortress that they failed to capture last time. If something went wrong with a force attack, it must be solved with some ingenuity. It's a very rational judgment, and it is rather unnatural not to devise such a method." I was thinking the same too. Kane, "Yes." Yuri, "It seems that they also made such a guess. The Rube household won't be called as a general household without a reason. Well, it can't be helped if the enemy would do that. If anything, the distance is close, and if I ask Lio to come here every few days, we will probably know the latest situation. It's going to be a long meeting, so should I say something to leave the seat? When I thought about it, Kane opened his mouth again. "By the way, what do you have here?" Yuri, I pointed to the souvenir gun I had and said, "Yes, well, Yuri, guns aren't commonplace, but they are also found in the world of shanty. There are some poorly made gun duplicated by the shanty, but most of them were found during war. In other words, it's a loot, but the shanty has yet to achieve the technology to stabilize the supply of the saltpeter apart from charcoal and sulfur. Thus, they can't make gunpowder yet. Of course, you can use the loot gunpowder to fire, but after 2 to 3 shots, it becomes nothing but an ornament. Actually, I also bought one from an antique shop in Sibiaku." "When is it?" Kane, "This is a gun manufactured last year. It's from the Kingdom Flusha." Yuri, "Oh, I've certainly heard that you're doing business with some Kurin." Kane, It seems my business has become famous." Well, the good thing is this thing sells well. I wonder what will happen if I import it a lot." "Show it to me." Kane, "Yes. I brought this for the royal family here." Yuri, "This should be fine." While reminding him as I said it at the same time, I untied the cloth and gave the gun. Perhaps this gun was beautiful because it was used by a noble over there. There was a carving on the wooden stock and it had a fine varnish used for stringed instruments, so it looked good and beautiful. The gloss of the varnish was slightly soothed because I used it a lot in the last few days. However, I wiped the whole part with an oilcloth and cleaned the inside of the gun cavity so it regained its shine, albeit palliatively. Kane was staring at the gun with interest. All right, Kane, he said, that and returned the gun to me. When I tried to wrap it in the cloth I used to wrap, it's fine to wrap it. Kane, he said. Yuri, what do you mean by that? While thinking inwardly, I sent a skeptical look. There will be a war council from now on. Kane, war council. Yuri, Her Majesty the Queen won't attend, but His Majesty Prince Consort will attend. You should hand it over there. Kane, Yuri, I thought this was the Rube Household War Council, but did I get it wrong? This smells like a summit meeting. But why do I have to wrap this gun? Since I passed the gun as it is, I want to wrap it up for a bit, but Lio, you will attend the council as well. Will be a learning experience. King, no, you're not supposed to take your child to a workplace to learn something. This is bad, isn't it? Yes, let me go with you. Lio said it with motivation. Sorry, Lio, along the way Lio said as if he muttered to himself. It was likely that he felt bad that he replied without permission a little earlier. Before you were a member of the unit, you were the heir of the Rube household. It's not something I care about, even if you have some personal affairs. Yuri, that's a relief. Lio, if I don't really like it, I should have left the gift here and returned. Yuri, certainly there are a lot of unscheduled jobs, but the meeting itself is a concern. If there is a problem, that would be two greenhorns joining the meeting. It would be annoying and we may feel inferior. Well, that much is fine, I guess. When we entered an open door, a map was placed on a large, heavy oval table and some of the people who had already arrived were seated. Since this was the first meeting, I didn't know their name, but I wonder if they were the head of the general households or people of that same position. They were VIPs. Prepare 2 chairs, they are my assistants. I'm letting them here to learn. Kane, when Kane said such a thing, the person in charge of the place immediately prepared chairs without asking. As expected, it seems that we can't sit on the table. Well, I'm going to remain silent by the wall. I sat on a chair placed on the wall on the back side of Kane. Can I ask something? Lio, who sat next to me, muttered like a monologue. What is it, Yuri? Since it was boring to get angry because of us who were being treated as assistants, talking privately, I also replied in a small voice. How are you feeling now? Lio, what kind of question is that? Speaking of the feeling, I don't feel good because there are so many old men. It's far from a happy feeling like when I'm looking at Siamo. What do you mean? It's not bad if you're feeling well. Yuri, this is the summit meeting that may determine the fate of a country. The fate of many common people depends on it. Lio, is that what you mean? Since the important decisions of the politicians will start from now on, it seems that the mood is always uplifting. But nothing dramatic will happen at this meeting, contrary to expectations. The summit meeting may get tense though. However, in the system of the general household, someone gives a brilliant idea, moving to the persuasion part, and everyone agrees. It's unlikely that it will develop like a movie. There's no such thing like a brilliant idea as proposed, put into action, defeats a large army of enemies, and then, this summit meeting in today's date will be remembered in history forever. No matter how much I think about that, it is decided that they will reach a mediocre solution. Speaking of Japan, how many people can conclude the fall of the Ikai no Teni battle? No matter how brilliant Yoshitsune demonstrated his ability in war and speaking, the ordinary man couldn't understand it. Without exception, there's a theory of I can't go down that cliff. Do you intend to damage the soldiers unnecessarily? And everyone's consent couldn't be achieved. In meetings without leaders, the risky war of overturning the large numbers of armies is adopted, even in situations where it is needed. Even in the democratic government parliament, adventurous legislation can't be done unless the ruling party has a majority. The law adopted is a law that everyone can think of and convinces everyone, in this case a strategy. You are a romanticist, Yuri, I said while choosing the exact meaning. What, Lio, when I think about it I feel like I'm waiting for the curtain of an interesting play to open. Yuri, I don't know whether it's a tragedy or a comedy, but it must be a big story. A play, aren't we involved in this? Lio, involved? Certainly we are involved. That's what Carol might say. Do you feel sentimental about the people's pain? Yuri, well maybe. Lio, I see. Lio is still a young man even though he is over 20 years old. He will probably become sentimental. I remember him giving a cold impression to the people of Kilgina, but when he actually traveled for 10 days or so and came into contact with them, his feelings may have changed. I know each person can do it. If I'm omnipotent and omniscient, not only the shanty, I also can make the Kirin happy. We will eliminate the war from the world and let even those born in the trouble live a life that they will not have trouble eating for the rest of their lives. However, that's impossible. It's very unfortunate. Yuri, that's a big scale of story. Lio said as if he was amazed. Yeah, if you are willing to think about it, you can have an ideal that is as big as the sky. But what you can actually do is only within reach. You're just sentimental because it's a tragedy that's going to happen. Yuri, that may be the case. Lio, actually it doesn't matter. Yuri, is there really nothing I can do about it? Lio asked. You can't do anything about it, can you? Yuri, in the first place, the fact that we do something for Kilgina is a breakthrough in itself. There's no help for it. For example, what would you do if you were to do it? Lio, nothing. Yuri, I mean if you were to do it. Lio, what's with you? Aren't you talking a lot today? Whether you use ordinary or unusual means, I can't take over a general household and gain military power by the time of the battle. As long as that's the case, my influence remains minimal. No matter how I act, it's impossible to influence the battlefield. Yuri, for example, let's say I kill all the heads of the Kilgina general households who gathered here. Of course it is impossible, but let's assume that I curry favor with the old man prince consort, who would participate, receive the royal order, become the successor of all general households, and become the supreme commander. Even if such a situation is possible, it takes time to actually control the entire army. Sudden death of the supreme commander, who is connected by blood to history, will surely cause great confusion, and it will take at most a year to resolve and restore it to the point where the army actually functions. Obviously you won't be able to fight in a week or so. No matter how convenient you think about things, it's not possible for me to have enough influence to decide the battlefield. If I were to lead the entire army, I could think of an assumption. However, there's no future for that to happen. It's a delusion that is neither constructive nor progressive as long as the premise is meaningless. Yuri, when I affirmed Lio was silent, I didn't bother to ask how he felt. After a while, yes, that's for sure. Lio, he said. A little later, when all the participants gathered, the prince consort appeared at the end. He had a tired face. Well, it was no wonder that he had a tired face because there was no end of enumeration. Well, let's get started. While saying it without vigor, he looked around at the participants. As his eyes looking around, our eyes met. When I gave a light bow, he looked away. It wasn't a place to casually greet a young man he knew, so it was natural to pretend that he didn't know me. Cox, don't know, I'll ask you to start with the proceedings. When the prince consort said that, the old man named Cox responded, yes, your majesty. Cox Ricky. This old man had been decided to be the supreme commander this time. I knew only the name but not the face. However, since he was sitting on the second upper seat, I had a hunch that he was the head of the Ricky household. It would be alright if this guy proceeded with the meeting from the beginning, but in terms of the court order, the prince consort, who was a member of the royal family, was at higher position, so he should officiate the meeting. Now, let's start the war council. The meeting was intense. That's why the plan of depositing cavalry comes up. Cavalry is the key to my army. Why should I let it go? When a man named Otter Gazi said that, the air of resentment and resignation flowed through the venue. I think that the Gazi household is the same general household as the Ricky household, but I won't hesitate to say that Otter has such a personality, or there is a feud between the two households. That's why we failed in the last two crusades. It's a good idea to have a large number of the galloping bird soldiers to rush against their guns. Even if the cavalry of each general household is rushing to them, the other side can be easily dealt with. Cox, the supreme commander, seemed to have a relatively decent intelligence, but I didn't know how many times but he had persuaded Otter by saying so. The galloping bird cavalry was centrally operated, rushing the large cavalry unit at this point, and the trend was obtained. The idea itself was something that Dala could come up with, and it was extremely simple. That didn't mean it was bad, and it was a strategy which might be powerful because it was simple. However, a household appeared saying that they didn't want to let go of their cavalry. It wasn't only Otter. When I quietly looked around, other people seemed to have the same feeling, though not in words. In particular, that was the case with the general households from Shiyalta. Oranbaf and Bora Fornoza remained quiet, but it seemed that they didn't want to send out troops. For those who didn't think that the crisis was relatively imminent compared to the Kilgina general households, they wanted to minimize the loss of their own army regardless of whether they won or defeated. As a matter of fact, the Kilgina side had the opposite idea. Since they were at the forefront, they wanted Shiyalta to take charge of the burdensome part and preserve their army regardless of whether they won or lose. Even if they were pushed back, Shiyalta didn't necessarily come again and didn't necessarily offer reinforcements at that time. It was quite normal to have different opinions, but the difference in the position carried by each individual was fundamental. Therefore, from the perspective of Shiyalta, they didn't want to lend their cavalry to the Kilgina people. As expected, Kane, who was most concerned about the situation in Shiyalta, seemed to be different, but I could see through the Boff and the Noza household. You asked me to lend you my army, but my army is what I train. Of course I can use it best. If I lend it to you, you won't be able to exert even 10% of their strength. Otter reiterated his foolish opinion. It's not unreasonable to say that, but 10% is an overstatement. It's a bit questionable if a godlike soldier can be created when this guy handles it. I had been listening to this meaningless conversation for an hour, so I felt like I really wanted to go home. For starters, we suffered a big defeat last time because there was a problem with the morale of the army. If the morale is high, we should be able to disperse the Kirin army. The strength of the army is based on morale, even without using the tricks of the arts of war. Encouraging the soldiers is important. Otter, it was a speech that made me want to despair when I heard it. It was so uncomfortable that I wanted to close my ears. If the morale is high, we can win. It's possible to win the war even if there are 20 Yamato battleships. It's as empty as that. Yamato battleship 1/10 scale model. Even with the same content, you can allow unlimited looting to boost morale. Or you can put out as much when you get the right ear of the Kirin. Or proposal for the establishment of such a system is still good. However, that's not the case. This guy thinks that morale will rise when he says to raise morale. It's like saying if you don't have a cannon, you can bring 100 cannons, but you're not motivated to procure them. Besides, we have the Verdun fortress. It has never fallen. This time we have enough provisions and arrows. We don't have to worry about it. Otter, after he finished speaking, Kane suddenly raised his hand. Cox's eyes stopped at Kane's right hand. Then he said with a slightly softer expression, Otter Dono, it seems King Dono has something to say, so please take a seat first. King Dono, go ahead. Cocos, when that was said, King got up from his seat. Then he looked back and came closer to me. What? Yuri Dono, can you lend me that for a bit? Kane, I don't mind. Yuri, I handed the gun obediently. Kane returned to the table with my gun. This gun is the latest one used by the enemy, which Yuri Hudono here has purchased from the country of the Kurin. And here's another gun. This was left by the enemy during the previous battle. When Kane received another gun from his attendant, he put the two guns on the table and lined them up. If you compare the two, you can see that the new one is much lighter. Even though it has the same caliber, they have succeeded in making it lighter and easier to carry, depending on the difference in materials or the manufacturing method. Kane said while looking impressed, "I haven't compared it, so I don't know, but it seems to be much lighter. Maybe the barrel is thinner. If the performance of the material has improved due to advances in metallurgy, it is possible to thin the body while maintaining the durability of the barrel. Since the gun is pourable, lightning it leads to pure improvement in performance. Well, since the gun itself was made recently in history, it wasn't a difficult story such as the progress of metallurgy, but the stage where I was simply touching it for the appropriate thickness. It may be a matter of omitting unnecessary thickness. Why is Verdun considered invincible to those people in the future? Can the soldiers raise their morale when they see us who can't come up with such ingenuity against the increasingly powerful enemies? What do you think, Otter Dono?" However, Otter was laughing with a bitter face. Dono, how can you make the Verdun fortress collapse? I don't think there's a way to make that happen. Otter, then let's ask Yuri Dono here. He's studying the Cura more than anyone else at this age. He's fluent in Cura and even negotiates and does business personally. What? No, don't say anything that I don't understand. What is that killer pass? Well then, Yuri Dono, let us know your opinion. The prince consort said, "Damn it. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Yuri. It's just like I happened to pass by today, so even if I was suddenly asked for an opinion, I have never actually seen Verdun with my own eyes. I've only heard about it and I've seen it in pictures." "Yuri, I don't mind, I just want to hear your opinion." Kane said it. "Even so, I don't want to say anything about the fortress that I haven't seen before. This is if I'm going to defeat Verdun. If it's me, the main plan is to break the large front gate." "Yuri, how are you going to break it?" the prince consort asked. Since I would be stressed out if I asked by the highly oppressive fool like Otter, I was grateful the prince consort asked before him. "Well, I hear the slope in front of the front gate is quite steep, so it would be difficult to approach it with a siege tower or a battering ram. As expected, it is easier to use gunpowder. Costs money, but I may want to make a gun big enough to destroy the gate. If I were to prepare to sacrifice, it's a good idea to have soldiers carry a specialized blasting tool to blow it up, but I'm not sure if that will work." "Yuri, well, the latter choice is probably feasible. It feels like a directional bomb. By wrapping a large amount of gunpowder, pressing it against a particularly thin part of the gate, and making the bomb detonate. It would be dangerous to the soldiers, to say the least. Is gunpowder enough to break the gate? It depends on the gate. Of course, if the gate is made entirely of steel and as thick as an arm, it can't be destroyed. However, if the gate is made of wood reinforced with steel, it won't be difficult to destroy it." "Yuri, I think it's good to think that the enemy is bringing a device to break the gate." "I didn't mention anything like that. I feel that the discussion is going in a strange direction." "What do you mean, there is no guarantee that there is such a weapon?" Otter said it mockingly. "You're right, there's also no guarantee that there is no such a weapon." "Yuri, when I said it lightly," Otter glared at me. "Let me ask you. Yuri Dono, how are you going to fight in this situation?" While Kane turned to the side with the chair and looked at me, I felt like the discussion was really turning in a strange direction. "Why? The burden is too heavy to give an opinion in such an air." "Well, since he's inexperienced, he's afraid to give more opinions in front of war veterans." "Kane, I don't mind, tell me." "I don't want to say it. I really don't want to say it. I think it's better not to do a decisive battle on the plains in the first place." "Yuri, the enemy's strengths are guns and numbers. Needless to say, guns are best handled on clear days and clear plains. On the contrary, they are just a heavy stick in the forest. If you pull them into the forest, you won't suffer from guns. With this, it becomes a 50-50 battle. In addition, they are a bunch of crowds without proper military organizations unlike us. Their morale is high because they are allowed to plunder, but the disordered army can't be commanded in the forest. 2 or 3 surprise attacks will easily demoralize them. Yuri, in other words, you should play guerrilla warfare. The enemy doesn't have an army that can deal with this guerrilla warfare." "Ha, are you trying to run away?" Otter sat down and said something strange. "Otter Dono, Cox," the moderator reprimanded him. "Well, please think of it as a delusion from an inexperienced person." "Yuri, there seemed to be no further progress and the atmosphere was getting worse. Since I came with a strange idea, it would hinder the progress of the meeting if I stayed here any longer. I didn't want to give more opinions since they weren't going to implement that. Any poor performance would only make the reputation of the Hu household go down. Let's go back." "Well then, please let me excuse myself. Your Majesty Prince Consort, I brought this gun as a gift. Please accept it." "Yuri," I quickly gave the highest salute and left my seat. After a week, I was looking at the bear's gallbladder hanging by the window in my room on the 2nd floor of the village mayor's house. It was drying in good condition either because of the dry air or it was hung in a warm place as much as possible. There was no longer a trace of the past when it was tapped like a water bottle. The color was dark and it wrinkled. While chewing on the hard bread that was mixed with the leavening agent received in reform, and I baked myself, I got lost in thought. In the end, the warring policy didn't change, and it was 2 days ago that the knights of the Roop household began to move. The reason why the Roop household started around this time was that there was a logistical problem against the background of the underdeveloped distribution. The military was costly to concentrate on at one point. Soldiers had to be fed, and the food consumed by tens of thousands of troops was enormous. When 10,000 people gathered in one place, there was no ability to support 10,000 unproductive people in the area around several kilometers. If it was about 2 days, they would be supported by the stockpiles in local food stores, but if it was several weeks, it would have to be procured from a distance at a cost. If there were paved roads, railroads, locomotives, and automobiles, it was a matter that could be solved easily. If there was a way to transport goods in large quantities from a remote location, it was possible to keep 100,000 people in the same place for a month. If they had enough money, they could bring in as much food as they wanted, so there was no problem. However, in this world, materials must be transported by carriage on the cobblestone pavement. Of course, the army had horses, carriages, and the purchase cost for that, so it wasn't impossible to procure supply, but as time went by, they would get further and further away, and there was no way to avoid that. Therefore, by considering that the cost would increase due to that situation, there was still a limit on how much they could do. Under such circumstances, it was good to disperse the soldiers until the decisive battle. It was for that reason that Rube household's troops didn't immediately head to the battlefield and were forming camps around Reform. To put it the other way around, the fact that they began to move to the battlefield meant that the battle was arriving soon. When I was lost in thought, I heard a click and the sound of the door opening. I looked at the door and Miaro was there. Yuri-kun, what are you looking at? Miaro, it's a bear gallbladder. Yuri, I said while pointing at a strange object hanging by the window. Uo, is that it? Miaro, it seemed that Miaro knew it. You got it when we caught that bear, isn't it? Miaro, it's my first time drying it. I'm looking forward to its completion. Yuri, for a long time, I've always liked doing such trivial things. I hadn't had a chance to do it since I became an adult, but I was raised by doing labors. This kind of thing fails if you touch it unnecessarily, so it's better to leave it as it is. Actually, I have never eaten it. Miaro, you too, huh? I wonder if I was made to eat it when I was child because I was in the rural area. Since the body is frail when it's as big as Miaro now, it seems that it's not strange to give a tonic when you're a child. Ooh, is that so? I'm making it like this, but it's really sweet and delicious. Yuri, when I told a lie, Miaro put her hand on his mouth and laughed. Too bad, I know it's very bitter. Miaro, really? Yuri, what the? I'm disappointed. Well, that's right, she isn't Carol who doesn't know the world, but it might have been interesting if I didn't know. I wish I didn't know. Miaro said something strange. Well, that may be true. Your face at that time would be a sight to see. Yuri, I want to see what kind of face she will make. When I think about that, I may expose a not-so-good-looking face to you, Yuri-kun. It's good I know about that thing. Miaro, what's that? Yuri, I smiled unintentionally. Miaro's smile was getting slightly bigger. What? Yuri, I wonder what it is. Miaro, her expression gradually became more serious. What's going on? Yuri, sorry, I came to report something, but I forgot. Miaro, she said in a hurry, somehow seriously apologetic. Well, it's rare for Miaro to forget about something. It's fine, it's probably not something big, right? Yuri, if it's something that she may forget, it's probably something trivial. She may leave a handkerchief when going out, but she never goes out leaving an oil pot on fire. For Miaro, who is proud of being competent, it is an act of betraying herself. Besides, if it was a really important matter, for example, an urgent matter that requires me to take command immediately, she wouldn't have responded to a boring chat. Sorry, please verify this. Miaro, it's fine. More importantly, have tea. Yuri, I put my hand on the teapot on the desk. Then I took a teacup from the tea rack similar to my home and poured the tea into it. Here, have a seat. Yuri, I prepared her seat. Is that all right? Miaro, it's all right. Yuri, others in the unit seem to make work by taking care of horses, galloping birds, and eagle kings, but if they haven't moved for a week, the birds and the horses are entirely neat, so they shouldn't be busy. They were doing various things such as swinging with a stick, and trying to develop a youthful chatting place, but in short, they weren't doing work as they were losing focus. There was an exception. Some people were training with their eagle king for about an hour a day so that the eagle didn't get tired, but this wasn't a job. Miaro was the one who ran around in the meantime to work, so she was working most decently. There was no need to blame for taking a short break. Well, please excuse me. Miaro sat in a chair. It was the opposite seat across the desk. Do you want to eat? Yuri, I pushed a basket of bread. Can I? Yuri, it might be fine to eat anything. What, Miaro, aren't you a bit too nervous? Yuri, nervous? Miaro tilted her head slightly. It seemed that she wasn't aware of it. You didn't ask for my permission when eating in the dormitory dining room, right? Yuri, just say let's eat like always, then eat. I mean, it's getting harder to see you these days. That's right, but we're in the military. Miaro, well, that's true. It's fine when it's only you and me. Even though we're in the military, we also need to take a break. Yuri, that's why we're taking duty to watch at night, and those who aren't involved can drink. Yes, the others are drinking, so you don't have to worry about it. It may be true. Miaro, or would you like to take a break from me? Yuri, no way, that's not true. It's a lot fun though. Miaro, well then eat it, it's still warm. Yuri, after all, the bread was freshly baked. Alright, let's eat. Miaro picked up a large piece of bread, broke it in half, and put one in his mouth. As she ate with sound, this is very tasty. It might be better than the baker's bread. Miaro, she said, well, ordinary bakeries don't use butter in such a luxurious way. The dough was kneaded with butter and cheese was put inside. After baking, I applied butter with a stronger salt effect. Perhaps it's a bread with high calorie, but it's a luxurious salted butter bread with cheese. Have you eaten it? Yuri, yes, you can do anything well, Yuri-kun. Miaro, for some reason I was praised. You don't have to praise me for everything. Yuri, I never get used to being praised. I don't know how to be happy. It's scary to be praised. If I become proud, it will be a poison. There are people who get praised for using others for the sake of themselves, similar to monkeys climbing trees. Did you feel that way about me? That's not it. Miaro said. Is that so? Yuri, I don't think so. Well, shall I try it? Miro, speaking of that, what? It sounds interesting, give it a try. Yuri, when I think about it, I've never been told by Miaro that I was stupid or a fool. Yuri-kun is a lazy person, isn't it? You have bad hair after waking up and it's not good to walk around after that. Miaro, is it my sleeping habit? Yuri, when I think about it, I didn't look in the mirror today. When I tried to touch my hair with my hands, I found that my hand touched the bed hair. It doesn't matter, but when I think about showing it in front of the unit members, I better keep it nice. Let's put some water in later. See, it's not everything, right? Miaro, well, did you plan to speak ill of me a while ago? I see. Yuri, I'm not saying something like it's cool you're sleeping, hee. Miaro, I haven't heard people praise sleeping. On the contrary, it feels like you've been made a fool of. Well, I think I'll praise you on the contrary. Yuri, let's bother her. Yes, Miaro, well, Miaro is well-noticed and smart, and above all, she is knowledgeable, well-informed. She's a person who writes her abilities in a picture and puts it in her forehead. Yuri, Miaro, in addition, she is a hard worker, and I don't have to worry about her betraying me. Her face looks good and it makes me feel better. There are so many praises that it's hard to put into words. Yuri, Miaro, when I said that, Miaro held her face tightly with both hands and looked away. What is that? Are you trying to say that you're not here or something? What is it? Wouldn't you like to be praised? Yuri, stop it. That's not good. Miaro, she replied with a trembling voice. I'm so happy that my face is smiling. Miaro, are you smiling? Yuri, to the point of hiding your face, I want to see, but if I force my way to do it, it will look like I'm attacking her by holding her hands. Shall I stop? This stayed for a couple of minutes. Phew, I calmed down. Finally Miaro turned around. Seriously, what was that? Yuri-kun, don't do that. It's not nice to lie, you know. Miaro, I just said what I thought was obvious. I didn't force myself to say that. Yuri, Miaro stiffened as if she remembered something. I remember my original business. Since the horses gnaw the pails and lick rocks and trees, we don't have enough salt, so we have to procure it from reform. I have given them money. Miaro, it was a trivial report after all. That's fine, but sorry for letting you take care of it. Yuri, no, it's like I'm here so you don't have to worry about it. Miaro, that's another convenient story. If it wasn't me, she wouldn't support me. No, why would she take care of a man like me? I'm impressed with your desire to work but rest properly. Right now, I'm just as good as taking too much time off. Yuri, is that so? Miaro had a face that she couldn't believe, as if she didn't understand. In a little while we won't be resting, plus the return trip may not go smoothly. If you don't have enough energy at that point, you won't be able to talk. Yuri, I see. Miaro, I'm grateful with your help, but do it moderately. Yuri, I think it's not something for a man who sat in a chair from daytime and watched the bare gallbladder dry to say, that's just how I look. Yes, I understand. Miaro, without looking unpleasant, she nodded. Then, I should take a break. I'm going soon. Miaro, all right. Yuri, she will probably be going to do some work again, I respect her. Well then, Miaro said so lightly while closing the door and went out of the room. I returned to the work of immersing myself in thinking while looking. When I noticed the bread had cooled down, I was watching the Kurans camp from the sky. Stardust flapped and danced in fine weather, which turned to be a perfect observation day. Turned her a bit and the surface of the ground was seen through the open feathers. When viewed from the sky, the Kurans camps were somehow cluttered. The camps of tens of thousands people seem rather small to me who knows Japan, but compared to that of the shanty, the scale is quite large. However, what I can see from the sky is that the camps are separated because of the Allied forces. There was a territory of each army in the large camp, and the difference in the color of the tent adopted by each army was like a mosaic pattern. Actually, it wasn't only the armies of each country, but the mercenary units that were temporarily hired should also be included. So if people went inside, it should be more messy. However, there was no way to confirm that from the sky. From the ground, I could hear high-pitched sounds. Since I was at this high altitude, the sound was barely audible because of the sound of the wind, but it was certainly the sound of a gun. When I looked at the ground, pure white smoke rose like streaks from several places and dispersed by the wind. The range of the gun when shooting in the sky had been verified, and since this altitude was within the safe range, there was no problem. The other side also knew that much and was likely to be firing. Perhaps they are a bit worried about the suicide attack and they are aware of our existence. That's the kind of appeal we have. As evidence, no silent arrows were flying. Well, it's dangerous because the arrowhead goes down when the arrow falls. But we return soon. While blowing a whistle, I grabbed the pole with the flag and gave instructions to follow. A bit later, I heard Carol blowing a whistle in the middle of the formation. When I pulled Stardust in its direction of the wings changed, the directions where I was heading also changed. For the time being, just in case, after heading the direction that was different from the Nuka village where we were based, we then returned to the village. As I took off the safety belt, all members untie the safety belt. Carol, who was the vice commanding officer, issued a command. It was a troublesome and hard thing to do, but that was the procedure. I hope there aren't many people who are indignant about having Carol doing such a role. The people who got down from the Eagle pulled the rein and lined up in front of me. This was also a procedure, so it couldn't be helped. Personally, I think it would be better to have it more relaxed, but considering the nature of the military, it's better to do it in detail. For some reason, even those who came with the galloping bird came out from the base to observe the war with borrowed eagles. Of course, it was also the privilege of the 28 people who brought the Eagle King from the beginning to observe the actual war, but this was also an achievement. All of you are tired. I believe that there are many of you who want to tie your eagle and take a break immediately, but first off, check your eagle. It doesn't mean the eagle didn't get hit by bullets. Even if you don't feel the momentum, the eagle may have its bone broken if it gets hit. After checking the eagle and tying them, you can dismiss for the time being. Yuri, the altitude at which the formation was located isn't even at the reachable range, let alone the killing range, so I think it's unlikely the eagle to get hit, but I can't be completely sure. If the enemy took a risk of an outburst by doubling the gunpowder, it is possible to reach us. Even so, it's impossible to break the wing and tear the skin and shoot down the eagle. But of course, when it comes to the bone, it has the properties of common birds that fly in the sky. Since the bones are lightweight and the strength isn't too much, the bone may be broken. I took the watch out of my pocket and looked at the current time. Yes, in about 3 hours later, let's have a meeting a little while after you have a meal. Keep in mind what you have noticed. That's all, Yuri. Before I said that, I also readily checked Stardust on the spot. Obviously, there were no injuries. I took the bridle and left the place. With a steady pace, I walked and tied Stardust to the stable near the house where I stayed. I went into the storehouse and returned with food in my hands. It was a deer thigh that was cut from the carcass. I placed it under Stardust's beak. You can eat it, Stardust. Yuri, when I said so and gave permission, Stardust didn't immediately eat the meat. She was staring at me. It was as if she wasn't interested in meat at all. What's wrong? Are you not hungry? Yuri, it's not that she's not hungry. Could it be that she isn't feeling well? Kururu. Stardust, I wasn't sure what happened to her, but I stroked her beak and cheeks. She wasn't hurt, but since it wasn't a soft place to touch, I rubbed it subtly. What's wrong? Yuri, could it be that she may be nervous because she flew in an unfamiliar place, or maybe she felt the atmosphere of the battlefield? Let's groom her lightly to make her relax. I stroked the feather around Stardust's head. After doing so for a while, it seemed that Stardust had relaxed and felt a bit better. Come, it's time to eat. Yuri said so while pointing at the meat, and this time she started eating. I wonder what happened. Hey, commanding officer. Lio, I heard a voice from the back. It was Lio's voice. So you have returned, how was it? Lio, he asked while I was washing my hands, which were dirty because I touched the raw meat in a nearby pail. As for Lio, he regularly showed up at his household's place to find out what was going on. The decisive battle is likely to be tomorrow. Lio, is that so? That's probably true. Yuri, considering the march speed of the last few days, it seemed to be the case if it went well. Rather, the march speed had stopped for the last 2 days and the troops dispersed in various locations were also gathering. I knew it that well because I also went to scout every day. Since I, who only scouted once a day, could understand it, the main army, which scouted several times higher a day, might be aware of it earlier. They are going to hit tomorrow. Keep the horses and birds in good condition for the return. Put all the grains and beans that are likely to be left over in the fodder and feed them. Yuri, I'll do that. Lio, horses aren't ruminants, so leaves and pasture alone can't give them strength. If you mix it with cereals and beans, they will gain energy. Having said that, it will be troublesome if they don't eat today and tomorrow. Consult about this matter with Miero. Yuri, yes, that's my plan. Lio, it seems like a round throw, but it's better if he doesn't mess up. That's because last time when he poked the horse's face, it became confusing. Your side is probably having it worse. Sorry about that. Yuri, he has been doing it every day, but since it's his part, I can't say too much about it. Considering his position, I think he would like to follow me and observe the enemy's main army. He couldn't participate in the observation because he had to show up at the household's place. In addition, since today is the eve of the decisive battle, the Rube household's camp must be in the state of disarray. It was rough, but I didn't go to Kilgina's area. They are welcomed. Lio, well, is that so? Is there no fools who can treat an heir properly? Is that so? Then it's fine, that's it. Tomorrow, as I have mentioned before, I'll be with some people and take another action. Carol will be in charge of the command, albeit a little, but you should pay attention too. Yuri, are you concerned about something? What kind of things would she do? Lio, well, the first thing I'm worried about is altitude. If you go lower too far, you can see the ground well, but then you'll be shot by a gun. Yuri, do you think the princess is stupid? Lio, for some reason, he stared at me with stunned eyes. Oh my, I mean, if only she does that. You can't think calmly when you are busy in the midair and you may give unfamiliar commands. Yuri, will that be enough to be a plausible excuse? But that's only for a short time. During that time, I think she promised to wait in midair without doing anything in particular. Lio, well, it's best to be careful. If you fall into the enemy's main army, people can't see you at all. Yuri, they will be literally given a blood festival. Is that so? Lio, anyhow, when I think about it as a matter of being a caretaker, nothing won't happen. Since she's not a child, she wouldn't run to something that attracted attention at a glance. Well, I'm just anxious when thinking about it. The main problem's the return trip when the war is over. So I'll entrust that to you. Yuri, it's not going to be like the rush during the New Year festival, but it is expected that the way back will be crowded. If possible, I would like us to withdraw faster than anyone else before the road gets crowded. Of course, if we win the decisive battle, I don't have to worry about that. Understood, I'll keep that in mind. Lio, I'm counting on you. Yuri, I tapped Lio's shoulder. From tomorrow on, there will be 10 to 20 unpredictable troubles. Not all of them are going to be big in scale, but it's best to be well prepared. The day of the decisive battle. When I turned to the back, 28 Eagle Kings were flying in the sky in formation. The formation looked similar to the kanji character Japanese letter, and it was slanted on both sides with stardust on top. This is formation created by imitating what migratory birds do. and academically speaking, the load is reduced by using the wing end vortex created by the front bird. In fact, the effect is visible and the subsequent eagle fatigue is greatly reduced. However, on the other hand, the formation tends to expand compared to the dense formation, and there is also a drawback, which is that communication isn't possible. For that reason, I call this a cruising formation. The moment we reach the battlefield, I plan to change the Japanese letter formation and change the formation to dense formation. When looking at the lower ground, it seemed that the battle was approaching. From the front line where the infantry of both armies collided, white firing smoke was already rising as if it was burning in the open. At the same time, the sound of a firecracker could be heard in low volume. The infantry might be shooting a gun in a line. Was it too late? Even if we can make an energy-saving turn in the air, we can't stay up here for 10 hours. If we come here too early, it may be the time to go home when the battle is about to start. Perhaps the timing is just right. However, what is this? It's not fascinating as I expected. Ooh, the feeling of battle. If there's God in this world, it might be fun to see human conflicts like this. I wanted to see it forever, but I had something to do first. Asterisk F we it, asterisk I blew a whistle and raised the flag to signal. The flagpole was a spear and the flag was attached to a spear with a spike. Actually, I didn't want to bring a useless long item like this spear, but most of the opinions were that I should bring it as a minimum preparation because I was heading to the battlefield, so I accepted. When I changed the directions of the wings, as it had been discussed in the previous meeting, 5 eagles came along. Looking back, I saw Carol leading the group and smoothly reorganizing the formation to make up for the missing hole. We then headed toward the rear of the enemy as it was. After passing further behind the battle line, there was the vacated main headquarters, which was a few kilometers behind the line. The aim was here. Everyone didn't want to be attacked from the rear, and at the moment the troops were out, so there should be almost no attacks from the ground. Furthermore, if there was something that was difficult to burn, it would be the provisions. I turned my head to the spot where the provisions were gathered, which I had been observing for many days. The speed was reduced to the point of stalling, the wind resistance was reduced. Then I took out the lighter from my pocket. I wrapped the lighter with both hands wearing leather gloves and lit it while pressing it against the saddle. Then I opened the hands a little and watched it. After that, the fire was transferred to 3 fuses between the fingers. There was only a big lighter, so it created a flame that didn't go out even in the wind, and the fire burned the fuse. The tip of the fuse was connected to a handmade Molotov cocktail attached to the side of the eagle. Although it was called a bottle, the container was a pottery with a narrow mouth opening. It felt strange to call that, but it was a bottle anyway. It contained plenty of light oil that was extracted from the process of fractional distillation of petroleum. And at the opening of the bottle, an oil-stained cloth and a fuse were inserted. The fuse was made by sprinkling the gunpowder on glued paper and winding it around oil-soaked cotton thread. Normally, if the cloth lit up, the fire would be extinguished by the wind pressure during the drop, so I made this shape after trial and error. Even if the fire on the cloth went out, the fire on the fuse inside it didn't go out, so there was no problem with the ignition. As soon as I saw the 3 fuses ignited, I turned the wings and began to descend head-on. I took a maneuver that was almost free fall, and the speed went up after a little while. I approached the ground surface with the momentum of suicide by jumping, and instinctive fear dominated my mind. And when I approached the ground, I untied the string that connected to the Molotov cocktail. The next moment, I pulled the reins vigorously. G was applied to the entire body, and the eagle turned from a dive to a horizontal while holding air in its wing. The Molotov cocktails, which had lost its support from the string, couldn't keep up with the change. It fell loose and fell to the ground. Subsequent people, especially those who were good at handling eagles, also dropped Molotov cocktails one after another. However, theirs had no fire. That was because I could only prepare 1 lighter. After changing from the horizontal movement to ascending movement, I reached to a sufficient altitude and looked at the lower ground. The fire was burning. It seemed that the first 3 bottles I dropped were enough to cause fire. The flames were burning and spreading as the fuel scattered by the bottles that hit nearby locations. The sea of fire appeared on the supplies, accumulated like a small mountain, and the whole area was burnt. I took altitude again and set my course on another target. I had another 3 Molotov cocktails. The fuse was lit and the wings were closed. I descended straight down. It was slightly smoother than before. The ground approaching was so clear since I had good eyes, and it aroused a sense of fear. Dropping the remaining 3 bottles, I pulled Stardust upright and returned to level flight. The reins were pulled further and ascended some more. At that time, heat, explosion, and pressure came at the same time. Asterisk kaboom. Asterisk at the same time as the noise, my neck was exposed to the fire-like heat of a fireplace, and the bulging air pushed my back. The fact that my back was pushed means that the large wings of the rising Stardust were pushed all over. I felt that Stardust was slightly confused from the feeling that came back from the bridle. However, without stalling, I reflexively pulled one of the reins and gave instruction to reverse, and she obediently followed it. The wing gained power as if they grabbed something solid, and when it grabbed the powerful updraft that seemed to be created by the heat source, they climbed higher with almost no movement of the wings. Looking at my back, there were 5 eagle riders. As I expected of the best picks of the elites. However, I could see that the wings were flapping hurriedly and the eagles were confused. It was dangerous. When I looked at the ground, what happened was terrible. Maybe even the explosive material contained in the provision exploded. The burning provisions were scattered and the tents all over the place were being burned. It was really dangerous. There was no damage because the explosion happened after I ascended for a while. If the explosion happened immediately after dropping the Molotov cocktails, we might have been hit by the explosion pressure and crashed down. I was safe, but after that I immediately thought about the explosion in my head. I thought there were people dead. As expected, I got cold sweat. Anyhow, this was the end of the extra work extra mission. Thinking of reforming a formation, I waved the flag a little proudly and pointed the spear to the main formation led by Carol. Over there was a peculiar sight spreading out. For a moment, I couldn't believe what was reflected in front of me, and my rational thinking asked me, is this a dream? It was a very unlikely sight. A huge dragon was attacking the main formation in the sky a little away. A lizard-like dragon with wings, which was about 3 times as large as an eagle king, was rampaging in the middle of the main formation, and the orderly formation had disappeared. Everyone was dancing in a scattered manner, as if they had scattered baby spiders on them. I directed Stardust to reach full speed before reasons reached my head. The powerful flapping that ignored the stamina accelerated 2 life forms. Why is a dragon here? Why is something that hasn't happened in recorded history now happening at the same time? The full speed that a burning sensation could be felt from the saddle was successful, and I finally arrived at the main formation. The sight that shouldn't be seen was spreading. The eagles were so disjointed that they were about to collide with each other, and they couldn't do anything about it. Then, the dragon and the dragon knight dragon rider straddled at the neck of the dragon were definitely aiming for a particular eagle. The girl had golden fluttering hair from her leather helmet, and she was wearing white armor. She was Carol. Is he aiming for the blonde? It seems so. The other eagles seemed to be trying to escort Carol. However, it seemed that the dragon, whose physical constitution 3 times bigger, repeatedly scattered by obstruction their course. At the next moment, my thinking shifted. The feather movement of mountain vapor is sluggish. The sluggish movement is probably due to the fact that the dragon has cornered it so hard that it loses stamina. If you make an unreasonable maneuver to avoid attack, flapping 2 wings on the verge of stall, and maneuver to gain speed, the eagle will be naturally hesitate. If mountain vapor is targeted intensively and this situation happens, it would be impossible to escape from the dragon even if it turns to escape from here on. No matter how much she tries to escape, the eagle will be completely overwhelmed and it would be caught up. In other words, she's stuck. When I came to a conclusion, my body moved freely. My altitude was higher than that of the dragon, and the position was superior in terms of potential energy. Then I removed the belt that was attached to prevent falling from the spear with the flag. I turned the spear half a turn and held it in my other hand. I rushed toward the dragon with great momentum. While concentrating, I stretched the reins little by little and adjusted the direction. When the dragon's appearance became bigger and I was in the collision course, I pulled the reins twice and instructed Stardust to land. Without being confused, Stardust obediently put its legs forward as if she understood the meaning of my instruction. Stardust collided with the dragon in the air as it was. Stardust claws stood at the base of the dragon's wings, piercing the flesh, and at the same time I passed by, I pierced its body with the spear. The spear penetrated the scales of the dragon and went into its back. In an instant, the feeling of tearing through the hard epidermis and soft flesh struck my arm. Stardust crossed over and distanced herself from the dragon. The shock of the pulling arm was transmitted and the spear was released. I felt a response. I got a fatal blow. I didn't know how tough an animal called a flying dragon, but it couldn't fly since there are wounds on its wings. On the other hand, Stardust hadn't been injured, and she was currently stalling and falling, but it wasn't difficult to recover from the stalling since the ground was still far away. In the sense of accomplishment that I won, the huge tail of the dragon with splintered scales reflected in my view. That might not be instructed by the Dragon Knight. The attack coming from the creature that lived in the sky originally was very accurate, as if it forgot about me due to anger. The deviation of the relative velocity in the air had also been corrected perfectly, and I intuitively thought that it would hit. Maneuvering in the air was largely governed by the law of inertia, and there were few things that could be done with immediate effort. The dragon's tail caught Stardust's wing as it had been decided beforehand. Crack the wing was struck down and I could see the wing bent in an unnatural direction, similar to the broken dead tree branches. I felt a bitter black juice poured in the vessels of my brain. Not good, one wing can't help it. Stardust and I stalled while stalling in the air. The broken wing was completely unreliable, and when she tried to catch the wind, the wing bent softly. With the wings trying to grab the air, there was no way to recover if the speed increased due to the fall. Looking overhead, the dragon was also falling. The dragon's wings, which were like a film unlike the eagle's, probably had a fatal blow. The largest film in the area was torn to a mess. Even so, the dragon seemed to bite into the slow-moving wings of mountain vapor as it fell. It was up to that point I could see, and I started hearing the cracking sound of breaking branches and leaves. The next moment, a shock ran through my body. Volume 8 starts. When I opened my eyes, there was a branch in front of me. The snow melted, the branches and leaves that fell last year were still there. The rotten skin was black and wet during winter. My consciousness was floating as if it was like bubbles floating on the water. When my brain recovered and my consciousness became clear, I felt a throbbing pain all over my body. I checked my body. It seemed that I was floating a bit in the air above my waist and only my upper body was hanging on the ground. It was a pretty unreasonable situation. Apparently, I had lost consciousness. I gradually remembered what happened earlier. I was shot down because I was hit by a dragon in its tail. The safety belt on the waist hadn't been untied yet and it was connected to Stardust. That was why the waist was floating. Oh yes, Stardust. When I quickly untied the safety belt, a heavy pain ran in my lower back. The hip joint was probably put on strain when I was slammed into the ground. I thought of having a fractured pelvis, so I was terrified. Think calmly. If that happens, I can't move from this place. No negative thought is bad. At such times, I have to be calm. As the safety belt came off and there was nothing to support the weight, the lower half of the body fell to the ground. I put my strength into my aching waist and managed to get up. It hurts, but there was no pain like a broken bone. With half a limp, I looked at Stardust. Even before I saw her, I had only a dark, pessimistic premonition. I look at Stardust from a distance. She was still breathing and her eyes were blinking. However, both wings were broken and messed up. The body was lying sideways and the wings underlay were bent in an abnormal direction from its base. The wings on the body also seemed to be unfoldable due to the broken bones and it remained open and sloppy. She probably scratched the tree when it crashed to the ground. The toes broke like warping and the nails were peeling off. So it was unlikely to be useful. Stardust was breathing thinly with her beak open. In this situation, the internal organs might also have been ruptured. It seemed that I was saved because Stardust was underlay. I knew that immediately, but I couldn't do anything to Stardust. An eagle would be weakened even if only one wing is broken. If both wings and toes were broken, they couldn't sit or sleep. Experience can no longer help with this injury. Even if this place is the Eagle Ranch of the Who household territory, with the best treatment tools and the experienced rook, it still won't help. Therefore, an eagle that has been injured like this is usually euthanized. However, what is in front of me is Stardust. I have been together in the sky with her for 8 years since I entered the School of Knights, and she is seriously injured instead of me. Can I do anything to her who saved my life? While I'm owing a big debt, will she die as it is? Kururu. Stardust made a weak voice. She was looking at me. Birds had no facial expression and I didn't know what they wanted or what they wanted to say. Are you blaming me or are you happy with my safety? Do you want to be free from pain? I don't know. Even if I know, it's probably the result of my interpretation at my own convenience. If you could speak even a single word, I could do what you want at the end. If you have a grudge, I could apologize for my incompetence. However, in reality, Stardust doesn't speak. She doesn't understand the words. There's only one thing I can do for her. I don't know if she wants it. Maybe she doesn't want it, and maybe this is my ego. Maybe I'm ungrateful for trying to do a terrible thing to my life-saving partner. However, I have to make a decision. It's only a cruel gesture to prolong the pain unnecessarily. I pulled out the dagger that was put behind my back and checked it. I pulled it out and there was no such a thing that the dagger was bent in the sheath. Instead, it had the same brilliance as when it was stored. Stardust didn't show any reaction when looking at the dagger. I wonder if you're guessing what I'm going to do now, Stardust. Yuri, I embraced Stardust's face. She relaxed the muscles of her neck as if she was at ease. Thank you, thanks to you my life was saved. Yuri, sorry. As I had that thought in my heart, I thrusted the dagger deep into the back of Stardust. Pulling to the side, the sharp dagger cut the medulla oblongata together with the neck bone. Stardust accepted it without moving at all. As she died, she lost strength and the body became heavy. Ah, she's dead. A friend who I rode together in the sky is dead because of me. I laid Stardust's neck carefully and put down my dagger. Then I took 3 large flight feathers and I put it in the bag that was on the saddle. I wanted to bury her if possible, but I couldn't do that. I had so many things to do. What should I do from now on? When I thought about it, the first thing that came to my mind was the observation unit. I didn't know how long it had been, but probably Carol and Lio had taken over the command. I didn't know what happened to Carol, but there was no doubt that the accident happened, so it was highly possible that Lio was currently in command. They might be still in the air. I looked up at the sky, hoping for a while. It was obvious, but I couldn't understand the situation of the sky because my sight was blocked by the branches and leaves that even blocked the sunlight. When I searched for the tallest tree in the visible range, I decided to climb it. I felt that my muscles were paralyzed and it was difficult to climb. I suffered severe pain many times on the way, but I climbed anyway. I reached the top of the tree just like that, and I cut off the branches as much as I could. Then I saw the sky. There were them. The Eagle Kings were flying around directly above me. And at far away, about 300 meters from here, the same number of eagles were spinning in the same way. I blew the whistle. Anyhow, if I made a loud noise, I thought that I would always be concerned about it. The eagle had come down. Someone understood immediately. It was Lio's eagle. However, an Eagle King couldn't continue to stay air like a hummingbird for a long time. He tried to do so for a bit, but he immediately gave up and started to make a small turn dexterously while keeping the bank angle large so that he could see the ground. First of all, I blew the whistle with a predetermined signature. It was a sign, where's the princess, or what happened to Carol. Lio rang a whistle that didn't imply whether she was dead or in formation. He stopped turning temporarily and pointed the spear with the flag in one direction. That was where the other half of the eagle was circling. As expected, Carol also crashed to the ground. Half of the spear movement was pointing at me and the other half was pointing at Carol's crash point. At the same time, I was watching the ground. I quickly searched the pouch, took out the compass and confirmed the direction. I turned the metal lid with the arrow attached to the outside of the glass surface to mark the direction of Carol. Once I got down to the ground, I wouldn't be able to know the direction in which the eagle was going. However, it was a difficult place. Eagle Kings couldn't land in the forest. That was probably the reason why its habitat distribution was limited. They were creatures that hunted in rocky areas. It wasn't possible to stay safe by plunging into the canopy of the forest. It was simply because the figure was too big to live in the forest. In addition to the structure of the wings, it was even more problematic. The most important of the eagle wings was the flight feathers at the tip of the wings, which make it difficult to fly if it were torn off. Since the tip of the wings, which was the easiest to get caught, was important, plunging an eagle into the forest and breaking through the canopy without damaging it would be a difficult task. In order to take off and land an eagle safely, it was said that a width of approximately 7 meters in diameter was required. Although it was possible to do it with 5 meters diameter, this was a dense forest where no space of 5 meters in diameter above and below existed. If there was such a place, Lio would have already landed the eagle. There was also another concern. When I looked at the sky, I could see Lio's eagle was tired. It didn't have much balance. His eagle wasn't raised by Rook, but it was still a well-trained eagle. The fact that his eagle was tired could be also the limit for other eagles. At least I didn't think they would be able to wait until I got to Carol, which was about 300 meters away. If I were in a perfect physical condition, it was a distance that I could reach immediately, but it was doubtful that I could run at full speed with this pain. And I blew the whistle 4 times, asking for the eagle's physical condition. The answer had been decided in scale of 5, and 5 meant that the eagle was already at the limit and it would crash. Lio's reply could be considered as that, and he was considering returning. The plan of bringing Carol on the eagle and returning was crushed. The plan of joining with Carol by moving her to an open space and returning with 2 riders wasn't possible at all. Also, with whistle-only communication, it wasn't possible to make complicated strategy plans on the spot, such as meeting at this point at a later date. I made up my mind and blew the whistle 3 times long. It meant returning to the base. Then Lio replied by his whistle. He meant defeat. Defeat? What do you mean by defeat? When I was thinking about it, Lio pointed in another direction with the spear. I checked the compass and I understood the meaning. Considering from the forest where I should have crashed, the direction pointed should be the area of the main battlefield. Did the shanty lose to the Allied forces? However, in the current situation, I really want them to win. When he replied with the whistle, he raised his spear on the spot. That meant he also agreed with me. Then, when I thought that I was going to do something messy, he dropped the spear near where I was. The luggage tied to the eagle continued to fall. It meant that I could use this, appreciate it. Lio immediately turned around as if his bird was already close to the limit. Then he arranged the formation and they flew away. When I picked the spear and something that could be used from Lio's luggage, I started walking. The forest around here was difficult to walk. There may be no inhabitants at the border between Kilgina and the Issus city-states area. If this is the forest of Shiyalta, it's still easy to walk because the local residents cut trees to collect firewood. Instead of Satoyama, I feel like this place was a desolate Satono, Japan. Damn it, that hurts. Yuri, it couldn't be helped to utter it since it came out instinctively. Even if I was careful to walk on easy-to-walk paths, I felt severe pain in my lower back at a certain moment. Even with a cracked fracture, it should get swollen due to internal bleeding if I'm overdoing it, so I don't think I have a fracture. If this is a mountain walk that I can do casually on holidays, I could take a break without hesitation, but that's not the case. It's necessary to confirm what happens to Carol as soon as possible. Like Stardust, it would be nice if mountain vapor could serve as underlay. Then a bad thought ran across my mind. If it was the opposite my case, it's similar to Stardust. What if Carol was injured in a way that didn't make her in good shape? If she's still alive, my legs unintentionally stopped and my head hurt. If so, do I have to kill Carol like Stardust? The thought was too realistic and horrifying. It's quite possible my spine felt like freezing, I felt sick and I suddenly felt nausea. Astonishingly, I couldn't think of anything. A few seconds later, I noticed that I was stopped. Then I started walking again. It can't be helped to think that. Nothing is definite yet. I kept walking in the direction marked on the compass. It's about time. At the moment I thought that *GRRR**, it was like a wild beast. I heard a menacing sound of a beast. It sounded like a brown bear. At such times, should I keep going? Even if I go there, I doubt that I could defeat a stray dog, let alone a wild beast in my state where my lower body isn't strong. However, there's a possibility that Carol has been attacked. Am I relieved with Lio's spear in my hand? While thinking so, I lowered my hips and approached quietly. As I got closer, I got convinced. I could see the wings of the dragon moving through the grove. Grayish-green skin was covered with fine scales like lizards in the South Sea area. The texture that seemed to be slightly wet looked like a smooth woven fabric or armor with a series of plates. It seemed that the sound of the beast I had heard was the moaning of the dragon. However, by analyzing from the limited information I had, the dragon was also lying down and I didn't think it was in a healthy state. It didn't seem to rampage at any time soon. I let out a breath of relief. While being nervous, I went around the side of the dragon. It was no longer the case when it was lying down in pain. The pain wasn't too much of a concern, perhaps because of adrenaline. If the dragon was here, there must be a dragon knight, whether he was alive or dead. He should have fallen like I had fallen near Stardust. As I took a long distance going around the dragon, I saw a stranger there. He turned his back on me. He was wearing clothes with an unfamiliar design. He was wearing something like a gray turban wrapping around his head. Perhaps there was such a culture. I could only see from the back, but not only it was placed on top of the head, the chin and the forehead were covered by the wrapping cloth. Perhaps it was a traditional design of the Dragon Knight. There was no doubt that he was a Dragon Knight, and beyond him there was an Eagle King. Since it didn't make a single movement, it probably died. From the feather color, it was mountain vapor. It seemed that it crashed on the same spot. Did it fell while being bitten by the dragon? Then I also noticed that Carol was next to it. Carol sank into the spot. I wondered if the back was hurt, but then she was holding her dagger on her neck. In other words, she was attempting to kill herself. I felt a freezing sensation as if ice water was poured into my spinal cord. Carol was confronting the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight didn't seem to want Carol to commit suicide. He was yelling at her while pointing at her dagger. He didn't speak the Teller language. It was a language that didn't make sense to me. Perhaps it's the N language which is spoken in the Kakalulu region. Intonation feels closer to the Shan language rather than Teller language, but the pronunciation uses a lot of nasal voice which doesn't sound familiar to me. He was trying to capture Carol, but she refused and tried to commit suicide, so he was probably yelling something like stop. Just give up and tie yourself with the rope. The situation must be dealt as soon as possible. If I don't do something quickly, Carol will die. I have no time to think about strategies. When I had decided, my head was clear and the pain was gone and I felt like I was a machine. I walked out of the grove. After a few steps closer, Carol noticed me and looked here. The Dragon Knight noticed the change in the line of sight. He tried to look back. Hey, Lizard Rider. Yuri, while saying the derogatory name of the Dragon Knight and Teller, I carried the spear in my right hand on my shoulder and kicked the ground vigorously with my left foot. At the same time as stepping on the right foot strongly, I threw the spear from a close distance. The spear pierced the right arm of the man, who was turning halfway to look back with the momentum of the initial velocity. Damn, I threw it too early. While having the thought that it was ideal if that stabbed his body, I thought the spear pierced as if bending the arm sideways. Underneath of the arm there was a large knife hanging. It was the arm with a weapon. In other words, the dominant hand suffered fatal damage. This is good. I thrust in with the momentum of throwing the spear, and immediately grasped the spear handle hanging on the man's arm and slammed the spear deeper into his body. Goo. While groaning, the man stepped on and didn't fall. In reaction to the collision, the momentum of the whole body had disappeared. Ha, Yuri, at the same time as the momentum was lost, I took a step and kicked on the man's knee like a step. The knee bone felt like it was crashing. And I pulled the spear as if I was pulling it out by using the reaction of kicking. The man lost his balance and put his hand, which held a weapon, on the ground. I stuck out the spear I pulled out without taking a break and sewed his palm on the ground to the ground. I turned my hips on the spot and swung my folded knees. At a distance that was mostly in close contact, the knees entered the jaws of the sitting man. When the feeling of shooting through the chin echoed in the knee, the man collapsed on the spot as if fainted. I watched him for a few seconds, but it seemed he didn't move. Ha, are you alright, Carol? Yuri, while keeping an eye on the man, I asked. As I got the victory for the time being, I felt at peace as if my heart had returned inside the body. My mind was uplifted and my body felt warmth after exercise. Why yes, Carol, what's with that yes? You're not replying to a lecture or something, you know. Are you alright? When I took my eyes off that man and looked at Carol, she didn't look like there was something wrong with her life. She wasn't bleeding and it didn't look like the internal organs were damaged. Ah, it's good. I was relieved from the bottom of my heart. First off, put the dagger down. Yuri, yeah, you're right. Carol's hand holding the dagger was trembling. She might be prepared to commit suicide instead of bluffing. With a trembling hand, she removed the dagger from the neck and put it in the scabbard. I'm relieved with this. I turned around and looked at the dragon. The dragon was limping down when looked from the front, and the Dragon Knight was attacked and fainted. However, it didn't show any interest. In the first place, unlike the eagles, it might be an animal that didn't share a relationship of trust with its rider. There might be ways of controlling the ferocious animal that instinctively tried to attack people and let them turn their fangs toward the enemy like me. When I thought about it, that was how it was like when it knocked me down. If the rider instructs the attack and then it moves according to the instruction, there should be a delay, but at that time there was no such a thing. It was probably because the dragon followed its instinct to attack without instruction. My interest in dragons is endless, but for now I have to leave it alone. I feel like it made a move either because the internal organs were ruptured due to the impact of the fall or my spear pierced its wings and stabbed the important parts within the body. If there's no stimulation, it will die in the meantime. Carol, Yuri, why yes. Carol again, huh? Oh well, Nyaro and Lyo were flying over here a moment ago. According to him, it seems that we lost the decisive battle. Yuri, then I briefly explained the current situation. In short, waiting here only makes things worse. The ones who will come here won't be our army but the enemy. Yuri, gee, got it, I see. Carol looked depressed. It's no wonder. After considering the situation with Carol, when I thought calmly again, there were few situations that were so troublesome. When I thought how much trouble I had to deal with, it was daunting. Do you get it? Yuri, yes, somehow. Carol, since we are here, they will give chase. We should move immediately. Yuri, aside from the Dragon Knight, who was visually recognizing her at short distance even in the sky, it was doubtful that the Kurin on the ground could discern Carol's blonde hair. However, if they knew there was a blonde shanty, they would definitely come here. After all, if the other side here is a blonde shanty and she is a beautiful woman, they can use it for political transactions between kingdoms and they can draw concessions at the national policy level as compensation. According to Isa Sensei, such a thing actually happened about 30 years ago. In other words, it has a value that can't be priced. Regardless whether they are informed about Carol's identity, it's safe to say that someone on the ground was observing a rare dragon aerial battle. Considering that there were 2 eagles and a dragon crashed, I'm sure that the fact until that point of time is known. If anyone had a good eye or was looking through a telescope, one of the eagle riders was a blonde, so it's not impossible for them to know it. Sorry, Carol. For some reason, Carol apologized. Far from apologizing, she regretfully had tears in her eyes. What? Yuri, my leg somehow it's bad, it hurts and I can't stand. Carol, Yuri, ah, what a mess. I was taken aback and had no choice but to be stunned for a while. I could only stand on the spot. Please leave me, Carol said in a lonely voice. That is probably her true intention. In that case, she's going to wait for our rescue here, and if the Kurin come first, it would be a suicide. Now that is the stupidest line of all your remarks so far. Yuri, Carol whispered in a small voice. You know I can't leave you behind. Yuri, but if you are here you'll be in danger. Carol, it's too early to give up. Your life isn't that cheap. Yuri, however, the situation is serious. I really want to sigh once. Huh? Yuri, yes, I really did it. What should I do from now on? Once I think about it, if she could stand and walk, it would be strange if she didn't stand and fight when the Dragon Knight appeared. She couldn't even do that, and she brought the dagger to her neck and used her life as a shield. Not sure if it's a broken bone or a strain, but I think she can't really walk. Is there no choice but to carry her on my back? The conclusion came out unexpectedly easy. However, how far can we walk? Even if it is impossible to go to Reform, walking with Carol on my back to the Nuka village, where our base is located, is moreover, since we lost in the decisive battle, we will see a lot of enemies' horses running around on the main roads. If I'm alone, I can run into the forest and run away until the pursuers give up, but if I carry Carol on my back, it's not possible. I will get found out by the pursuit. Even if we hide in the forest, it's a matter of luck whether they can find us or not. No matter how many lives we have, it's not enough. There's no choice but to walk on non-existent paths in the forest. I guess I have to carry her on my back, Yuri. When I tried to say it to affirm my determination, I felt the hopelessness in my spine. Carol is leaner, but she has muscle. She isn't as heavy as an elementary school student. In addition, even if I cut down the amount of luggage to the best I can't afford not to carry anything. No matter how good a marathon runner you are, if you compete with a weight of 50 kg or more, you won't be able to beat an amateur opponent. If they start chasing us, we would be inferior in speed and they would be able to catch up with us someday. If I could prostrate myself to God and use Kuraga or mid-heal magic to heal Carol's injury, I feel like prostrating myself now. The situation is so bad that I want to ask God, am I ready to sacrifice by asking the Eagle King unit to go into the forest? Then, at the expense of 26 eagles and some accidental deaths, 20 or more so will be available. With that much effort, it might have been possible to break through even if they chase use. No, there is no way to supply. It is possible to secure food for 1 or 2 people while walking, but securing food for more than 20 people is absolutely impossible. It takes 3 to 4 days to die starving. No, this is not the time to think about such non-constructive ideas. What should I do from now? Is there a way to dig a hole around here and hide without running away? As for me, I have an idea of a person who definitely comes to the rescue. It was the Queen's sword. She must come here even if she's going to die. However, even if she arrives here a day or 2 later, I will still have to carry Carol when we're running away. That woman has high agility and skill, and she may have reached a level where she can't train her physical strength as much as a normal person, but with her physique, I don't think she can walk more than me while carrying Carol on her back. The burden for each person will be reduced if you change turn of carrying Carol, but the speed won't be doubled. As expected, this is not good. Her arrival has no absolute effect to overthrow the hopelessness of the situation caused by waiting here. I suppose I have no choice but to carry her on my back and run away. Even if she could catch up with followers, I can see that she will get stuck sooner or later. If so, it's necessary to plan so that they can't catch up. I saw the fainting Dragon Knight. Blood was dripping from his arm. First off, shall I make use of this guy? It will be a loss of time, but if the enemy is faster, the only difference is whether the catastrophe will become bigger or not. Whether it is all or nothing, I better try to do something. I lifted up the upper body of the fainted man and took off his armor. As expected, the dragon with a good physique may not have a good load weight capacity. Although the design of armor is different, it is made of light leather similar as mine. In addition, he isn't muscular, which is also similar to me. After that, I took off the helmet and shin pad, the clothes, and only let the underwear left. Yuri, what are you doing? Carol asked as if she was concerned with my strange behavior. I didn't answer because there was no time to explain. I took off my clothes and I put it on the man while checking his fainting condition. It was fine armor prepared by Rook, but either way it must be thrown for the sake of future. I forced the man to wear the armor, which was a bit out of size. After putting on the shin pad and helmet, I laid him on his back. Then I searched around and brought as big a stone as possible. While carrying it, I didn't feel any pain in my lower back. I lifted the stone as high as possible and dropped it on the face of the fainted man. There was a dull sound. When I thought the body was convulsed, the stone slipped sideways down the face. The man's face was covered in blood and caved in. The red blood came out of the broken nose, probably because he was still breathing, and the nose became red like a lantern. I lifted the stone again and struck it in the same way. After hitting him a couple of times, the man stopped moving. The face was crushed so much that it couldn't retain its original shape, and the pink streaks were visible throughout. Blood was splattered on the armor that I was wearing a while ago. I roughly removed the helmet with blood and threw it as casually as possible. Then I struck a large knife that the man had against a nearby stone and crushed the blade slightly. I cut off the tip of the earlobe with that blade and cut off the other ear with my dagger. With this, I made my dead body. This would create a story of me riding mountain vapor and was killed during the fall. Unfortunately, I crashed my face into a rock on the ground and died instantly. The Dragon Knight was safe, but as the proof of killing the Eagle Knight, he stripped off one ear and disappeared somewhere. A helmet covering the ears was a hindrance to cutting the ears, so the helmet was roughly taken off and thrown away on the spot. One ear was cut and the other wasn't. However, the armor was certainly the shanty armor. All of these are too sloppy and childish work, but it's better not doing it. Perhaps the one who will find this first is a soldier at the lowest rank. So even though it's not good, they don't have a proper military organization system. It may be possible to make the pursuers questioned, having divided opinions and confused, well maybe. They may feel satisfied with one corpse and choose to disregard the other. Is it too convenient to assume that? Yuri, when I looked at my hands, both hands were covered with blood and soil. Is it possible to wipe it with a rag? No, let's wash it. I don't feel good. Then I rinsed my hands with precious water. I took what I needed from the belonging of the Dragon Knight and returned to Carol. It was surprising that there was a short bow and arrows in his luggage that seemed to have dropped from the dragon by itself. Do they have a culture of shooting bows in the sky over there? The short bow and arrow didn't look very good, but the arrow holder was a bit special. Although it was almost tubular, it had a spring-loaded restraint at the entrance to prevent the arrow from slipping down, probably because of fluctuations and aerial inversion, and the arrow inside the cylinder was pressed to one side. There were about 5 arrows in the arrow holder. The length of 2 of them was outstandingly long. When I pulled it out and examined it, there was no arrowhead at the tip. Instead of the arrowhead, there was a spindle-shaped object made of wood attached. It was a whistling arrow. When this was shot, air passed through the wooden whistle attached to the tip, and a high-pitched sound could be heard. Whistling arrow, the usage isn't much different from the whistle we are using. It's for airborne communication. The whistling arrow, which is usually used in Shiyalta, often has a simple arrowhead at the tip of the iron, but probably because it's supposed to be used overhead of a friendly army. So the arrowhead isn't attached and it remains round. In addition to the whistle arrows, there are 3 common arrows. It may be possible to shoot the arrow on the ground to attack. Are you alright? Carol asked hesitantly. What is it? Yuri, you look pale. Carol, all I see is my complexion pale. I'm alright, this is my first time killing people, so I'm a bit depressed. More importantly, how's your physical condition? Yuri, the only thing that hurts is my leg, others no problem. Carol, that's good. No, I can't say it's good, but if you tell me you have a terrible headache and dizziness, I have to suspect that it's a brain concussion. If possible, it would be much better if the arm breaks rather than the legs, but I can't ask for something luxury. I see, for the time being you don't have to take off your armor. I will carry you on my back for a while. Yuri, is that so? Carol looks strange. I don't want the pursuit to know that you are royalty. The crest of the royal family is drawn on the armor. Even if you want to throw it away, you'll do it away from here. Now I'll also take off the crest on Mountain Vapor's saddle. Yuri, we could walk with a saddle for a while, but if there was no saddle it would be suspicious. So I wanted to avoid it. The pursuit side didn't always know the Shiyalta royal family crest, but since it was the royal family crest, it wasn't strange to know it. My saddle was made without the Hu household crest because of my previous experience, so even if they checked Stardust, there would be no problem. I approached Mountain Vapor's dead body and quickly scraped the crest from the saddle. Incidentally, I pulled out the flight feathers. Although I did Stardust, it was a traditional custom of the Eagle King rider to preserve the flight feathers of the eagle. It was a remnant or something like a photograph. Later it could be decorated and one could immerse himself in memories. Rook also did that. I removed a part of the safety belt and made the luggage bag a shoulder bag that could be hung from the shoulder. I hung Carol's and my bag on both shoulders so that they crossed each other. Originally, metal fittings were attached so that such conversion could be performed, so there was no problem. The amount of items to carry was small and not so heavy, but it felt a bit heavy. Keep the bow and quiver on your shoulder. Can I have the spear? Yuri, the bow and arrows stolen from the Dragon Knight were handed over to Carol. Subsequently, she gave me the spear. Carol passed the bow through her arm without saying anything and carried the quiver on her back. Then I held the spear in my hand. Let's go. Yuri, I crouched down in front of Carol. Is it really fine? Carol asked hesitantly. Come quickly. Yuri, when I said that, Carol put her arm around my neck, held the spear over my shoulder with both hands and leaned her body against my back. Since she could only use one leg, this should be difficult. I put my arm around the back of Carol's knees and stood up to lift her up. I felt the weight. Although it was light, she weighed as much as a large backpack. Pain in the lower back and pelvis was a temporary nerve pain, so it was a relief that the pain was slight. Even though it felt heavy, I didn't feel like I was going to bend my knees right away. Let's do this. Yuri, when I say it, it was rather fine. It felt like I said something. Since it felt depressing when saying something not good, I thought it was fine to say that. It should be fine. When I gave a glance to the dragon that was still alive, I left the place. I started walking around 4 p.m., so did I walk for about 2 hours. It was 6 p.m. when I felt that I reached my limit, so I decided to camp. Let's stay here. Yuri, I chose a suitable open place, put Carol down, and started to prepare an open-air camping. Wait here for a bit. I'm going to pick up branches. Yuri, all right. Leaving Carol, who seemed a bit uneasy, I headed out to find branches. With my body that felt lighter, I collected dead branches. Then I climbed a tree, chose the one that was as straight as possible, and broke some raw branches. When I returned to Carol, she looked relieved to see me. What, do you think I wouldn't come back? Yuri, no, that's not it. Carol, I got it wrong, huh? Did you think that you would be attacked by a beast? The branches were easily gathered and I lit them up to make a bonfire. It was great to have a lighter. It was really helpful in survival that the ignition procedure could be completely omitted. Put your foot out, I'll make it easier for you. Yuri, alright. Carol put her foot out obediently. I took off the footgear she was wearing. The ankle of the right foot was red and was considerably swollen. However, it wasn't a flashy swelling to the point that I wouldn't know the position of the ankle. Ugh, Carol screamed, perhaps because she felt pain. Even while I was walking, she felt pain every time the right foot hit a tree. It probably hurt so much. The ankle is it? Unlike shoes like riding boots, the eagle riding footwear has more freedom on the ankles due to the riding posture. If the angles were completely fixed to the boot, it wouldn't have been like this. I scraped the skin of the raw wood, arranged it side by side, tied it with a strong thread to turn it into a board, and matched it with the heel of the footwear. Carol's shoes were made of thin wood bent at a right angle from the sole to the Achilles tendon, and were made to bend. Could be used as a part of the batten as it is. I untied the shoelace and put Carol's foot in the shoes again, then I tied the shoelaces tightly. I tore the clothes I got from the Dragon Knight's luggage, made a short bandage, and tied the L-shaped part of the ankle tightly. I continued to fix the thigh. It should be like this. How is it? Does it hurt anywhere? Yuri, I held Carol's toe and tried to draw a circle. The batten seemed to work and the ankle didn't move. No, it doesn't hurt. That's amazing. Carol, for some reason, Carol was amazed. This treatment was so easy that it didn't make sense to be amazed. I'll make some meals. Yuri, alright. Carol, they had bread. For the time being, it will be the evening meal today. Yuri, I handed the bread I got from the Dragon Knight's luggage to Carol. I was afraid to bring bread to fly in the sky, but I was glad this was helpful. For the time being, there are times when Eagle Knights bring dried meat and roasted beans with high calories, but no one brings bulky bread. I handed over the bread, but she didn't seem to start eating. What's wrong? Why don't you eat? Yuri, Carol had a slightly embarrassed face. I can understand somehow. Are you refraining from me? Don't worry about me. I have a little appetite. Yuri, what happened? Are you worried about the future? Carol, I see. Is she worried that I can't eat? No, it's pathetic, but I don't feel like eating because I killed a person. Yuri, I was surprised myself, but it seemed that I was shocked by the killing. While walking, I didn't make any plan for the future. I didn't think about the actions of the group, the weight of the rock when killing the unknown man, his face after being crushed, and the feeling of cutting his ears. That feeling kept on coming. It was because of that my stomach felt heavy and it didn't move, as if it was silent. Is that so? Sorry, it's my fault. Carol, it's your fault. Why is that? Yuri, Carol, well, why is it your fault? Yuri, I don't understand the feeling of wanting to think so, considering her personality. However, that's a complete mistake. That's because I crashed down and broke my leg. Carol, I'm the same. I also crashed down, you know. Yuri, but I broke my leg and became a hindrance. Carol, your leg is broken because of an accident. I also didn't do anything when I crashed down, just crashed down and then fainted for a while. I was just lucky that I didn't get hurt like you. Yuri, for a moment I remembered Stardust. My chest was throbbing and pain ran. Is it too sentimental to think that she adjusted it to be an underlay in order to protect me? As the time goes on, that imagination assaults me. However, I can't confirm it now. I have no way to attack the enemy with an eagle if I keep staying at the safety altitude. I decided to split up from the main unit because I thought that it would be absolutely fine since there was no way the enemy can attack us. Then, it's not a bad idea to try new things and report them if the results are good. That's what I thought. Yuri, for some reason the Eagle King and the Galloping Bird aren't fond of the Kurin and they can't train them. Neither species can be trained by the shanty slaves. Since it's faster than a horse, you can escape as it is. It may be possible to prevent escape by using hostages, but using slaves is risky, and they can't be used as important messengers and reconnaissance that holds the fate of the army. There is a possibility of false reports. So, if you can't expect a decent job, you can't be trusted with the information. Therefore, even though these creatures are useful battlefield weapons, there is no record that the Kurin have used them in the battlefield since the recorded history. There may have been so few precedents that couldn't be recorded, but it's probably too silly in terms of cost-effectiveness. In other words, I was convinced that we would be alright because the enemy didn't use the Eagle Kings. This situation is the result of my incompetence. I've been busy lately, so I lost track. It's me who underestimates the battlefield. Yuri, as for the Molotov cocktail bombing, I think it's a tactic with tremendous potential, so I was rushing to try it out in the actual combat. If there was a merit in the war, its usefulness would be recognized. It could be adopted by each general household on a large scale. They will see that it would be possible to turn the war situation around in the next war. However, at least that measure shouldn't be carried out during the operation with a key figure named Carol. That's not it. The dragon would have attacked us if you didn't make a move. Besides, no one could think what was going to happen if you were away for a few minutes more. Carol, if I were them, I would probably split the unit into two and attack the dragon. Even if that didn't happen, we would have been attacked sooner or later. Then, Carol would be chased and stabbed by him. So there's no difference in that. I was entrusted with the command by you, however, when I was attacked, I was so busy handling mountain vapor that I couldn't handle it properly. Carol seemed to feel some responsibility. No, if you're being targeted by a dragon like that, no one can command well. Yuri, I also can't do it. If I were doing complicated aerial maneuvers, I wouldn't be able to command with all your hands, and the comrades wouldn't know what to do either. Well, I wonder if we should have escaped a glance and at your own discretion, but then it wouldn't be strange if we were attacked. Yuri, but I think you could have managed to do it even if you were attacked. Carol, why is that? I managed to do something with the dragon because I was at the higher altitude. If I were attacked when I was slowing down while ascending after dropping a Molotov cocktail, I couldn't do anything. Your judgment isn't bad either. Thanks to that, there are no deaths as a result. Yuri, although the situation is worse, there's no death. I mean, for the time being. Speaking of responsibility, it's supposed to be me first. I should have done my role before Mountain Vapor was exhausted, and the next person that should take the responsibility is Her Majesty the Queen. If Carol didn't handle the situation well, she wouldn't be able to escape immediately, and there would be a possibility where her hair characteristics would be exposed. Perhaps the Dragon Knight saw it and decided to aim relentlessly at Carol. When it comes to blonde hair, it can't be helped to raise the moral to capture her, so I can't blame her anyway. If you're protecting me, you will. Carol, protect is it? You've just hurt your leg and you're worried about it. Even if you look for the reason why it happened by chance, you will only make yourself stressed out. Yuri, yeah. Carol, more importantly, eat quickly. If not, the injury won't heal. Yuri, Carol hadn't put bread in her mouth since a while ago. Aren't you going to eat, Yuri? It can't be helped if you're about to vomit. Carol, no, I don't think I'll vomit when I eat. Yuri, if so, I think you should eat a bit. Carol, she said it anxiously. Yeah, sure, then how about you eat first? Yuri, all right. Carol tore the bread in half and offered it to me. You didn't have to give it to me. I have no appetite, but she would probably be hungry if she only ate half a bread. That's your part. Carol, it's fine, I'm not too hungry either. Yuri, that's probably not it. Do I feel like not eating because I moved a lot? All right, I'll have it. Yuri, when I received the bread, I whispered. But what was with that dragon? Carol said while chewing the bread little by little. I don't know. Have you ever heard that dragons were used in a war against the Shanty? Yuri, maybe I just didn't know, so I asked her for a moment. For domestic history, Carol, who is fluent in the ancient Shan language, has better knowledge. No, I've never heard of it. Carol, as expected, there seems to be no precedent. I see. Yuri, what kind of creature is that? I've heard of it, but I didn't think that I would actually see it with my own eyes. Carol, no wonder Carol doesn't know. A dragon is a reptile that lives from North Africa to the Middle East region in this world. It prefers warm, arid areas and can be raised by hand from eggs. It's mainly bred in the country of the Kururan Dragon Empire and the country of the Intact Kingdom. It's used as an animal weapon in the same way as the Eagle King. According to Isa Sensei, who is familiar with historical linguistics, the word dragon in Shan language is a loan word from the Tott language used in the ancient Negros. As you can see from that, dragons have always been a distant existence for the Shanty. The habitats don't overlap at all. The Kururan Dragon Empire and the Intact Kingdom believe in the Kakalulu religion, so they didn't participate in the Crusades. Rather, they were on the side of fighting the Crusaders, so there was no chance to see each other. A relatively famous book called The Chronicles of Dragon King, which is the biography of Ananta I, the first Dragon King of the Kururan Dragon Empire, written about 1,000 years ago. However, it covers the heroic adventure which mixed with fiction. It is interesting though. There is also a Shan language translation for this, so the person reading it knows the existence of the dragon like a fairy tale. To put it the other way around, that's about it. I heard a lot from Isa Sensei. He knows a lot about the ecology of dragons, but I'm not sure about Carol. Some animals generate heat by themselves and their body temperature is almost constant, while others are affected by the outside temperature. Yuri, while chewing bread, I threw a twig into the bonfire. Since I couldn't sleep anyway, it would be good to have a chat. Since they don't generate heat themselves, they don't have to eat much. However, there's a weakness that the activity of the body is greatly influenced by the outside temperature instead. They are fine in summer, but not in winter. They can move during the day, but they can't move properly at night. There are such weaknesses, but the fact that they require a small amount of meals is an advantage which makes up all of that completely. Even if they can't move at night or hunt even a tenth of it, they are good creatures. After muttering, "Ah, certainly," Carol said, "That's a dragon." Yes, horses, for example, don't have much of a problem when they move from the warm south to the cold north, but dragons are different. It's not alright to bring them to the northern area. Yuri, they are poikilatherm and they don't produce body temperature at all. If they move their muscles, they will get fever no matter what. Human exercises and body temperature rises. In the same sense, fever remains the same, so it's not impossible to fly to the north and move. If their muscles are moving while flying, their body should be warm, however, it can't adapt to the northern climate. Since the climate is extremely different from the environment in which they originally live, it shouldn't be possible to stay healthy for a long time in such a northern area. For example, how do you become active from a cold state in the morning or on a cloudy day? If it is in the south, it is much warmer than here. If you sunbathe in the morning sun for a while, it will be easy to regain your body temperature. But this isn't the case here. I'm not familiar with the ecology of reptiles either, but I'm sure it's quite unreasonable. Is that why there was no precedent, but they brought it this time? Carol, well, I guess they are overdoing it quite a bit. For example, at night, they need to put the dragon under a curtain and always burn a fire near it in order to raise temperature. Yuri, the super VIP treatment would cost a tremendous amount of money, but that's all I can think of. Otherwise, it would be strange if there was no precedent, not even once or twice. I wonder if that's the only dragon they brought. Carol, maybe. If they have two dragons, they should use them at the same time. Besides, after I crashed down, the observation unit flew in the sky in a relaxed manner. If there is a spare dragon, it would attack them. Yuri, others may have died on the way or couldn't move due to illness, but I can't help thinking about that. I threw another twig into the bonfire. When I think about it again, the dragon that fought at that time might not have been in good condition. Even so, I was attacked without any way to avoid it. If I knew that there was a dragon, I could devise any number of countermeasures, but I never imagined that there would be such a thing. I see. Carol, before this, the enemies were done by eagle kings. Since we have eagles, they may bring it to bring down the eagles, or it might be that they want to inspire the troops with the dragon. Either way, we got the bad end of the bargain. Yuri, if there was a report that they brought dragons, the report should have arrived via Lio, so it must have been kept secret until the decisive battle since it was a secret weapon. Even so, I think it should be found out by reconnaissance. Still, it wasn't in vain because you killed it and you were able to avoid the army from getting confused. Carol, what a positive thinking. Well, there's such an idea, right? I can't say too much because it seems that we lost in the decisive battle. Even if we didn't come closer for the sake of supporting the main army, the damage might be worse in the case of defeat. Yuri, I said it to ease the mind. In this way, her life was in danger, so I don't think it's worth the risk where there's been such an outcome. Although it was a relief, it was better to say that in this situation. If your heart breaks, it ends here. But I'm glad that you came after I crashed. Carol had a relieved expression, perhaps because she remembered when I came. At that time, I felt like I was in a pinch of desperation, so it is indeed true. I thought that I would miss the opportunity if I was too late. Yuri, if it was a bit later, Carol might have sliced her throat and died. In fact, it was really dangerous. Yes, I was wondering if you would come to help me too. Although I'm alive, I didn't think you would die in a similar situation. Carol, I was praying for your safety. Yuri, is that so? Were you worried about me? Carol, no, it's about me. I wondered what I would do if we were in a state where I might have to kill you. Would you be in a state of your head half crushed or you breathe like an insect? That's the worst thing I could think of. Compared to that, the current situation is heaven. Yuri, yes, really. If that really happens, my mind would be affected and I couldn't escape. With that in mind, it seems like a miraculous gift of good luck to be talking about it now. You're right, I'm glad that didn't happen. You're going to be sick. Carol, don't fret it. I might have been standing up and crying for about a day only. Yuri, Carol opened her mouth in shock. What, Yuri? And no, I can't imagine how you would be like that. Carol, what kind of person do you think I am? If I don't care whether you die or get hurt, I won't help you to begin with. Yuri, I see, that's right. Carol looked happy for some reason. I wonder if it's Dalla in this situation. Would I say, did you get hurt? What a disaster. Well, hang there. I'm sure if it's you, you'll be healed in a day with that much injury. All right, then I'm going. No, aren't I a bit harsh? However, if it was him, even if I left him alone, he would be back next year. Let's sleep. We're going to wake up early in the morning tomorrow. Yuri, yes, Carol, there's nothing that can be laid underneath, but if you put this on and sleep, it would be a bit different. Carol, I took out an oil paper out of my bag. It was a mixture of beeswax and volatile oil that was soaked in thick and durable paper. When it opened, it looked like a poncho. Although it was for sale as a raincoat poncho, it was very lightweight, unobtrusive, and convenient. So I bought it for everyone at the expedition expense and gave it to everyone. There were 3 of them so far, one from Lio's luggage, one for me, and the last one from Carol. It was made quite large because it was soon to be worn from the top with a luggage on the back. The neck part had a slit like ordinary clothes, and it could be stopped with a button. Although it wasn't originally worn when sleeping, it was encouraging to have a spare even if it was torn. I had also worn this and slept. Since it was a material that didn't allow air to pass through, it had some heat insulation. Of course, unlike cotton futons, it was recommended to wear seasonal clothing before using this. Carol received the oil paper. Aren't you going to sleep? Carol, she asked. I have something to do, then I'll go to sleep. Yuri, it's true that I have something to do, but actually I couldn't seem to sleep. Maybe my mind isn't in a good state after killing Stardust and the Dragon Rider. I should feel tired, but I don't feel sleepy at all. It's not that I'm clear-headed, and it's not that I'm going to think about it endlessly. The anguish in my head was like a book, and it seems like I'm in a complete morning mode. I see, then I'm going to sleep first. Carol, all right. Yuri, it would be helpful if you do so, although I only need to carry her on my back. The weight I feel is different depending on whether she's sleeping or awake. She has to stay up in the daytime, so the better you sleep, the faster the feet will heal. I'm not sure whether it's a sprain, a torn muscle, or a bone fracture though, Yuri. Carol called out to me when I thought she lied down after putting on the raincoat. Yuri, thank you for today, I really appreciate it. Carol, what is it now? It's fine, I'm just helping myself. Yuri, hee. Carol smiled as if she couldn't bear it any longer. What are you smiling for? Yuri, no, I can feel your kindness, it's just a bit difficult to understand. Carol, to be told that I'm kind when I killed 2 lives in a day is I just don't get it. Go to sleep now. Yuri, when I said that, Carol obediently closed her eyes. After squeezing a bit, she fell asleep in no time. Perhaps she was very tired. When I opened my eyes, I noticed that I fell asleep. It seemed that I slept in a way of falling asleep during the class as I was sitting on the luggage placed on the ground. When I looked around, the firewood had disappeared. Yuri, could it be that you can't sleep? Carol, who was up, asked. She woke up with a rustling sound. Then I noticed, somehow the order of waking up was mismatched. Of course I was asleep, but it seemed that she thought that I was awake. I wonder if it was a very stone-line way of sleeping. No, I woke up after hearing your voice. It seems that I fell asleep before I realized it. Yuri, how many hours did I sleep? I can't remember well. I took out the pocket watch from my pocket and opened the lid to see the time. It was around 7 a.m. It wasn't necessary because I wound the clock last night, but just in case I turned the crown and wound the mainspring to the full. Once stopped, there was a way to adjust time. Are you alright? Carol looked at my face anxiously. I was sleeping while I was sitting and I opened my eyes at the same time she woke up, so she was still concerned if I was really sleeping. I put back my pocket watch. I'm alright, more importantly, try this. Yuri, then I gave Carol a stick. 2 short horizontal sticks were attached to the end of the sturdy wooden stick. It was the position of the armpit and the position of the palm. A walking cane, is it? Can you make something like this? Carol, I could only make one, you should have it. Use it when you want to move a little bit. Yuri, humans don't want to be seen by others, especially when there is something that they don't want to be seen by the opposite gender. It's too much to call it a crutch, but with this she can walk a bit and reduce the burden. I definitely want it if I'm in the same situation. Thanks, that really helps, but this stick is. Carol, it's literally useless in the woods, however it's still better to have it. Yuri, the stick used for the cane was just the right length and was in the shape of a perfect round stick. It wasn't something that could be made on the spot. I used the spear thrown by Lio. I cut it and used it to make the cane. Whether it was horizontal or vertical, a stick that was taller than a person would become a hindrance in the forest. Anyhow, it would still be effective to use. Yeah, you're right. Carol nodded unexpectedly smoothly. I thought that I would have to say something about the knight's soul. By the way, I buried your armor last night. Yuri, is that so? I'm sorry that I couldn't help you. Carol, it's fine. Yuri, I just did it as a diversion. More importantly, let's have breakfast quickly, or do you want to do your stuff first? Yuri, stuff? Carol blushed as if she had been told a profanity. I would also be embarrassed if I were asked that. If you have any other expression to replace the word stuff, you can just tell me. Yuri, hey, stop it. Carol, even if you tell me to stop anyhow, I understand that you are embarrassed. If you're embarrassed like that, what are you going to do when you want to do it while you are on my back? I'll be angry if you do it on my back, you know. Yuri, ugh. Carol looked down with her face bright red. Well, you have the cane, so if you want to do it, go ahead. Don't worry, I won't get close. Yuri, I pointed to the place where I made a preparation for that stuff. She said, ooh, got it, in a faint voice. I'm going. Carol, a girl, was walking on the battlefield. She had round ears as she walked with her loose, wavy hair fluttering. Angelica Sacrament, the heir to the throne of the Tyrone godly empire, was on the battlefield. Even though it was a battlefield, this was the encampment at the rear position. Angelica was in charge of guarding the position while leading hundreds of people. Speaking of protecting the rear, it sounded good, but in reality it was a sinecure that she couldn't do anything about. Angelica, she called herself the best pick and had trained on a regular basis. Even so, she was on the duty of the security, which could be said to be boring. It was still morning, but she had already nothing to do. Even if this was called the army headquarters, it was just a name, and the army had already begun to withdraw. In the battle 3 days ago, the cross-allied forces to which Angelica belonged defeated the long-eared allied forces. The other human race was called the devil in the world of Isis religion. However, Angelica obeyed her late father's command and stubbornly called them the Long Ears. The Long Ears' allied forces had already been defeated, and the army on this side was advancing. The punitive expedition units also served as a follow-up battle. It could be said that these units were chasing them at full speed. The surviving mercenaries were also busy and looting the surrounding village, so they couldn't wait for the main camp to make a move. Therefore, each country was in the process of mobilizing all the horses to carry only the simple tents for general officers and the food needed on the day. In other words, the main camp to prepare for the decisive battle that had already ended was being dismantled right now, and the influential army corps hadn't advanced. Angelica, who wasn't allowed to participate in the decisive battle and was forced to guard, had to put up a good appearance. Even though she had come to war, she couldn't join in the war and couldn't benefit from looting. Then the turn of the retinue will follow. I'm going to visit the Papal States today. Angelica, yes, Angelica-sama. And one of the knights knelt. There were no influential corps here, and there were no mercenaries who caused trouble when they saw a woman. There was no one else except those who were injured. If so, it would be fine to go out alone, but that wasn't the case. Angelica was about to be assassinated by her brother Alfred Sacrament. It wasn't once or twice that he had tried to poison her. Therefore, her escort must always be there. Angelica was loved by her father, who was the former king Renich Sacrament, and unlike her older brothers who grew up when the king was busy with work, he educated her directly. As a result of the fierce battle for succession that took place after the death of her father, her 4 brothers all died while Alfred remained. And Alfred, the 3rd son, sat on the throne. Out of the 4 brothers, Alfred was initially thought to have no chance of succession to the throne. This was because Alfred was still a young man at the age of 18 when Renich died. To bear the heavy responsibility of being a king, his age could be said to be an infant, whereas his 2 older brothers were 31 and 28 years old, which was most expected to be promising. The 2 older brothers had already been given feudal estates and had enough money from the order of cavalry and tax collection they had. In that respect, Alfred was the administrator of the king's reserved territory, and he was tentatively a small feudal lord, but he had to start learning territorial management, which he didn't understand, and the succession opportunity had been laid open to his 2 older brothers. However, 7 years after the death of the former king, an incident occurred in which the eldest son was assassinated, as a result of a fierce power struggle between the eldest son and second son. Ostensibly, assassinations between throne candidates were considered legal in the absence of the king, which was said to be the period during which the most sensible prince who had the qualities of the next king. Otherwise, there would be a violent civil war. In the first place, to get on the good side of the prince-electors, the princes had to curry favor from the prince-electors while making moves aiming for the throne. However, if they killed each other, it would become a loss to the prince-electors. As a result of the assassination, the second son had a reputation for killing his brother and his authority was lost. There was no evidence of assassination, but it was generally believed that the eldest son's imperial guards retaliated against the second son's territory and crushed it, which was the work of the second son. Alfred stood up there and came into contact with the prince-elector. Did he feel that during the 7 years he had enough experience to join the political conflict? Or was it because the tax revenue from the provisional territory stabilized? Perhaps, it was because he got the minimum necessary financial power. As a result, Alfred borrowed money backed by the royal family territory as collateral while avoiding assassination from his second brother. He also used it as a bribe to the prince-electors. That way he got the votes in the election. It was an act of cutting down the royal family's property. So if the royal family was regarded as a household, his act could be said as an act of disloyalty. Angelica was of course indignant at it, but from Alfred's point of view, if he lost and the second son became king, he would be assassinated. He would die nonetheless. Alfred assassinated the second son and then his younger brother, the fourth son, after this coronation. There had been more than once assassination attempts, but she escaped with trouble. In a decade of struggle for the successor, Angelica invited a renowned scholar as her tutor to gain knowledge while she was still at a young age. While learning, she continued to devote her power to seizing her provisional territory, which she was in charge of without entrusting it to others. As a result, Angelica, at the young age of 18, had strong support from her territory. Even after Alfred became the king, it was difficult for him to take it with his power. She kept paying her attention in every corner of her castle, so she didn't have to worry about being poisoned as long as she was in the castle. If the assassin broke into her territory, she would know it immediately. By creating such a system, Angelica managed to protect herself. Angelica was sitting in a shabby chair and twisting her neck. In front of her there was only ash and charcoal in a wide area. 3 days ago, a huge fire broke out here and all the camps in the area were burned down. No one was trying to get rid of the burnout ruins, as this was a castle or town. It would become a plain field after a while. After all was over, there would only be a black burn mark left in the grassland. This was the base camp of the Catholic Papal States, which had little to do with the Tyrelmi godly empire. Of course, since they fought side by side on the battlefield, there was a sense of being in the same boat. However, since they had already won the decisive battle, it could be said that this damage had no effect on their country. She was interested in how the enemy was doing it. Did they use some kind of animal oil? Or will it ignite if you add something like olive oil? Fire attack has a very important meaning in the war. But oil isn't something so easy to ignite. It's sometimes used in defense battles at castles by covering enemy soldiers with boiled oil or shooting fire arrows, but there's no use for oil in field battles. The fire attack used the land environment such as grasslands, especially in the dry season, because it isn't something that people could actively sprinkle the ground with oil and burn it. Similar weapons include gunpowder balls or grenades. This is a porcelain container containing gunpowder and iron pieces with a fuse. Although it was actually used, it's quite inconvenient and unexpectedly difficult to use. Since it's basically a mere gunpowder ball, it's necessary to throw it into the enemy unit after igniting the fuse. First of all, there's a danger of being hit by a bow, crossbow, or gun that has a longer range than throwing by hand and falling. In addition, the fuse may be too short and it would explode in the air, or it may explode while in the hand. If there's a person sitting in the enemy's camp, it may be picked up and thrown back if the fuse was still long. Although it's a powerful weapon, there is no end to the shortcomings. The long ears used it, so in reality, there might have been such a weapon. But those who saw the turmoil thought something was falling continuously from the sky and the flames spread after that. All of them said the same thing. If it was a throwing gunpowder ball, it was strange to give such an expression. The expression that it exploded with a roaring sound was missing. Here in the Papal States' luggage loading area, after the long ears dropped something, it burned into gunpowder and exploded, which caused this situation. However, the gunpowder was stored separately at the joint loading side of the Peninsula Kingdom and the Flusha Kingdom, which was targeted before that, so the damage was minimal. Although the gunpowder was put in a barrel that was strong against water, the gunpowder was piled up outside the camp, which could get wet in the rain. It seemed that it was something that the Papal States people would do, but anyhow, if they used a big gunpowder ball, it would be strange to just burn it. It should explode first, then it burned. That should be the order. After all, it must have fallen something flammable that easily ignited. This was also a bit different from the testimony, but they might have thrown something like a lit torch that split in the air. You guys, did you come up with anything? Angelica asked the people around her without turning her face. She wasn't looking for a decent answer. She somehow just wanted to know the opinions of others. Angelica-sama. But there was a knight who raised her hand. Oi, Angelica, ah. Angelica glared at the knight. I've been saying this over and over again. Call me Angie. If you say something foolish, you know what you'll get. Angelica S. Sorry Angie-sama. The knight hurriedly rephrased. Angelica wanted to hold her head, wondering when would this name permeate. She had been saying this to her soldiers for 8 years, but they still didn't get it. The fact that she wanted her subordinates to call her Angie didn't mean that she wanted them to call the nickname casually. It was simply because she didn't like her pretty-sounding name Angelica. Her father Renich called her Angie and she liked that name too. It was shorter and easier to say and it felt firm to be called by that name. Angelica sounded feminine and weak. In other words, it meant that she should change the name whenever she liked it. She didn't make an unreasonable request to be called Lord or Master, but her nickname. She didn't have to worry to be called Angie. Of course, it wasn't possible to call it easily like the nickname, so it was necessary to give honorifics such as Sama or Her Majesty. However, the soldiers and servants who served her didn't want to call her Angie-sama or Her Majesty Angie because it felt like they would call her by her nickname. Therefore, in a place where there was no unrelated person, she would snap if people said, "What's wrong, Angelica-sama?" It's fine. Tell me, Angelica." Angelica allowed him to speak. "Yes, I thought of this when drinking yesterday, but I think they used alcohol." Angelica involuntarily leaked her voice. There was that method. Angelica still didn't enjoy drinking, but some of the strong-smelling distilled liquors burn easily when lit. They might use that, seemed likely. "Well done, that's highly likely." Angelica, "Yes, all right. Let's consider it when we go home." Angelica, that said, when she thought about it, she was skeptical. Aside from oil, even if the liquor contained alcohol, wasn't more than half of it water. She had seen people liquor sprinkled on a well-baked pot for cooking, but she wondered if it was like throwing a lit liquor bottle and burning it. By the way, is there any news about the long ears who escaped being caught? Angelica, when she asked that, "There's none. Lizard Rider hasn't returned yet." The answer came back from another knight. The Long Ears Eagle Rider who did this was made to crash by the Dragon Knight who had arrived specially this time. The Dragon Knight was a type of soldier owned by the countries in the Kakalulu region, which was originally a religion that was hostile to the Isis religion. In the world of Isis, the existence of the dragon itself was detested. However, they sometimes appeared even in the Isis countries. The Dragon Knight who came this time was the one who was on the losing side in the battle for the kingship of the intact Dragon Kingdom. He seemed to have been a kind of exile. She heard that he made a living in the Peninsula Kingdom by making his dragon like a show, but when he made a lot of money in the Papal States, he came to the north to work. That was good, but he shot down 2 eagles. One of the Long Ear riding on one of them was found dead. The other had escaped and was being pursued. The mysterious thing was that the Dragon Knight who escaped at the same time hadn't yet appeared. In the story, he was chasing another Long Ear for the prize money. It seemed that it was a logical course of action, but in Angelica's sense, it wasn't logical. Certainly, if he brought back 1 ear, he would be paid. But the Dragon Knight had already received a large amount of advance payment. Moreover, since he did a good job, he would get the rest of the money from the Papal States. Compared to that money, the money that he could get by bringing back the ear was nothing more than a change. With a lot of money he already had, he went into the forest just to get more money. Chasing the Long Ears with weapons, would it be logical? Assuming that the Long Ears had become half dead and half lived due to the impact of the fall, it was possible to kill with a little chasing. But if it was so, it was strange that the Dragon Knight hadn't come back for 3 days. Anyhow, the other Long Ears must have been engaged in the operation, and if he was caught, she should have been able to find out what this new weapon was. Let's ask the progress from the people who are involved in the search operation. Where is the person in charge? Angelica, then one of the knights who was the liaison between the camps, raised his hand. "I know that person, please follow me." Guided by the soldier, there was a commotion when Angelica arrived at the place. Someone seemed to have returned. There were about 10 people doing something strange. Angelica Sacrament, the royal family of the Tyrelmi godly empire, is here. What's with the commotion? Angelica stood at the front and said so. It seemed that the place was full of peasant soldiers. There was no one who could give a decent reply. They just looked back and forth. "Fine, move." Angelica, as she spoke loudly, the peasant soldiers were scattered, and at the place there was a knight lying on a cloth laid on the ground. At first look, she could see that the right leg was injured. A large scar had penetrated the instep, probably because he had stepped on a very large knife. The shoes weren't taken off, but a large amount of blood spilled from the shoes was wetting the pants. The wound didn't look like a fatal wound, but it seemed that the treatment wasn't done properly. In such a case, they should tie his knees, but it was actually tied. However, the blood didn't stop, probably because they did it wrong. Even the shoelaces should be tied a bit tighter. She wanted to say that it was tied loosely. Angelica wasn't confused when she saw such a knight. The treatments weren't good enough, but the wounded soldiers were all over the place. Even now, there were people dying when they were out of strength. However, it was strange that such a vividly wounded person appeared 3 days after the battle. "Oi, what's wrong?" Angelica, she called him out. "Yuyua." His eyes blanked out. You could tell at a glance that there was too much blood. "Oi, do the treatment." Angelica, when she gave instructions to his subordinates, about 3 men immediately came out and quickly tore the man's pants. They put a cloth on the back of the knee. They used the layered cloth as a cover and tied it tightly with a strong rope. Then they moved to take off his shoes. "Hey, tell me briefly what happened." Angelica ordered a peasant soldier in front of her. Roman 20 fell into a pit, and Roman 20, there was a knife. The peasants began to speak in the dialect of the southern part of the country, which was too difficult to hear, and Angelica couldn't hear half of it. A peasant was a peasant, but if he was an owner farmer, he was a good speaker, but some serfs weren't living a proper language-speaking life. Unlike owner farmers, who did everything by themselves, these people had only the experience of doing extremely simple tasks since they were born. So they couldn't do complicated jobs even if they were told to do it. In other words, they were incompetent beyond description. To those who had received the education of the royal family such as Angelica, it felt like they were another creature. Of course, not all of them were like that, and Angelica knew that some of them were capable. However, when sending them to the battlefield, it was a rational decision to select people that wouldn't contribute to the loss of human resources. If the bloody young men didn't volunteer, it was usually the most useless and incompetent people would be sent out. Perhaps this knight with a lot of bleeding also ordered them to stop the bleeding, but they couldn't understand what he was saying. Even if he told them tie my leg tightly to stop the bleeding, they couldn't do it properly. Angelica didn't know whether he would live or die, but she thought that he was unlucky. That is Roman 20. Enough. Angelica. When Angelica said so, the peasant soldiers stopped speaking and looked despondent. They felt guilty as if they did something wrong. Call me someone with a general position. Tell him that a royal family of another country is here so he will come. Angelica, I'm sorry that our soldiers seemed rude. After a while, a noble man came here. The lower abdomen was bulging, but he didn't look sloppy. Whether a woman on the battlefield was rare or a woman who was safe on the battlefield was rare. He was looking at Angelica with an amorous look. Excuse me, which camp are you? He asked. He thought that neither camp would understand anything from the household crest that was usually sewn on the cloak, but he didn't say it. Of course, the household crest sewn on Angelica's cloak was one of the most famous crests in the Isis world. If they were nobles, people could say that they were illiterate for now knowing it. I am Angelica Sacrament, a member of the royal family of the Tyromi godly empire. Angelica ho-ho. The middle-aged man patted his beard, and he didn't introduce himself. For him to ask the royal family about their identity and do not introduce himself was normally when asking someone else for their identity, they either gave their name first, or even if they asked first, they also introduced themselves after the other side gave their identity. So, what kind of position do you have? Angelica. Since he didn't speak at all, Angelica took the trouble to ask herself. That was why she hated people from the papal states. Perhaps the pride of serving the sacred homeland made them act so, or they usually looked down on other people, or even misunderstood that even low-level nobles had a superior position than other countries' royal family. The Tyromi royal family should be a subject to be respected for these people, because their origin of the god-protected empire was from the Holy Emperor. However, these people brought up the fact that there were 2 morganatic marriages along the origin, so they didn't put an effort to respect them. I'm Count Fermat Kazel, who is in charge of handling this matter. I'm the consul of the Mart city as well as the commander of the Volunteer Order of Chivalry. Fermat, it was a great title. In the papal states, the priests together with the pope were the pinnacle of the entire power of the country. However, operations such as tax collection and public order maintenance were outside their jurisdiction. The priests who were supposed to serve God couldn't collect taxes while wearing vestments, nor could they hold weapons. So people called consults were appointed and they acted on their behalf. Angelica also knew the knowledge of that field by reading it in a book. The consul could be a relative of a high-ranking priest, or a person who took in a high-ranking priest and handed a large amount of bribes. Although the Volunteer Order of Chivalry borrowed the name of the ancient god-protected empire's Order of Chivalry, it was actually just a private army organized by a feudal lord. In other words, it sounded exaggerating, but he was a nobleman who was entrusted with the Mart city and he was a count. There was no other meaning than that. I'd like to ask you a bit, but is this knight chasing the escaped long ears? Angelica, that's right, but it seems that he got terribly injured and ran away. Fermat, as she expected, he was the knight who was chasing the long ears. She wondered if he was caught in a trap set by the long ears or by an animal trap made by local hunters. So what happened to the dragon knight? Angelica, he hasn't returned yet. Fermat, in other words, there was no progress, that was all right. Then what about the long ears corpse? Angelica, as a side note, Angelica asked, isn't it inside a tent? Fermat, what do you mean? Angelica was skeptical. What does that mean? In the culture of the papal states, the corpse should be crucified and exposed if the long ear caused such damage. Angelica thought that he had already been crucified. She didn't have a hobby to go to see such executions, so she just didn't go to see it. It means exactly as it is. Fermat, the man replied with a thin smile. It was hard to guess. Why don't you crucify him? That's what your country always does. Angelica, the long ears, who killed Angelica's father Renich, were also crucified and left to rot. Renich had always said respect those who killed you on the battlefield, so their servants didn't intend to humiliate the corpses, but since there was interference from the papal states, their dead bodies were put to shame in front of the public. It wasn't that Angelica didn't hold a grudge against those who killed her father. Therefore, she wasn't particularly dissatisfied with that interference. However, this matter didn't fit into her mind. Ah, I see, we can't identify his face. When he fell to the ground, his face became, look here. Fermat, the man held his hand and made a gesture of putting his fist on his face. It seems that he hit a stone really hard. If we can't identify the face, it doesn't make sense to expose it. Fermat, Angelica didn't understand why there was no meaning to expose the dead body. She didn't understand the reason at all. She was wondering whether there was such a reason. To begin with, she had no hobby to be pleased seeing the corpse that was crucified and humiliated, so she couldn't understand their preference. Well, if they didn't know the face, it meant that they didn't know the person. Basically, they were like putting up a fake and executing it because they couldn't catch the real thing. Was there a possibility that they would doubt such a thing? Angelica, wait a sec. The corpse of course had a long ear, right? Angelica, it was cut out, but since it's a devil, it's probably decided for a long time. Fermat, what a fool, she wanted to utter it, but she managed to hold back. The right ear should be cut. Shouldn't the left ear remain? Angelica cutting off the pointed right ear as a substitute for the neck was considered a proof by the mercenaries with contracts of getting prize money based on the number of necks taken. It was a method used by some camps that offered special rewards in a similar way. However, only the right ear could be redeemed, and the left ear wasn't eligible for cashing. If that was allowed, there would be many people who cut both ears and cashed in for money. Now, is there anything else? Fermat, did you look properly? If there are no right or left ears and the face is crushed, it may be indistinguishable from a human corpse. Let me check the corpse. Angelica, when she said it, Fermat made a bitter face. He looked exactly like a merchant who had been told to show his account book. He couldn't think of lying over to the enemy, so it shouldn't be a bad thing, but it felt like he was reluctant to be caught for doing that kind of work. The damage is so bad to the point it's not proper to show to a lady. Fermat, he began to make incomprehensible excuses. Now every camp is overflowing with critically ill people and corpses. I walked this far without closing my eyes. That's not an acceptable reason. Angelica, it doesn't matter if you look at it. It's a particularly terrible corpse. Fermat, he started grumbling. It seemed that he was frustrated. If you can't show it, I will officially. Angelica, it was when Angelica said that. She heard a sound of plate armor rubbing from the side. Since she was focusing, she didn't notice it until someone came close to her. When she turned around in the direction of the sound, "It's nice to see you, Her Majesty Angelica." There was a youthful man with a delicate body. He was wearing a deep purple cloak and a splendid cloth with gold thread under it. The sound of the plate armor rubbing was the sound of the heavy steel armor put on by the Private Volunteer Order of Chivalry. The man himself didn't wear armor, but he had a saber-like sword on his waist. At a glimpse, the handle and the scabbard had a gorgeous design. It was proof that he didn't have a problem with money, and that was the clothes. According to the teaching of her father, Reniched, using heavy and soft gold for ball attires was useless and harmful in every sense, so she didn't envy him, but it did look beautiful. Sir Palazzo, it's been a long time. Angelica, this man was a knight named Epitaph Palazzo, the nephew of the Pope. For whatever reason, he didn't become a priest, but he followed the path of knighthood, and was appointed as the Lord of the Volunteer Order of Chivalry in this crusade. That position was a position directly appointed by the Pope, as the person in charge of the entire army of the Catholic Papal States when the Crusades and allied forces of the Isis religion were dispatched. In other words, this man was the general commander of the Papal State Army. In the crusade this time, the title of the general commander of the Papal State Army carried a heavy weight. He had a stronger influence than the person in charge of any country. He gave the honor of commanding the army to her foolish brother Alfred by considering the fact that he was the new king who had just risen to the throne. Angelica had met this man in the previous war council. In the War Council, Angelica proposed a new weapon for the fortress capture and was adopted in favor of Epitaph. It might be related to the fact that Epitaph, who was the general commander, was here. Since the new weapon was assembled locally, it would take about a week to complete. The siege of the fortress was over and they had to wait for it. Perhaps he finally came here to see the fire scene. So, what happened today? Epitaph asked with a smile that didn't have a hint of sarcasm. The face was so prepared that she was surprised when he smiled. "Ah yes, I'm investigating the arson of the case, but when I heard the story from Fermat Dono here, the corpse of the long ear found seemed to be suspicious." Angelica, ooh, I see, that's why you want to inspect it, yes? Epitaph, so have you been listening? Angelica, yes. Please excuse me. Epitaph, that is probably because of eavesdropping. No, it's just that I was talking loudly, so. Angelica, so you want to see the corpse of the enemy. Epitaph, that's right. Angelica, well then please guide her. Fermat Dono. Epitaph, what? Fermat, please guide her, I also want to see. Epitaph, but it is really unsightly, you know. Fermat again. Angelica wanted to sigh. It doesn't matter. Epitaph, if necessary I can do it myself. Fermat, do I have to say it twice? Epitaph, as Epitaph smiled thinly, Fermat froze and hardened. Why yes, I will guide you, please follow me. Fermat, all right. As expected, there is no way he can grumble when there's an opinion from the higher-ups. Angelica headed for a tent that was less than a minute walk away. When the curtain was opened, a bloody odor got into the nose. Angelica covered her nose with a handkerchief and entered the tent. The corpse laid on its back and it wasn't covered with cloth. The face was crushed and it seemed unlikely that it could be identified. As Fermat said, it didn't feel good to look at it. Epitaph was looking at the body with interest. Angelica also glanced at the corpse, which was lifted up and put on the table. Indeed, both ears were crushed. The tip of the left ear was missing, probably because it hit a sharp rock. However, the clothes he was wearing were certainly from a country of long ears. The equipment looked pretty good. Most of the long ears eagle riders were of the upper class, so it was natural that the armor was good and the quality remained good as well. However, I can't identify with this. Angelica said. To tell the truth, she thought that this body wasn't an eagle rider but the dragon rider, but she couldn't confirm. If both ears were crushed and the face couldn't be identified, she could suspect something, but she couldn't. It could be said that she highly doubted this because the Dragon Knight hadn't returned. The clothes were obviously the long ears, so they might have changed his clothes to disguise the corpse. If they took off the clothes and made it naked, there was a possibility that they could find new clues. However, that wasn't a confirmation. Don't you get it? Epitaph, what do you mean? Angelica, there are other ways to distinguish between devils and human other than the ears. Epitaph, she was about to let out a from her mouth. Is that so? I don't know that. Is that so? By all means, I don't know. Angelica, it's surprising that you don't have that knowledge. Angelica Dono. Well, I've known a lot because of my hobby. Epitaph, she didn't know what his hobby was, but she was interested in how to distinguish it. If it was a secret kind, there was no point in being told to go outside, but she wanted to know if possible. If possible, please tell me. Angelica, of course I don't mind. Epitaph, thank you. Angelica, yes. Let's get started now. Epitaph, good. Epitaph took off the long ear's armor first and exposed his skin. Chest hair was growing and the skin that wasn't covered with blood was somewhat brownish. Angelica didn't think that it was the long ear's body, but she had never really seen their people naked, so she couldn't say that this was evidence. Then when Epitaph took out his saber, he slowly brought the tip close to the belly of the long ear. He cut it in two so as to split the skin of his belly. He wiped his saber with a cloth and put it in the sheath. What the? Angelica frowned because it was so unusual. Epitaph then took off his leather gloves and rolled up his sleeves. Could it be? Angelica, Epitaph thrust his bare arm into the belly of the long ear. When she thought that she was getting used to the scene, he searched inside his stomach. Then he tore off one of the organs and pulled out his arm. A bright red arm dyed with fresh blood came out. Epitaph opened a water bottle and drained the blood attached to the organ as if nothing had happened. When he checked the shape of the raw organ, as expected, he is a human. The shape of the spleen is different between the devils and the humans. Epitaph, human spleen, he didn't say he would do that. It would be faster to tell if you compare it side by side with the devil's spleen. Orally, the devil's spleen is a bit bigger and slightly rounded in shape. Epitaph, ooh, Angelica felt physiological nausea from the scene of splitting the human belly and taking out the organs. He said that this is a hobby. Does he mean this? I don't understand. I think it was a bit too stimulating for a lady. I'm sorry for the lack of consideration. Epitaph put it on the belly like throwing away the organ as if it wasn't needed anymore, and he wiped his hand with a cloth. And no, I learned a lot. Angelica, you're welcome. Epitaph smiled and turned to Fermat. So, Fermat, Dono, I should have ordered you to be in charge of this matter, but Epitaph had a mask-like smile stuck on his face. Sorry. But Fermat had a pale face and was bowing while sweating. Now she could understand Fermat's fear of Epitaph. She thought that she had heard of his bloody reputation before. Are there any complaints? Epitaph, I know that the internal organs are different between the devils and the humans. Fermat, that's a poor excuse. Angelica Dono, who was here, first doubted the situation, and when I took off the cloth, she looked at the brown skin and seemed to become more doubtful. You undoubtedly concluded that this human is a devil, and because of that, the two devils are still ridiculing us and running away. Epitaph, that is, please forgive me, I'll do my best to pursue them. Fermat, she apologized with his head down. All right. All that left is for you to explain in the presence of God. Epitaph, Fermat, it was when Fermat raised his head to confirm the true meaning of Epitaph's words. Epitaph had the scabbard containing the saber in his right hand and struck Fermat's neck with his left hand. Goo. Fermat held his neck with his hand while making a voice that swallowed raw spit. However, from the neck torn by the sharp saber, there was a tremendous amount of fresh blood that couldn't be suppressed by hands. Gahewo, Fermat tried to talk as if trying to appeal something, but the blade seemed to have damaged the airway. The blood was mixed in and words couldn't come out. Yuga, Fermat, on the contrary, he used the air in the lungs to talk, but then he couldn't breathe. Every time he tried to inhale, he couldn't do it well because of the blood. Fermat collapsed from his knees. After a while, he became quiet as he fluttered on the floor. You don't have to kill him. Angelica, who got hit by the blood splatter, told him to protest. The nausea had subsided. You don't get it, Angelica Dono. Epitaph, what do you mean? Angelica, in that attack we lost half of our supplies. If you're smart, there's no way you won't understand how much we lost. The great devil who did so much had deceived us. In turn, they both continue to run away safely and make fool of our god. Epitaph, it seemed that the Papal States had put half of the provision in that one place. From Angelica's point of view, it was easier to manage, and it was certain that theft could be prevented, but she felt that they were just being lazy. Besides, his incompetence delayed a full-scale pursuit by 3 days. It's no longer different than betraying Isasama. At least our Papal States knights need to devote themselves to eradicating the devils. Epitaph, in other words, he is a traitor that needs to be given a death penalty, is it? Angelica, yes, that's it. Epitaph, is there such a foolish thing? Yes, it's true that it is considered as a breach of trust, but it doesn't make him a traitor. Is he saying that being incompetent is about belittling the faith? I see. I'm impressed with your wisdom. Angelica put a lid on the pot of inner heart and said things she didn't mean. As long as you understand. Epitaph, how are you going to track them? If you don't mind, my unit will take care of it. Angelica, that was the issue at hand. Angelica was investigating the geography around here in detail. Even though they had moved 3 days ahead, the long ears might be running away in the forest on foot. If her unit went on the main road with horses, there was a good chance that she would catch up. The other side was heading for the royal capital that hadn't fallen yet, so she only needed to go to appropriate places along the way. If she did so, it could be a favor to the Papal States. No, I will ask the Peninsula Kingdom to handle this matter. Epitaph, is that so? Angelica, the Peninsula Kingdom's supplies were also burned in that attack. Angelica was considered as an outsider in this matter, so she had no choice to back down if he said that he would let others do it. This time I will let people who don't wish for military gains to do this job. Epitaph, if he had such a grudge, she thought that he only needed to send a part of the military units of the Papal States. but in this case the unit would be deprived of the chance to plunder, and would receive the end of the bargain. In the case of the Peninsula Kingdom, they didn't care about the military gains. They were probably the most suitable people for this job. That may be the case. Well then, I'm going to return to my camp. Angelica, if she couldn't get the job, she didn't have to be in such a place anymore. Yes, well, I wish you good luck. Epitaph had an unchanging masked smile. Thank you, Angelica. Angelica left the bloody tent while remembering the chilly smile on his face. 4 days had passed since the day of the crash. In front of me, the forest was open and a road was running straight across. The road was an old industrial road, and stones cut out from rocky mountains that were now a fortress were exported through this road. When exporting verdant stones to Shiyalta or anywhere else, horse-drawn carriages were used to carry the stones from into the sea. Current location, however, since the quarrying of the verdant stones is still in operation for a bit, does that mean this road is still active? The road surface was naturally paved with verdant stones. I came out to the road and made sure that there was no traffic. There were only leaves on the road's surface. Oh, that's good. The forest that is cut off in a straight line from the great fortress to the sea by this cobblestone road. That means that once soldiers are placed here, there is no way to escape. If the net is closed because the 3 directions other than the sea will be filled with enemies, it will become a desperate situation like a bug get caught by a bug net. If that happened, I was going to break through during the night, but it would be a gruesome adventure. And if I pass through here safely, there's no such road until reform. It's the way of life of the villagers who live in the forest, so it's not a threat because I will just run endlessly. Plus, such a road isn't good for the inspection using the soldiers. And there's one more thing. It seems that Carol's identity hasn't been discovered yet. The understanding of that side is either there is a shanty of an unknown identity, who is probably a noble, or perhaps, if the camouflage was discovered, there are 2 people who are running away. However, it's not a blonde shanty woman running away. If they knew a blonde shanty was running away, they would spare no soldiers on the road and blockade the forest unless they are fools. That's because it's worth to do so. The act of keeping thousands of soldiers on the road and blocking the forest is a heavy burden on tens of thousands. It's not worth doing it if it's a worthless noble. However, if it's a high-value goal like Carol, the situation is completely different. I turned my back on the road. How was it, Carol? When I went deeper, Carol, who had left her back from a tree, asked uneasily. It's fine, it seems they aren't on lookout. Yuri, so are we moving? Carol, yes, honestly I really want to wait till night. Yuri, although the road isn't constantly monitored, there will be traffic. It's not a winding road, it's a straight line. Though they can see us in a distance. That's because it will be a waste to do nothing for the whole day. Yuri, it was a time when the sun had finally climbed. The possibility of being chased isn't zero, so it's still a waste to devote the entire afternoon to a break. If I were too relaxed because of no pursuit, the fortress will have already fallen by the time we reach reform. It could be surrounded and we couldn't enter. Yes, it may become something like that. All right, shall we? Carol stood up using her crutches dexterously. On the contrary, I crouched down and turned my back. Her chest fell on my back and she immediately put her hand around my neck. I took her feet and stood up in one go. Since I had been doing this over and over again in the last few days, it went pretty smoothly. Carol held her crutches in front of my chest and I started walking. After walking for 5 minutes, I could see the road ahead. Yuri, Carol muttered near my ear. There's something that makes a sound. Carol, I shuddered and stopped. I couldn't hear it at all, probably because I was walking with my loud breathing. When I stopped breathing and concentrated my ears, in addition to the heart beating due to fatigue, there was certainly an inorganic sound from a distance. Should I turn back? No, even if I turn back, they may be able to see my back if they are on foot. I'm afraid of that. I crouched down and slowly lowered Carol behind a hidden tree. By that time, the sound was already loud enough. It was the sound of horse hoofs stepping on the cobblestones. I could hear the characteristic sound of *paka****. The horse hoof isn't designed to walk on the cobblestones for a long time, so there's always a horseshoe. When iron and cobblestones collided and the thick fibrous hoof made a sound, it became such a sound. There was nothing else that could make such a sound. Don't talk, Yuri, don't make a fool of me. Carol, do you have to say that? However, it was really good that Carol noticed the sound. It would be a big deal if they could see us on the road. No, is it too early to decide that it's an enemy army to begin with? For some reason, it's possible that the enemy is taking time to advance from the battlefield, and it may be a friendly army that passes through. Then the situation will improve all at once. I just have to shout, "Oi, come out and help us." All the problems that are currently bothering me will be solved swiftly. Yuri, should I wait? The sound of the hoof approached. From the intermittent strumming sound, I could guess that there were more than one horse. Along with the sound of horses, I could also hear the rattling sound of wheels hitting the rough cobblestone. The sound became louder and louder, and I became more and more worried, probably because there were so many of them. Don't show your face, it would be burdensome if they could see your hair. Yuri, I spoke in a low voice. The golden color was too conspicuous in the forest. It might get attention just by looking through the shade of a tree. Got it, Carol, I'll observe. Yuri, after a while, when the sound came to the nearby road, I put half of my face out of the trunk and looked at the road for a moment. In sight, there was a procession of carriages and people that came into view. I immediately withdrew my head. It's different, it's enemy. The design of the clothes is clearly different from the shanty. It's Curran. Enemy, as I expected, things aren't so convenient. If it becomes like this, I have no choice but to wait for it to pass. However, in this situation are these people in the supply train, looking the direction they are heading from the port toward the great fortress. Then it's reasonable to think that the port has already fallen. I wonder if I can go home. In such a situation, pessimistic thinking deprived the ability to be active. Pessimism discouraged the willingness to move forward, and the brain burned calories just by fighting anxiety. Such meaningless energy consumption made the situation worse. Therefore, I was consciously trying to keep away from pessimistic thoughts. However, this place was completely ours until just a week ago. The enemy supply train was passing through here meant that it makes me want to cry. No, the fortress is a facility for this purpose. Isn't it pessimistic to think of that? I should be able to go through it. However, if I do so, I will be struck by a pincer attack from the group that comes out of the fortress and the group that comes from the rear. Of course, the supply line will also be cut off, so no one make that foolish action. So if they continue the siege by surrounding it with a large army so that people can't come out of the fortress, or perhaps they can bypass the fortress and advance the army first. But they would run out of army to hit the next goal. For example, reform/a fortress is a facility that is nuisance. Therefore, the enemy may not go beyond here until the fortress is captured. However, in reality, can I expect that to happen? When I was worried, there was a sound coming from the road suddenly. There was a hard sound. I think they are surprised. Carol's body, with whom I was hiding together, trembled loudly at her feet. I was also quite surprised. What? It was scary to put out the face while thinking so. Rather than the time of walking on the road leisurely, there are surely a growing vigilance since there are trouble this time. The meaning of a forest scenery which had nothing would change, the eyes would also change, and the number would increase as well. What should I do? With that in mind, a creaking sound was heard, and I felt like the carriage made a stop. Ouch, it fell down. I was the only one who could understand the voice. It was the Kura language, or rather the Teller language, so Carol shouldn't be able to understand it. Soon there was a light fluttering sound that was heard from the southern side. It didn't pull anything. It was a horse on which a person was riding. Then, did you drop it? What are you doing? There was a voice of a man with a rough tone, probably because he was a commander. Sorry, I've only heard the native Teller language spoken by Isa-sensei, which is different from Harold's. Compared to that of Isa-sensei, it was a lot more dialect and had a strange intonation, but it's not inaudible. Isa-sensei's Teller language is the most proper pronunciation spoken in Vaticanus, but since the Teller language spoken area is so wide, it maybe sound like a dialect if they leave the Papal States. Tuska quickly reloaded. Hey, I wonder what he dropped. Considering the loudness of the sound, it sounded like a heavy object. It didn't sound like a lot of apple-like fruit dropped, nor a wooden box full of heavy objects fell. I could hear the voice of someone struggling. What is that? It seems he's doing his best. It shouldn't be the case, but I feel like laughing. Oi, don't just stand there, help me out. That person is probably not saying it to the man on the horseback who was commanding him. Yes, that was the first reply I heard. It sounded dull with the impression of someone who wasn't focusing on the situation. Hey, hold it over there. HNNGHH. Goo. This is considerably. It seems that two people aren't enough to lift it. Although they are putting effort, they still can't lift it up. What kind of item, not that I know of, that can't be lifted by two adults? Is it a full liquor barrel or something? I didn't hear such a sound, and if it was a barrel that filled with heavy objects, wouldn't it break if dropped? What the? Can't you lift it up? I think you'll understand if you try it. It just stays still. That's somehow difficult. I wonder what they are going to do. I'm waiting for them to move on, but how long should I wait? If you can't lift with your arms, how did you load it in the port? That is, well, even a strong man put it on with a lever. So it's impossible to lift it with this weak arms. Tisk, useless. In that case, that guy should get off the horse and lift it up with 3 people. I think that thing's for other people, so they would probably promise not to say anything. Well, it's a matter of noble pride. Fine, just leave it. Is that alright? 1 is fine, however if you drop it next time I will cut your arm. Tie the hood tightly. Yes. After that they may only take 1 minute to do it right. There was a sound of tying a string, and when I heard the sound of waving the reins, the horseshoe started to pave the cobblestones again and the carriage went out. The stagnant supply train also moved again and began to make a rattling noise. I wonder what that is. After the sound was completely gone, I moved out first and checked the way. The tense hustle and bustle that I mentioned earlier had calmed down as if it was a dream. There was also no one here. I'm going to look. Yuri, when I said that in a whisper, Carol nodded. I carefully headed to the road and first made sure that no one was really there. There were no animals or people in the vicinity. I looked at the road surface to figure out what they had dropped. Then there was something that could be understood at a glance without looking at it too much. It was a stone. It was a big stone with the width of my shoulders. However, it wasn't a stone that could be found in the forest here. It was scrapped with a chisel or something, and it almost became a round sphere. Is the material granite? It has a completely different texture from sandstone and limestone, which can be broken by tapping with a hammer or something similar. Apparently at the end of their conversation, they pushed it away and the stone was rolling off the road and it was on the soil. The stone pavement where the stone dropped was broken, and I was able to see a rough cross-section that was different in quality from the weathered surface. Though it's not going to be easy to lift it up manually. Even I want to say don't be ridiculous if I were asked to do it. It's probably more than 150 kg. If 2 or 3 people lift it up at full strength, it's not impossible to lift it up, but the problem is its shape. Since it's spherical, it's hard to hold it. If one person slips his hand, somebody will probably get into an accident. The horse-riding noble might be unwilling to give up and push it to the side of the road, but that was a correct answer. I almost knew what this stone was for. I have no choice but to express my condolences to those who are in the great fortress. No, is it better to pray that some kind of accident will occur and the plan will not be feasible? Perhaps it is an experimental plan, so there's a high possibility that some catastrophe occurs to the accidental discharge. However, they are very tactful to prepare so much in a week after winning the battle. It must be a detailed and careful plan, even if they are enemies. I feel like praising them, considering the plan of those tactful people. Praying for an accident seems to have a little hope. Let's go back. This is something out of my reach. When I looked away, I entered the forest where Carol was waiting. A man named Willis, who was a member of the Peninsula Kingdom Temporary Expeditionary Brigade, was now walking in the forest far north. Wally's was a 28-year-old man this year and had no surname. The Peninsula Kingdom was an intense place after the war that ended 175 years ago. In the war, which lasted for about 50 years, half of the land was occupied by a pagan country, the intact Dragon Kingdom, and the southern region was ruled by pagans for 40 years. Even after the war ended, the bloodlines of the pagans remained, and of course they were forced to convert, but the traces of cultural mixing were still strong. Name Wally's, Japaneseler, was one of them. And if the pronunciation of the Arn language was used in the Kakalulu region, Wally's, Japaneseler, or Volly's, Japaneseler. However, Wally's himself didn't have such knowledge, so he didn't know the origin of his name. Wally's was born and had never been given the opportunity to learn. And he could only read a minimum number of works related to work. He didn't even have a surname. His parents, who were small farmers on a farm, named their third child Wally's in the name of a distant relative. When he grew up to a certain age, the need toward food became higher. Since it put pressure on household food expenses, he was given to a middleman. A middleman was a kind of slave trade who introduced a child to a place where there was a demand for labor and received a commission instead. They were the people who changed their title from slave trader after the legal slave hunting was banned in the country by the national law. Actually, there was no change in procedure of giving money to parents as the price of the child and receiving more money from the referrals. Plus, the child would be forced to work. Unlike real slaves, this labor was hard at a deadline. In the case of Wally's, he was hired by a lord as a miscellaneous worker in the mountain village and was forced to work for 10 years. He was sold by his parents at the age of 11, and when he finished his work at the age of 21, he had only one tattered everyday wear and a few bronze coins left. After that, he volunteered for a unit that happened to be recruiting troops and became a member of it. The unit that was recruiting young people at that time had the army fund. Food wasn't a problem. The sleeping place was secured, though it was poor, but overall it was just perfect. After spending almost 7 years there, Wally's learned how to handle swords, shields, spears, bows, and guns. However, since the gun required gunpowder for training, he had only fired a couple of times in reality. Therefore, the training was done exclusively with old-fashioned weapons. Then, a recruitment of Northern Crusade participation arrived. Even now and in the past, the Peninsula Kingdom wasn't interested in joining the Northern Crusade. The Peninsula Kingdom, which occupied the southernmost part of the Isis religion, wasn't so interested in managing the territory in the north. At one point, they refused to accept the convocation of the Crusade, but this indifference was blamed by the Papal States. After a dispute, a war broke out, the king's head fell, and the Lord of the Throne changed. After that, there was a time when a unit of 10,000 people was sent, but in this crusade they sent only 1,000 people. A unit of 1,000 people, just as a pretext. Because of this situation, the Peninsula Kingdom army, even if they sent troops to the north, didn't participate in active invasions like other armies, but usually exclusively protects the rear and defenses of the supply line. Therefore, there were few opportunities for soldiers to pillage, which was a source of income, and harvesting by looting couldn't be expected. However, instead of that, participants were given a special salary of 50% increase in addition to the regular salary. So to speak, the business trip fee was attached. Wally's was participating for that reason. However, now he was being hunted for a very troublesome job. It was a mountain hunt to catch the long ear that just escaped the other day. Wally's walked silently while stepping on the ground of humus mixed with dead branches. The leaves of the deciduous trees were thickly piled up. The soil that froze and melted repeatedly was moist and wet. When he stepped on it, the soil sunk slightly and let out the water it contained. In his hometown, the dry sea breeze passed well. So the soil of the quality that he had never seen, the gloomy weather and cold air made him depressed. A man named Arlie, who was from a hunter, was walking in front of him. Wally's was just walking with heavy equipment, but the man who was moving in front of him had light equipment. Instead, Arlie had to walk slowly while scrutinizing the ground. Wally's didn't know, but there were traces of people walking. After a while, Arlie stopped and turned around. When he caught up, Arlie said, "Let's take a break. It's still early." "Wally's, it's neither early nor late, I'm tired." Arlie, he used strange old words, but Arlie wasn't so old. He was sure that he was about to reach the age of 40. However, from the perspective of Wally's, Arlie was definitely older, so he didn't say anything. It's no good. You don't recognize the soil." "Arlie, what do you mean?" Wally's, if it's the soil of my hometown, I could tell that if they walk stealthily after a few hours. But with this soil, I'm not used to it. Arlie made an excuse. I wish there's at least a dog. Arlie, please be patient. If you kill the one who is running away, we will get a special reward. Wally's the noble said before departure that they would be rewarded with 2 gold coins if he killed him. The amount of 2 gold coins was a large amount of money that Wally's had never held. I don't get the money, you know. This is what the country is all about. Arlie, for the past few days while teaming up, Wally's learned while listening to the story, but it seemed that this man named Arlie had been imprisoned for false charges in the past. So for that reason, he was looked down by his society. It seemed that the reason why he quit to be a hunter and joined the army was because he couldn't stay in his hometown due to the false accusation. Wally's didn't know if it was actually a false accusation, and he wasn't interested in it, but that was why he didn't want to believe in the country. Arlie sat down on the spot without asking. To begin with, it's scary to chase a face-stripping man. It's nice to get gold coins, but if you're killed, you won't have any children. Wally's also heard the story. He didn't know why, but it seemed that the person they chased peeled off his face when he ran away. He imitated the Eastern barbarians that he had heard in the story. Those barbarians didn't know the culture. If he's an animal, he's a big man, has a deep foot. Arlie, if the person had a deep foot, it should be easy to find. Was it an excuse to rest because he wasn't familiar with the soil? If I feel that I can't get him, I would have to run away. Arlie, then I wouldn't get the money. Wally's didn't remember hearing about the rewards for running away without killing. Perhaps he couldn't get even a small amount of money just by looking at it and reporting it. He had to kill or catch that guy. Wally's, that's absurd. Arlie, when that was spoken, Wally's mind became dark. That's why I said do the work for the salary. If we don't make it to the meeting place, we will be in distress. Wally's, Arlie, did he wait long enough? Is it about time? Wally's, yes. Arlie stood up and started walking while looking at the ground again. They walked without conversation. Soon the trees became less crowded and somehow the width began to widen. It was about 10 steps away. After walking for a while, a stick extended from the shadow of the tree and stuck Arlie. Avoiding the thin metal plate of the helmet, Arlie, who was struck by the neck, collapsed as it was. Before understanding what had happened, a man with a black face appeared from the shade of a tree and reached Arlie's fallen body. Hick! Wally's, the appearance was as if an ancient demon who was said to live in the forest appeared. However, the demon didn't seem to be aware of him and was fishing for Arlie's fallen body. Is he trying to steal his belongings? Wally's decided to fight. It seemed that the enemy wasn't aware of him. He gently reached for his back and took a short bow. The experience of shooting a lot of arrows at the straw bundle during training allowed him to move smoothly without trembling even under such circumstances. He took the bow, took the arrow from the quiver, held it and pulled it. Jew as he aimed. Then as if the demon had suddenly noticed something, he looked at Wally's. The moment their eyes met, Wally's right hand was letting go of the strings. The unleashed arrow aimed at the torso, but it was slightly off and flew toward the demon's face. Even so, the power was sufficient and Wally's first felt the response to hit. However, the arrow didn't penetrate anyone. The arrow was grabbed. The demon shook his head violently and at the same time shook his arm at a speed that was unnoticeable, and the arrow was held by the demon's hand around the middle. The steel that should pierce the meat and bone remained floating without touching anything. The demon who grabbed the arrow looked at the arrow in his hand as if he was a bit surprised. He regained his disordered posture due to avoidance and threw the arrow casually. He pulled his sword out of the sheath and rushed toward Wally's with a speed like a beast. Wally's, it was clear that he couldn't afford to hold the second arrow and shoot it, so Wally's quickly abandoned the short bow. With that hand, he grabbed the handle of the sword that was hung on the waist and pulled it out. However, the movement wasn't refined. He had never repeatedly practiced the emergency action of throwing away his bow and pulling out the sword, and fear and impatience made the movement even more awkward. When the sword was pulled out, the demon was closing the distance of 10 steps to 1 step. Wally's put out his sword without having time to take a stance. However, the sword didn't catch the flesh, and instead a heavy impact struck his arm. A fist was struck on the arm holding the sword. The heavy impact on the forearm numbed the hand holding the sword. The sword that he was barely holding was also taken off his arm, and when his wrist was twisted, his fist opened and he fell to the ground. When his chest was kicked down as it was, he rolled to the ground. Then he had an idea in the mind. I can't beat this guy. In the first place, the fighting power was hopelessly different. To begin with, there is no way to fight and win against the existence that grabs the flying arrow and stops it. He's a monster. That's the end of my life. However, when the demon further kicked Wally's and had him face down, he tied his arms around his back tightly with a rope or something. The tied arm was pulled by force, and when he was raised, he was allowed to sit as it was. And he came out in front of Wally's and faced him. Something that Wally's thought was a forest demon was clearly human with black mud on his face. Now you know you. Why? TLN, the first U is Chinese letter / kaiden, which is used to address male equals or superior, and the other U is Japanese letter / ami. The man suddenly started speaking Wally's mother tongue. Ha! Wally's laughed unintentionally because he didn't understand the situation. Am I dreaming? Why does he speak our words? If this was the one we were chasing, wouldn't he speak that incomprehensible long-ear language? You got courage to laugh in this situation. Let me give you some good news. I'm not going to kill you right now. The bad news is that if you don't answer the question I'm about to ask or lie, it's better to die. In fact, if you don't speak to the end, you'll soon suffer and die. Why? The demons started talking in quick succession. In summary, it seemed that torture was about to begin. I've already tortured 3 guys like you already. I'll compare it with the information I got so I can tell if you lie. Also, if you speak honestly, you will not be injured. For example, you won't be crippled, have one eye or have no nose and have to spend your entire life hiding from others. If you want to live like a person in the future, talk fluently. I'm not going to torture you for half a day, so do that or I'll scoop your eyes. Why? Wally's looked behind the man. In other words, he turned his gaze to Arlie, but Arlie seemed to be lying down and didn't get up. If Arlie was alive, it would be possible to just get up and shoot from the back, but that was unlikely to be expected. And my first question, what's your name? Why? When that question was asked, the idea of not wanting to reveal his name to the man ran in Wally's head. At the same time, with the thought that he couldn't reveal his name, giving the name would make it easier to talk from now on. So the real name wasn't important, the reasoning was past. Carl missed Hopper. Wally's told a fake name. Then the man stood up quickly. He suddenly raised his leg up, aimed, and stepped down at Wally's foot. At the same time as the impact of being hit by a heavy hammer, a dull sound was heard along the bones. Severe pain ran through the leg. Ugh! Wally's. The moment he tried to scream, the man's fist slammed into Wally's cheek. In other words, he was beaten. Wally's body rolled down. Don't scream. Why? Tilde. Wally's. Although there was still severe pain in the broken leg, Wally's forcibly closed his mouth. When the head was trampled further and the helmet was taken off roughly, his hair was roughly grabbed and pulled as much as possible. From the state of lying on the ground, the upper body was forcibly raised and seated. Then their eyes met again. I know if you lie, are you as intelligent as a 3-year-old child? Or did you think I was a nice person who had compassion for the cockroaches and feces that had been aimed at my life? Why? The man who said that didn't show any kindness. It was the eyes of a beast that couldn't afford being kind. It was like a carnivorous beast that was hungry, cornered, and desperate. I'll ask again, what's your name? Why? Wally's. I'm Fingerlength Wally's. Wally's thought it would be unnatural if he didn't give a surname, so he immediately added a nickname. The Fingerlength was the nickname given to him during the labor era because the ring finger was as long as the middle finger. He was given the special nickname because there was a time when there was another man named Wally's at the same site. It wasn't a lie. I see. So you are Wally's. Why? Wally's heard that he thought about the guys he spoke earlier before telling his name. The name Carl Misthopper was just an idea, not someone from the expeditionary force. For example, if he called himself Arlie, the demon might have mistaken him for Arlie, but the name Carl Mist was bad. Next question, how many people are chasing me? Why? 1,000 people. Wally's replied honestly. Is that so, however? You are alone in 1,000 people. If 1,000 people are following my steps, you should be approaching from side to side as if you were squeezing the flour on the board. Why? Didn't you know 600 people are looking for something other than you? Our side only has 200 people. Wally's, the numbers don't match. That's 800 if you add them all. Where did the remaining 200 go? Why? They are looking on the other side of that fine road. You should know that much. Wally's, when it came to how many people there were, it was a matter that he should have already gotten if his companion spit it out first. It wasn't particularly complicated content, so to speak, it was common sense and basic information. That meant that the man in front of him was saying something like this in order to make him give more answers and confirm the discrepancy in the story after inquiring about his name. From Wally's point of view, there was also a suspicion. Rather than confirming the situation, he wanted that guy to release him quickly so he could feel relieved. So the group of 600 people is going straight to reform along the seaside. They are searching while plundering there. Your group of 200 people is more or less on the lookout in the nearby area. Why? That's right. Are you satisfied with this? Wally's, yes. Well, the story is the same. So are the large and small units coming to this side working closely together? Why? I don't know that. Wally's, he really didn't know. The matter whether the units were coordinating with each other was something that didn't make sense for a terminal soldier like Wally's to know. I see. Well, from the look of it, I guess you don't know because you're a low-rank soldier. Why? Shut up. It's none of your business. Wally's, next question. How are your organizational structure look like? Why? Organizational structure. Wally's, those were unfamiliar words. Is it a difficult term? The 1,000 people that you were talking about. Who is the commander? Who is the leader of the 200-man group you belong to? Who's your direct boss and how many people do he lead? Why? Didn't you ask the previous guy? Wally's, of course I heard that, but that may be a lie. So I want to hear from your mouth and verify it. Why? From Wally's point of view, he couldn't understand the never to hear and confirm such information 3 times. Is it that important? The commander is Prince Zaid Kamuri Samuri. Wally's, where is he now? Why? He is leading the 600-man unit. However, I don't know if he's actually leading the unit on site. That person is, I don't think he likes to go into the forest. Wally's, alright, next question. Who is the leader of the 200-man unit? Why? 200-man unit, it's the army of Count Drain who hires me is in charge of this. The leader is Pinok-sama. Wally's, then, who is your direct superior? Why? He is an old man called the Strong Gene. He's the leader of a 10-man unit. Wally's was talking fluently. Anyhow, if the matter had already came out of someone else's mouth, he wouldn't know who said it, so no one would blame him later. Your talk is getting smoother, then what's your mission? Why? What? I'm probably going after you. Wally's, me, hunting a remaining soldier of a defeated army. Why? I guess we're going after you guys because you burned our supply. Wally's, what did you say? Tell me more. Why? The man changed his complexion. You guys know best, aren't you? Wally's, the moment Wally's said that, the man's hand stretched out. The cheek was slammed with a flat hand. He felt his nose cut and nosebleed dripping. Ugh, Wally's, don't get carried away. Talk about the one you are chasing. Why? We're chasing the duo Eagle Riders who crashed. They set fire from the sky and crushed the Papal State's dignity. They are extremely in a bad mood. Aren't the two of you acting together? Wally's, what are you saying? I'm not riding an eagle. I mounted a bird that couldn't fly and I'm just an officer who came late to the battlefield. Why? A question mark swirled in Wally's head. Aren't these guys the ones they are chasing, or is it just defeated soldiers? Tusk, that's perfect. Why? And the demon was alone. Apparently Wally's reasoning was correct. Wally's himself was on the rear guard and didn't participate. However, if they were such a big battle, it wouldn't be strange if there was only one defeated soldier who escaped to the forest instead of the main road. Not just a person alone, it wouldn't be strange if there were 100 or 1,000 people in the forest. However, Wally's was chasing him by chance, but it was a skill that he shouldn't touch. About this, he could only say that he was out of luck. What a shame. Wally's couldn't help laughing when he thought of the humorous and miserable situation of the man in front of him. Shut up. Why? The man hit Wally's face again, but from the perspective of Wally's, it was certainly funny. Yes. Wally's, when he fell down on the ground again, he saw Arlie's body. Why was 10 steps away and still fell down. Oh, is that the old man? They're alive. Wally's spoke meekly as if asking for help. That was what he wanted to say. And if the old man was still alive, I'm going to finish him. Why? Why? Wally's, as expected, as far as he could see it, the man was cold-blooded. I don't have to kill him, so I tried to stop it with a hit, but I broke his neck. Just so you know, he will just suffer and die. I should make it easier for him now. Why? Then do it. Wally's, he said it easily. He felt that it was true for some reason. When it came to Arlie's life and death matter, it was better to be alive, but now it didn't matter if he was dead. Yes, that's all I want to hear. Thank you for your hard work. Why? When the man said that, he covered Wally's mouth with a cloth and tied it tightly behind his head. He wouldn't let Wally's make a loud voice. The rope on the back was unlike to be unraveled, and it wasn't possible to scream and call companions. His leg was broken. Wally's realized that if he was left there as it was, there wouldn't be a way to get help. Wally's protested with all his strength. However, the man no longer concerned about him, as if he had lost interest. He reached for Wally's luggage and robbed what was inside, and then he didn't look back. When he went to Arlie, he put the blade on the back of his neck to make him breathless. The corpse was turned on his back. The man cut a cross, said a prayer like a priest, and then took his luggage. When that was over, he disappeared into the forest. I'm back. Yuri, I called out. Carol was still sitting safely in the shadow of the tree in front of her. Yeah, Carol looked up at me with relieved and tired expressions, perhaps because she was so worried. Let's talk later. I'm going to walk a little bit more today. Yuri, with that said, I quickly arranged the luggage at the place I left behind. The luggage I stole earlier were the so-called backpack type, and regardless of how they were made, it seemed more convenient to use them for walking. I threw away some unnecessary things to cut down the excess luggage. Fortunately, they had a sword-type hand shovel, so I buried what I didn't need in a lightly dug hole and covered it with soil. Even so, I didn't think I could grab an arrow. Although it was a slow arrow with a slow initial velocity due to a poorly made short bow, I was scared myself. Humans could do ridiculous things when cornered. However, it hurt when the hangnail was stuck in the hand, so it was better to avoid it normally from the next time. It was an arrow that was enough to pierce through my cheeks even if I grabbed it. All right, shall we? Carol, I lowered the backpack to the front squeezed waistband and crouched down with my back turned to Carol. When the sun started to set, I put Carol at a suitable place. Let's have a big dinner. Yuri, the backpack was quite heavy, probably because they were planning a long march. Naturally, there were a lot of preserved foods inside. Until this morning, there was a slight feeling of hunger, but now the weight of the food became a burden. Why don't you make a fire? Carol, they have already caught up with me, so it's scary to light a fire. Yuri, the light of the bonfire can be seen from a distance. If the enemy and I were in the opposite position, and if the enemy found out that they were on a bonfire, they would call companions to surround us, wait for the night, and wrap us up. At that time, we would be sleeping on the spot where the bonfire was up. Carol might be awake, but it is impossible to break through the enclosure with Carol from that state anyway. Is that so? It can't be helped then. Carol was convinced without rebutting. It's painful that you can't taste the warmth of fire. Even a piece of bread with good smell can be eaten deliciously just by baking it lightly on the fire and reheating it again. Sorry, Yuri, it's fine, you don't have to apologize. Crawl, All right, Yuri, that's right, it feels strange to be sorry. Well, once you're done eating, let's go to sleep soon. Yuri, leaving that aside, you haven't told me the situation today yet. I haven't heard it, you know. Carol, that's right. Anyhow, I thought it was the first thing in order to gain distance, so I didn't talk about it. Although Carol was curious, she didn't ask me on the way, probably because she understood the situation. Am I going to talk while eating? Yuri, then I sat down on the wet ground, right next to Carol. For the time being, I spoke quietly. Well, I have time, so I'll talk from the beginning. First of all, I suddenly killed a person and there was another person, so I took him down. There were two of them. Yuri, I used the crutches that Carol now had. No matter how thin the spear was, its handle wasn't weak enough to break when it hit a person, and it could be used as a normal weapon. I see. Carol, it looks like he was still alive, so I talked to him. Yuri, so did he talk? Carol, yes, they seem to be chasing us with 1,000 people. Yuri, Carol was about to drop the bread she had for a moment. It must have been shocking information when I heard this. I felt like we were almost out of luck, but 600 of them are looking elsewhere. I think they are going straight to reform. It seems that they are exploring along the coastline. Yuri, I see. Carol, yes, we're heading to Nuka for the time being, but they don't know there's a reason to go there. It was a correct decision that we didn't go along the coastline. Yuri, the coastline of this country is complicated, but it isn't split like the fjord area on the inner side of the Shiyalta mountainous area. The trees are low along the coastline, so you can walk normally. The roads are well maintained, and it is many times easier to walk there than walk through the forest with overlapping trees. In fact, I had considered walking along the coastline to reach reform, but I didn't do so because it was dangerous. If I were alone, I would have definitely chosen that path because I was confident that I could walk faster than the enemy if I rushed. However, if I carry Carol on my back, I have to think about my actions on the premise that they can catch up. As a result, the decision was correct. If I had chosen that, we would have been run over by 600 people by this time. So, is it leaked to the other side? Carol, it seems that they didn't get deceived by the corpse that I made. Apparently, they are following our track. For the time being, I've leaked a convenient lie. Yuri, I don't know if that guy will survive. It would be best if he got picked up by someone with a commander position and make them believe in lies. And with the help of 2 people, it would be great if they could retract it backwards. Even so, the number of people decreased by 3 from 200 people. It might be because of the preconception. I think they're acting together. Yuri. That's because they are 2 people. Carol, that's right. They didn't think that you're injured and were acting with special circumstances. The fact that they don't know what's going on is that they can't predict what we're going to do. Even if the other side reasonably guesses, it doesn't match with our actual behavior. They think that this guy, which is me, is a big guy. Yuri, no effort is made here and the insights of their side are off the mark. I can't imagine me walking with a person on my back. Is that so? Carol didn't seem to be convinced. Well, it's fine, all the good things happen today, at least we don't have to worry about eating tomorrow. Yuri, bad information came in but nothing bad happened. I only knew the situation from the start. I have to lighten the mood even if I have to force it. Let's eat quickly and go to sleep. If there's no bonfire, you don't have to stay up either. Yuri, if people like the Queen's Sword who can act freely in the forest at night are chasing, it would be useless anyway. Plus, I want Carol to be careful during the day. After the meal, Carol and I put on oil paper separately under the same tree. Tonight, the darkness is very deep. The day before yesterday was a new moon, so today is a crescent moon. Is it dark? Without a bonfire, I feel like I'm really wrapped up at night, especially in the forest. Besides, it's cold. Even with a bonfire, it's completely different with it and without it. The cold soaked into the bones. Although it's particularly cold this winter, it is especially cold today. The painful foot loses its warmth as if it has frozen the fatigue as it is. I may not be able to sleep today. It feels like I can't sleep today, so will I be able to continue tomorrow? It still takes 3 or 4 days to get to the Nuka village. *Awuo it's a wolf howl. *swish there was a rubbing sound of paper next to me. It seems she still is not asleep. No, she's awake. Even I, who is exhausted, can't sleep. If you're worried about wolves, we will be fine. Yuri, yeah. Carol, the will go over there because I shed the blood when I killed that guy. Yuri, his neck bone was broken, so I put a blade in the back of his neck and then cut his carotid artery. Since his heart was beating, there was bleeding. The wolf that traces the smell will head there. No, it's cold. Carol, is that so? Yeah. Yuri, should I make a bonfire tomorrow, no matter how dangerous it will be? Can't you sleep if I get close to you? That's because it may be warmer that way. Carol, what? Why are you saying foolish things? That's what I think, however, I don't have any reason to deny. Even in winter mountains, when people are in distress, they stick together. Rather, I wonder why I didn't have that idea until now. I wonder if I am unconsciously not trying to think about it. Alright, that is if you don't mind it. Yuri, I don't mind. Carol, really? Yuri, then I'll go over there. Carol said it and started to move next to me. What are you trying to do? I can't see anything in the dark. I took off the poncho-shaped oil paper I was wearing. Although it was made quite large so that it could be worn and walked with luggage on its back, could 2 people fit in it? Carol groped and touched my shoulder. When I expected that she would stick side by side, she put her hand on my lap and turned to the front of me. Open your knees. Carol, yes. Yuri, with an empty mind, I opened the knees just like how I was sitting during the physical education lesson. Carol put her hands on both knees and let her body enter the gap. Her back suddenly hit my chest plate. I put on the oil paper. The large oil paper somehow covered the bodies of 2 people. Carol seemed to have taken off her oil paper. Her body was so cold that I couldn't feel the body temperature. I couldn't feel the warmth even if I held her in my chest. It might be because it was cold to the core of my body. When I grabbed Carol's hand, it was cold as if I was holding a cold steel. My hands, which I thought were cold, were still warmer. It may be because the air is dry, her hands were not only dry but also rough. However, if I hold her hands like this, it will get warmer soon. Phew, Carol breathed out as if she was comfortable. It's warm. I wish we had done this from the beginning. Carol, she held my hands tightly. Not good. Yuri, this is not good. Why do you not like it? Carol, it will be bad for your future husband. Yuri, heh. Carol laughed as if trying to hold her laughter at the same time. Future husband in this situation, is it? Heh. Carol, is it weird? Yuri, yes, don't worry about it. This is the basis of survival. Carol, you're right. However, I'm not a person like Buddha who refused worldly desires, and I'm feeling something in this kind of situation. It would be different if Carol is a big-sized woman with a bad smell, but now that my body smells terrible, her smell is a really good smell. Well, I'm exhausted today, so it's better to sleep now before my libido is activated. It's true, but it's better not to do this with a man. I know it's unavoidable in this situation. Yuri, I wouldn't do it if it wasn't you. I won't feel good anyway. Carol, shall we sleep? Yuri, I said it in desperation. Sure, Carol. Pinok Drain, the current Count of Drain, met his subordinates in the forest. The Drain County had a relatively rich and large area, and the Count household always had about 400 soldiers. Soldiers were rarely used in wars with neighboring nobles. But in most cases, he was dispatched at the request of upper nobles, such as upper dukes, and usually worked to maintain security in the territory. When he needed more troops, he could impose military service to further increase the troops and became an army of about 1,000 people, but he didn't do that this time. He recruited 400 soldiers and led 200 among them. They consisted of fixed numbers of a few knights in feudal contractual relationships and soldiers mixed with hoodlums. Hiring hoodlums in the territory could also be a display of permanent soldiers, and by gathering poor men who were likely to be criminals if left alone, they would be instructed to attack bandit organizations the moment they appeared. Such a method was adopted by many nobles because it was a wise rule method due to the change of the war background by the appearance of guns. Among them, Count Drain's army might have succeeded in training. While there were many nobles who remained as thugs in bandit organizations, Count Drain's army gradually created a mechanism to train the thugs through training little by little. They woke up and trained at regular time every morning, and they were allowed to have a moderate distraction at night, but they had to go to bed by midnight. In addition to such a regular life, if they were sometimes given praise and moderate pride, they would also act with some moderation. In that way, they had been steadily improving the training. It was also thanks to Prince Zaid's request that he was selected for the expedition to the Northern Crusade. If the routes were no different from bandits, they couldn't be left with the security of the supply. If not, they would steal the supply all at once, stealing bags of gold coins and killing the knights. Everything would be lost. The origin of the soldiers was only a matter of origin, and although such cases wouldn't disappear completely, it was within the permissible range in Count Drain's army. The army was divided into two units. Knight Sanya Mactony and Knight Kanker Willens led 100 soldiers each. Further below that there were 50-man, 20-man and 10-man soldiers. So, Pinok urged. I found 2 other villages here, but they were all burned. Sanya said. Pinok nodded and replied. The places where the 3 of them went to were villages which had already been burnt. However, it didn't mean that the Kurin burned it. Apparently the shanty burned it themselves. If they did this, the invaders would be in great trouble. That was because it was the most efficient way to get food for soldiers and horses in the invading area. Other than that, did you find the demon? Pinok, no, not even one. Sanya replied. What about you? Pinok urged Kanker. Both Kanker and Sanya led 100-man units and were in charge of half the search area. Yes. At least one of them is running away. Kanker, ooh. Pinok made a unique gesture. It was a gesture that wasn't suitable for a person who turned 35 this year, and when he heard an intriguing report, he looked displeased. It was a habit. But one of them seems to be very skillful. Kanker, is that man a demon? Pinok, no, it seems different according to the story I heard. Kanker, and that is, Pinok, the attacked person was saved. Kanker, ooh, Pinok was surprised because it felt strange. What did it mean for someone who was being in pursuit to keep the pursuit person alive? Actually, if he broke the legs so that the man couldn't walk on his own, they would need several people to care for them. For that reason, 2 people from Kanker's unit had undertaken the duty to take care of that man, and they were discharged from their regular service. However, Pinok didn't have such an understanding. The man was threatened with torture, got his leg broke instead of greeting. He was told that he would be alive if he spoke, and it seemed that he spoke easily. Kanker, while he is a demon, he's very faithful, is it? Pinok, in torture, it would be normal to promise not to kill if the tortured person spoke. However, whether the tortured person was killed or not would be another matter. It was such a verbal promise, and it wasn't always necessary to keep it. To keep a promise that wouldn't receive a backlash if anyone didn't keep it meant that the torturer might have a characteristic of abiding rules. That was what Pinok thought. I don't get it myself. According to him, the demon didn't know about the dragon or explosion on the supply. Kanker, Pinok, it seems that he is one of those who lost in the decisive battle and ran away. Kanker, really? Perhaps there are such people. Pinok, some people would enter the forest. When Pinok thought about it, it would be strange if the enemy didn't enter the forest. However, the demon is somehow having an unthinkable means of deceiving another. Kanker, ooh, Pinok, a leader of a 10-man unit and 3 soldiers have already been killed. Kanker, what did you say? Pinok, when they follow his footsteps, it seems that traps have been set up. The leader of the 10-man unit was killed like this. Kanker hit his belly with his forearm. When he stepped on a rope or something on the ground, a bent branch flew diagonally from below and, Kanker, did he get hit by the branch? Pinok, an arrow was tied on the branch. I took it from the soldier he killed. Kanker, Pinok distorted his face, imagining the scene. Ugh, did he die? Pinok, yes. Arrow with barbs stuck in his belly. Kanker, it's fine if he died. Pinok, the 10-man unit leader, wasn't given the knight status, but he was to be entrusted with the upsurge of hoodlums. It wasn't a shame if he wasn't a knight, and even on the way to the north, he could be considered as a person who died in the fight against the bandits who were aiming for the supply. But why does the demon do such a thing? Pinok, I don't know. That kind of trick, he should have already run away. There's no reason for him to walk nonchalantly. Kanker, that was the question. The Count Drain's army immediately rode their horse as soon as they were ordered. Perhaps it was decided to go ahead, start an investigation, and search the forest. However, thanks to the loss of 3 days until the order was issued, it caused a fatal delay in the initial action. If a person had 3 days, he could gain a considerable distance if he was a trained person. It had been 5 days since the decisive battle, but a person who was walking around like this these days was either he was injured, slow, or stupid person. It was strange for someone that competent to still remain in this place because his legs should be fine if he had training in the army. Is his leg injured? Pinnock, I don't think so. According to the victim, the distance of 10 steps was shortened in a blink of an eye. Kanker, certainly he's slow. Pinnock, maybe he is sick or maybe because he is hungry. Kanker, a demon could have a diarrhea. Pinnock threw that idea away because it didn't seem related. However, it's true that the demon has skills. What should we do? Kanker, what do you mean? Pinnock, should I follow him persistently? Kanker, when Pinnock looked at Kanker, it seemed that he wanted to overlook the demon. To tell the truth, the surviving foolish soldier exaggerated it. In addition, the death of one of the 10-man unit leaders spread the uneasiness among the soldiers. Furthermore, among the soldiers, the number of hunters who were accustomed to tracking the footsteps was limited. All 3 people who were killed were hunters, 2 of them whom died in the trap. Since they had to take the lead in searching for the footsteps, it would be natural that they would fall prey of the trap first. Even if they had no experience, they couldn't do pursuit work. Plus, it would be a slow task to walk in the dark forest looking for the slight dents carved in the black humus soil. In other words, the searchability of the unit was beginning to decline. Even so, it was of course possible to hit the thugs but to get the job done. However, after making some more sacrifices, it wasn't worth the effort to get a common demon. Even if they crushed his throat and made him a criminal, then the demon would be like a small fish that was injured and left behind. That would be enough. Besides, they heard that many of the demons were caught on the coastline. They didn't have to go out of their way to look around the forest and catch him at great expense and effort. Of course, pursue him. Pinnock's reply was ruthless. It's a job directly commissioned by Sir Palazzo of the Papal States. Also, Prince Aid's expectations are high. Can you spare 10 to 20 soldiers? Pinnock, however, as I said earlier, the demon is likely to be just a deserter. Kanker, I don't know how much I can believe. It's just a story from a soldier. Besides, even if it's not real and even if you don't catch him, it won't stand out either. That's because Sanya's unit is trying to find one of them. That's right. Pinnock, yes, Kanker, common people didn't bother to walk in the forest that was difficult to walk. In the previous battlefield, the reinforcements of Shiyalta were in charge of the palace firmly. The retreat was largely orderly and it didn't become a commotion like scattering spiderlings. Sanya's unit, which was in charge of half of the search range, didn't catch any of them and they didn't find anyone who was fleeing. They found only an old man who committed suicide in his home. If that's the case, I understand. Kanker, however, Pinnock's reason wasn't unjustified. Kanker nodded. Then do your best. Dismiss. Pinnock. Kanker rode his horse that day and returned to his troops. In a small campsite with only one patch tent, there were a few lean messengers and 2 50-man unit leader. Being lean meant that they were suitable for running long distances. It didn't mean that they were weakening. Usually a messenger required horsemanship to carry out missions safely, but it was useless in the forest. Instead, what was needed was physical strength to run through the forest. Therefore, Kanker selected people who were good at long-distance running and made them messengers. When Kanker arrived, everyone stood up from their chairs and gave a bow. Sit. Kanker, when he said that, everyone took a comfortable position. Some people sat in chairs. Pinnock-sama wants you to catch the long ear. Kanker, ugh. The one who let out the small voice that was hardly heard was one of the 50-man unit leaders. It had been discussed several times in the last few days, but in his opinion, the 2 long-ear targets had already gone out by the sea and hidden in the enemy royal capital. So the person in charge of searching for such a forest would deal with a job that required much effort but a little profit. In other words, it was a poor luck from the beginning. From Kanker's point of view, that wasn't always the case. However, he thought that it was a shame to come to such a conclusion, but he couldn't understand it. And if there were such a thought, it might be normal that he would tired to be ordered to catch them. Don't worry, I'll take direct command. Kanker, you can't catch them with an army with low morale. I will gather people who I can use among you. The rest, all you have to do is to take a break. Kanker, how many people? I need approximately 5 people. Of course, those who can track the footsteps should be given priority. The rest will continuously chase after them and I will chase him alone. Kanker, wake up, wake up. Carol, I woke up with a whisper in my ear. Carol, who was snuggling, was trying to wake me up with her face close in the poncho. Carol's face was illuminated by the moonlight. It seemed that it was still night. What's wrong? Yuri, I wanted to rub my eyes, but I was afraid to move. I smell something. Carol, smell. Yuri, speaking of smell, my body was quite dirty, so the smell should be terrible. It smells like a bonfire or something burnt. Carol, Yuri, that was it. The drowsiness suddenly disappeared. I used my nose to smell. However, I couldn't notice the smell other than the body smell of a lady. I don't smell it. I'll take this off at once. Yuri, yeah. Carol, when I took off the poncho, I stood up, left Carol, and used my nose again. As expected, I can't smell it. However, Carol's senses for the past few days was very sharp. It couldn't be said that she made a mistake. Do you smell it now? Yuri, no. But I did a while ago. Carol, if so, the wind direction may have changed a little. Aside from wildfires, if it smells like a bonfire, there is a possibility that it would deviate even if the wind direction changed a little. When did you smell it? Just a while ago? Yuri, yes, that's right. Carol, I immediately licked my thumb with my tongue. I checked the wind direction. Even if it deviated a little, if the other side was burning a fire, it might be possible to find it by going upwind. Well then, Yuri, I'm going to check for a bit. Something in my heart tingled when I tried to say it, so I stopped saying it. The wind was blowing from the direction I was walking with Carol on my back today. If the enemy is chasing my footsteps, going there silently will result in double footsteps in the reverse order. Intuitively, I thought it was bad. If the enemy resumes pursuit tomorrow morning and sees the double footprints continuing to the camp, they naturally think the target was watching us last night. If I do so, they would find out that I am in a nearby palace, and the vigilance will increase. Of course, if it's about 2 people, I would choose to ambush and get rid of them at night. If they are sleeping, I can kill them without any resistance. Then there won't be any footprints. However, in some cases, there is a possibility about 50 people are gathering and sleeping. In that case, it's impossible for me to kill them alone. Then I will give a hint to the enemy. In this situation, one mistake can be fatal. However, I have no other options but to see it. I'm going to wait for a bit. Yuri, when I squinted my eyes were still working as it was in the night, probably thanks to the moon phase that came after the new moon. I could see my feet. I jumped lightly and put my foot on the protruded root of a tree. I repeated it 5 to 6 times without leaving a footprint about 10 meters. After that, I started going upwind. I walked about 200 meters. The smell of the bonfire became so strong that I could clearly smell it in my nose. It seemed that it wasn't a mistake. I walked a little less than 100 meters and saw the light. When I looked at the light, I couldn't see the darkness, so I proceeded with caution. As I approached very close, I hid in the shadow of a tree and listened carefully. Many people were lying down in an open space. When I counted quickly, there were 12 people. As expected, they were the Kurin soldiers. One sentinel was standing, the other was on a bonfire. The rest were lying around the fire. Each of them was in a sleeping bag shaped like an envelope. I grasped the bow I brought again. The sentinel was wearing armor, but it was a half armor that looked like the chest and belly covered with sheet metal. In addition, since he was showing his back, he could be defeated by shooting with a bow. However, the other person, who was up and was at the bonfire, wore so-called plate armor of full body armor. It wasn't made by the wonderful decoration and technique that the royal noble wore, but rather it was made by cutting and pasting a thin gold plate with snip. Moreover, it looked like it rusted in some places, but there was no doubt that the armor still covered the whole body. Well, when thinking normally, I wonder if he is the commander of the unit. It would be different if I used a decent strong bow and a steel arrowhead, but with the short bow I have and a half-blunt arrowhead, it seems unlikely that it could penetrate the armor. Of course, if he takes off the helmet, that may be possible, but I don't have the skill to aim for his head. It would be possible to confuse the commander by killing him, but that would be 9 out of 10 chances. Actually, even if I aim at the head, it would be 10% of chance to hit his head. Of course, it's right to try even with a 10% probability when there's no risk. However, it's actually full of risk. I'm confident that I could escape, but if I do it, I would give information to the enemy. Information that I am in the immediate vicinity and they are already catching up. It isn't wise to touch these guys now. I shouldn't do anything from the beginning if it's going to bring unnecessary trouble to myself. I pulled out my face. Then in the dim light, I took out the clock and watched the time using the light of the bonfire that reached slightly. It was 9 p.m. It was a good time to sleep after eating. But in this situation, it was unlikely that everyone, including the sentry, would sleep. Shall I go back? I left the place without making a sound, just like when I came. Ha tilde. Yuri, after walking for a while, I sighed loudly. I was dizzy even though I wasn't anemic. I feel like my stomach is tight. They are just where I went in the daytime. I thought I could still walk for a moment and spend the night here. It's a place where they can overlook. In other words, they were clearly following my feet. And even if I can make a night attack at the right time, I can't annihilate them. Another condition is added. With Carol on my back, I'm slower than them and they will definitely catch up tomorrow, or even if I'm lucky, the morning after tomorrow. Then it's over, that's it. It's difficult, however I can't die. I used to think that it would be a good idea to die in remorse if I couldn't help it, but now I can't do it. My life and death overlapped with that of Carol. I can't die and I can't lose, however I lose. We have already been hard-pressed. There's no way to carry Carol on my back without stepping on the soil. I can barely walk with her on my back and I can't move while leaping on the roots of a tree like I did earlier. So it's not possible to erase the footprint when there are 2 of us. When my consciousness came to an end, I felt like I heard the footsteps of death. The pulse of the heart became faster, the breathing became rough, the nerves were disturbed, and the hands began to tremble. No, I can't think of that, I can't be afraid, I can't give up and throw everything. There's a possibility at any time, there's no encirclement without a hole, it's something that humans do. Like me, the other person is also a person who makes mistakes. It's not fighting a godlike being who never makes mistakes. There's always an option to overturn the situation. The question is, do I have the ability to discover it? And am I capable of doing it? Above all, I can't give up just because there's a small possibility. When I was alone, I always gave up. My life wasn't worth the effort, it was something that could be easily abandoned and given up at any time. However, now it's tied to Carol's fate. Even if there's no possibility, there's no choice but to do it. That is until my heart's torn. Carol, when I got back to Carol, I saw a slight movement. It's me, Yuri. When I said that, I felt the tension had eased. She probably thought it was an enemy. How was it? Carol, I was there. There were 12 people camping on the very road we took today. Yuri, is that so? Carol, it was a plain reply. Then it's over. Tomorrow it will. Carol, nothing is over yet, nothing. Yuri, really, is there any plan? Carol, yes. I thought about it while I was coming back. Yuri, can you tell me? Carol, should I tell her? Well, it's probably fine. If I don't tell her at all, she'll be worried. Anxiety is a serious problem. In this case, you may be pessimistic and develop to a level where it can strangle your neck. It's not a matter of reassuring a child who is away from home. Yeah, simply put, I realized that we were being cornered because of our weaknesses. We're slow, Yuri, yeah, you're right. Carol, she thought that it was her fault, her voice was somehow fragile. If we're fighting the enemy, we need to sort out that point at once. If we expose our weaknesses and fight them, it's natural to lose. Yuri, yeah, Carol, and when I think about it, I realize that the enemy has the same weaknesses, that's for sure. Yuri, is that so? Carol, yes. Therefore, I'm going to eliminate this weakness and exploit the opponent's weakness. I'll do what the other side dislikes. Yuri, understood. Carol, what do you mean by that? You're leaving me to fight them. Carol, ah, this girl is very sharp. Since the crash, I'm not only carrying her on my back, but I've been fighting desperately. Let me tell you this, it's all thanks to your nose. Discovering the enemy from here insanely helps. It's like I was saved because of you. I'm not saying it as a mere consolation, all right. Yuri, without today's discovery, we would be caught up by tomorrow. Then it would be over. It's fine. Carol, what is fine? Yuri, it's because I'm a burden. Carol, burden is it? I do what I want to do. It's not something you have to worry about. Yuri, that's not it. It's my fault. Carol, I told you many times. It wasn't. Yuri, no, you asterisk sniff asterisk. Carol, something is wrong. Asterisk sniff asterisk asterisk sniff asterisk. Carol, it's a tearful voice. Are you crying? Then I started to hear the sound of her doing something. It looked faint, but it seemed that she was hitting her leg. Oi, stop it. What is wrong with you? Yuri, I said it without understanding her reason. If this leg moves, Carol, you're injured, so it can't be helped. Oi, Yuri, I crouched and grabbed Carol's arm in the dark. I thought it would be a problem if we were exposed. Then Carol relaxed without resisting. If this leg moves, we could have fought together, Carol said as if she was trying to squeeze her voice. I understand that feeling. It would be painful for me if the position was reversed. If I couldn't demonstrate the fighting techniques I had learned so far, I would only be protected by Carol. However, I don't feel that Carol is a burden. If she was a waste that didn't feel worth protecting, she would have been a burden. However, in reality, I don't feel that way now. That's right, but I don't think it's bad. Yuri, what is it? Carol, I'm risking my life, but it feels good to give my life to protect you. I'm surprised myself. Yuri, Carol, I hope this will make you feel better. Well, it would be nice if she could feel relieved. Anyhow, I'll talk about it later. I have a lot of work to do tonight. We need to move from here immediately. Yuri, by the time I finished my work and returned to Carol, the night had already dawned. Yuri, Carol, who raised her face, seemed to tremble in the cold. I kept walking so my body was warm, but Carol was spending the night exposed to the wind without a bonfire. I didn't think she slept. I dropped the load I had with me. It wasn't baggage necessary for sleeping, but a baggage carried as a mere weight. If I left both Carol and luggage, my weight would be less than half, so I thought that footprints would be unnatural, so I carried it on my back. Did something happen? Carol, yes. About 30 minutes ago, there was a shout. Yuri, is that so? Carol, I was surprised at how impressed I was. We're accepting the facts. My hands are no longer shaking. There's no sign of trembling, no drowsiness, and the physical strength was moderately lacking. Excessive tension makes nerves hypersensitive and loses muscle control. The hands trembled because the nerves are invaded by excitatory substances and the muscles move freely. In such a state, raw power may come out, but the delicate movement will be lost. Now that's not the case. The body moves freely as I thought. I don't know if it was because I made up my mind, but I'm good. I'm sorry, but I have to borrow your dagger. Yuri, all right. Carol, in exchange, I'll give this knife to you. Yuri, I gave Carol the knife I used to cook. The blade length was short and it wasn't a much sharpened knife, but it would be enough to the extent that self-harm was possible in the case of emergency. Yuri, Carol looked back at me in doubt, staring at me silently. She tried to say something, but she couldn't see you. Yuri, in the end, I couldn't think of anything to say, leaving only short words and waved lightly. Yeah, good luck. Carol, I walked away without reply. From Carol, I walked a bit away while hiding my footprints, and I arrived at the place where we slept yesterday. Yesterday, I carried Carol from here, moved in a different direction, and left Carol. Then, with a handmade torch in one hand, I carefully erased the footprints by hand and returned to the original place. Then I walked to the depths of the forest again. They would find the place where we slept last night. They should know that we took a break there and slept. If there were no footprints left from there, they would find traces of erasing. However, the footprints which remained clearly extended further from the traces of the camping. If so, there would be no doubt. In reality, a lot of footprints seemed to be heading towards where I walked last night. If not, Carol wouldn't be safe either. And last night, I thought it would be an alternative to the alarm, so I set a trap there. When I approached secretly, there were traces of being caught in the trap. First, a thin twisted string was tied between trees at the height of a snare. The string was strode over. Whether the victim was in a hurry or was afraid to get his leg caught and activated the trap, the string remained uncut. However, this string was really just strode sideways, and even if it hooked the foot, they would just fall. The main target was the holes over there. After digging lightly with a shovel, an arrowhead was erected, and if they stepped on the hole where dead leaves were placed, the arrowhead would pierce into the sole of the feet. The first step of striding the rope was supposed to be the weight, so the rope was supposed to be extra tight. The two holes that I dug were clearly traced on one side, and the fresh blood was bleeding into the soil. After stepping on it, it seemed that he fell down on the spot and hit it hard, and there were signs that the ground was messed up. The other hole was lightly dug up and the arrowhead was removed, probably because it was detected before stepping on it. Well, it would be too stupid to step on both of them. The reason for making two holes was that one hole couldn't cover both the case of striding with the right foot and the case of striding with the left foot. Therefore, I expected that one of them wouldn't hit. The arrowhead that didn't stab them was thrown around and disposed of, but I couldn't find it. However, the other arrowhead was covered with fresh blood and fell to the nearby ground. I wiped it lightly with a rag and put it in a storage case. Incidentally, I also collected the strings. Looking at the footsteps again, it seemed that the bleeding was stopped hurriedly, and the injured person was walking with another person. Even if they tried to stop the bleeding, they probably just tied the leg tightly. It didn't seem to be perfect since there were traces of blood-made footprints like stamps. Following that blood trails, I went further. After walking a few hundred meters, there was a person there. He followed with his injured leg for a while, but I thought that he was left behind. A man was sitting with his back against a tree. Blood was bleeding from the right foot, creating a blood clot on the ground. Even with tight sutures, it was quite impossible to walk on the road with an arrow wound on the sole of the foot. It was even more unreasonable to just tie it up. For humans, if even 1 liter of blood flows out, blood pressure would drop considerably. If you bleed as much as 2 liters, you will die. If you walk with the foot where the wound is open, there would be much blood flowing out soon. Although he wasn't dead, his consciousness should be considerably hazy. The complexion was also very bad. Did they leave you? Yuri, I approached him while talking in the Kura language. The man raised his face and looked at me. I hid my ears and wore the clothes I stole from the dragon rider. Although the design was different, the clothes were from the same Kuran, so they wouldn't look as different as those from Shiyalta. Since it was a collection of a wide variety of army attire, he shouldn't feel suspicious. If he felt it, it was probably because he was too young. The man, who was in a dire situation, looked at me with his face shining as if he had no doubt. He was an adult who was probably in his 30s. The beard was growing a lot. "Oh, sorry, but help me." "All right, that's my duty." Yuri, when I answered, the man looked down again. I approached the man. I pulled out the dagger out of the sheath. "Oi, are you all right? Look me in the eye." Yuri, and said it. The moment the man raised his face, I inserted the blade into his throat. The sharpened blade of the excellent dagger pierced the man's throat with almost no resistance. Ugh, ugh, ha. The blade inserted sideways to block the airway. It would be a problem if he shouted. There was still a good chance that the others were still within the reach of a loud voice. The man touched the handle of the sword, however, he couldn't pull it out. That was because I was holding the handle with my free left hand so that he couldn't pull out the sword. When he found out that the sword couldn't be pulled out, the man grabbed my arm and resisted as hard as he could, but he seemed to have no strength, probably because he was suffering from blood loss to begin with. While doing so, the struggling disappeared and he completely stopped breathing. Then, I waited for another 10 seconds before pulling out the dagger. Even after the heart stopped, blood overflowed from the hole where the dagger was pulled out, probably because it had accumulated in the throat. However, it didn't blow up like a fountain. There was a problem in fighting with clothes that were sticky with blood, and it looked like thick leather. Although it had made me feel difficult, I couldn't afford to think about how the enemy died. That was the correct answer. I felt a bit sick looking at the dead body, but I immediately went to the man's belongings. First was the sword. I was more familiar with daggers, but I might want to use this. As I thought so, I pulled out the sword from the sheath. It was a double-edged straight sword. Except for the short length, it was an ordinary sword with no features in thickness and length. If I had to classify it, it should be a short sword. I had been trained in using warped daggers, so I was used to double-edged straight swords. I almost lost interest, but I tried to bend the sword using the ground to see how much it was. It didn't bend at all. The squeaky feel of the layering the blade of the cutter knife hit my arm. The sword that had been burned until it became red hot was dropped into the water in winter. It pulled up as it was and sharpened lightly. That was the mechanism to produce the sword. Something like this, even a single blow of a sturdy spear would snap it like a dead branch. I didn't expect much, but I didn't think I would use the sword for anything. I looked for other luggage. In addition to food, a pouch-like bag wrapped around the belly came out with gun tools for some reason. The man didn't have a gun, and as far as I could see, there was none in the nearby area. The pouch contained a bag filled with lead beads and separate gunpowder. On the rope flint, the fire was still smoldering. Lead beads would be heated, melted, and made into a bullet. The tool for making lead beads into a bullet simply shaped like a teiyaki. Instead of teiyaki, the cavity would be used to make a round bullet. The size isn't so big. It's generally a palm-sized tool. The caliber of the gun was fixed by a common standard, such as how many millimeters, so even if they bring 10,000 pre-made bullets and distribute to each soldier, the bullets may not enter the gun cavity and it may be small to use. Therefore, the gun comes with a set of equipment that has the same caliber in advance, and the soldiers are given lead beads, and each bullet is made by melting lead. Lead melts at a temperature of a little over 300 degrees Celsius, so a bonfire is sufficient enough as a heat source. They hold a small egg-like tool over fire, melt the lead beads, and pour it into the teiyaki-like machine to complete the bullet. Bullet mold, the man had lead grains, but he didn't have the essential teiyaki-like tool. That one is always treated as a set with a matchlock gun, so I guess they collected it. Bullet, soapstone, the fuselage, lead beads, and gunpowder aren't needed. Based on that, they probably have enough. The enemy has at least 2 guns. For a moment, I felt that my heart became heavy. I immediately got rid of that feeling. It wasn't the case when it was dark. If you think about it, you can think that this guy is an archer because he has such tools. Even if someone has a gun because somebody passes to him, the guy won't be a gunner like the original owner. Anyhow, I got the gunpowder. Can I use it somehow? Gunpowder can only be used for guns. Even if you just burn a handful of gunpowder, it emits enough heat to cause burn if it's exposed to the skin at close range. Even if you just burn it, it can be a deceptive means. Let's think for a moment. I spent about 5 minutes thinking. As I thought, when I got the man's luggage again, there was something in good condition. It was a copper plate. It was roughly polished since it was full of scratches, and there was even copper rust. When going for an expedition, a ceramic plate will break, and a wooden plate is too thick and bulky, though a thin copper plate may be useful. With this, it seems that something with some uses can be made. I walked a little in the surrounding forest and searched for a large rock. When I walked a little, a rock about the size of a human head was found on the ground. The sword that the man had, which I gave up using it, was put on the rock. I searched for another stone that would fit in one hand and hit the sword with it. The sword, sandwiched between the rocks, broke in 2 easily. Several pieces of debris flew vigorously. Now, I realized that it was dangerous. It would be difficult if the debris got into the eyes, and it seems it's going to hurt if it pierces clothes. I went back to the man's corpse. I was reluctant to take off his clothes. I recovered the bag he was carrying, threw away all the contents, and thrust his sword instead. Since it was made by a durable cloth, it wouldn't penetrate and scatter. I returned to the rock, wrapped my hands with a rag, and continued working. Pang pang I smashed the sword. When it was almost over, I wrapped it in a bag full of holes and brought it back. I returned to the corpse. I used the broken sword handle and made a straight line groove on the copper plate. I repeated it several times to deepen the groove. Then, I lined up the sword pieces. I took out a small amount of gunpowder from the gunpowder bag, sprinkled the gunpowder on the rag, and inserted it into the gunpowder bag as a fuse. I put it in the middle of the plate. Then I noticed it suddenly. Let's add the lead beads. It might look like a shotgun. I tried to put in a handful of lead beads, and then I stopped to think for a moment. I should keep a little. If the mass becomes too large, the force will be dispersed too much and it may stop at the skin instead of the flesh. It makes no sense to go for that outcome. Finally, the copper plate was bent by force along the cut and folded across the fuse to make a copper plate sandwich of gunpowder, iron pieces, and lead beads. The power of such explosives increased when the container was strong to some extent. That took a long time. It would be nice if it was worth the time. If I don't hurry up, during the night I went to this road I had gone earlier. Then I made a simple trap, took a roundabout route, and returned to Carol in a circular motion. Of course, if I returned straight to Carol, the pursuit would end up at Carol. So I walked to a suitable distance. I carefully stepped on my footprint while illuminating my feet with a torch. I turned back to walk backwards. Technique used by wild animals to hide the position of their nest from predators, called backtrekking. After a distance of less than 100 meters, I was really tired and went off to the side of the road. In other words, I didn't return in the form of the O alphabet but returned in the form of P. I had already passed the deviated point. To put it simply, there were only a little less than 100 meters left. Their footprints told me that they didn't notice my backtracking and they went further. At the very end, I could see a human back in the gap between the trees. The enemy had already arrived at the end point. My footprints were cut off, so it seemed that they were searching nearby. I quickly hid myself on the spot and observed them. Now, the number of enemies has decreased by 1 to 11. I am hiding behind a tree and can't see everyone, so it looks like they were a group of 10 people in total. It seems that they aren't acting separately. Right now, it seems that they have put all non-armed luggage on the last stop and are moving to search. One of them was heavily armed with plate armor instead of having his subordinates carry his luggage. It looked good because he stood up. Even if there are 11 people, I can use the handmade bomb. There was a time I was thinking so. 11 people seemed to be exploring rather than moving, and they were a bit spread out. They weren't crowded. They were spreading a bit in a place about 7 meters in diameter, and they were searching for footprints. It was a troublesome situation. If they are spread out, even if I throw a bomb, it would be nice if I could kill 2 people with the maximum effect. I don't know if I do it in the plain, but trees and undergrowth are obstacles. On the other hand, if they are separated more than 10 meters apart, it seems possible to defeat each of them, but with this level of separateness, even if an arrow pierced one of them, they would immediately notice it as he would scream. Then everyone would attack. It's exquisitely troublesome. What should I do? Should I think for another 2 to 3 minutes? I don't know how capable the opponents are, but the basic tactic would be to surround me first. If they follow me all at once, they can be subjected to the bomb, but that's also difficult. I can't read the time from ignition to explosion. It would be good if it takes 5 seconds like a grenade, but it's not. Since I'm using a fuse, I don't think it will trigger immediately, but I don't know how many seconds it will take. Well, do I have to use the tactic of hit and run away? If it doesn't work, I can just run away. I started walking in a natural way as much as possible. As I walked briskly with small steps, I could see the back of the enemies. Even if I go in when I'm likely to be noticed, I can't appear scared. It's important to be imposing. It's frustrating that I had to put the bow and arrows on my back. If I give up the bomb and aim from a distance, I may fatally injure 2 people. However, there are 11 enemies. A middle-aged man at the rear who was looking at the ground noticed me and raised his head. He had a face like he saw something strange. Of course, I had a cloth wrapped around my head, so he didn't know that I was a shanty. Oh, I've finally caught up. You guys are chasing the demon, right? Yuri, yes, but who is the leader? Yuri TLN leader equals Chinese letter leader. He had a strange reaction. It seemed that the nuances were different. Yeah, I'm the commander. See. TLN commanding officer equals Chinese letter commander. Is it so? Who are you? Yuri, it seems he is the commanding officer. Is the word leader a bit inappropriate? That was dangerous. I can't pull back now, but it's inevitable this pretense will collapse. I came at the command of the Papal States Epitaph Palazzo. I am from the Volunteer Chivalric Order Unit. Yuri, IIC, sorry for being rude. See. It's fine. Yuri, that's dangerous. I feel like I'm a bit too candid. Was the first character wrong? However, my appearance should still only look like a boy. If you think about it, it would be unnatural. Well, never mind. In case of emergency, let's just run away. From the initial strategy, the bomb isn't absolutely necessary. It's just a bonus. I have to make sure that I don't make any mistake. It's over if I'm surrounded. Commanding officer. The plate armor man turned his back toward me to look at the man who was shouting. Rather than wearing a face guard, he's wearing something like a mask or visor on the upper part of the face that he can slide up on his head. If he lowered the mask down, the visibility would be worse, and it would be difficult to do anything about it. Spear. If there's a hand spear with a tip like a cone, it would be possible to pierce the armor. It would be easier if I have a weapon with power such as an ice axe or pickaxe rather than having an ordinary spear. Of course I have neither. What's wrong? See. This guy is from the Papal States. I think he's probably a liaison. I see. Nice to meet you. Yuri, I greeted the cure in the way thought by Isa-sensei. While putting the left hand on the right chest, I made a unique gesture of shaking my right hand and lowering my head. The man called the commanding officer looked suspicious for a moment when he saw my gesture. It's dangerous. I feel like I'm fighting an expert who has unexpected knowledge on weapons. Although I didn't understand where and how to be pushed or struck, I feel like I'm forced to match my knowledge with full confidence. The knowledge that I learned from Isa-sensei was quite detailed, and I'm proud of it about the Papal States, so I thought it would be fine. There should be no problem if my accent is fixed to the Papal States. The commanding officer returned a gesture like me, though he looked quite lost. However, the gesture was quite awkward. This kind of greeting seems to be a manner that is performed on a daily basis in a social class that wears such armor, so it doesn't appear strange. Perhaps I was wrong. What I did was a social or a court greeting. It seems that it's not something that a military officer does on the battlefield, and he isn't familiar with the local knights of Papal States. Nice to meet you. My name is Kanker Willens. Kanker, he gave his name. If he gave his, I need to give mine quickly. Please excuse me. My name is Huguenot Francis. Yuri, I quickly made a pseudonym. If it's become like this, it may be better to remain as the successful young man character. It's a noble society anyway, and it will be accepted even in such a situation. So what kind of business do you have? Kanker, before that I want to hear the search for the demon. What's the progress? Yuri, it's going well. I wonder if we will definitely catch him in 2 to 3 days. Kanker, apparently, although I think I'm a suspicious person, he doesn't doubt me. Oh yeah, I can speak the Kura language. It would be unexpected that the shanty who they are chasing to be a Kura language speaker. If I try it from the other side, it will be an unthinkable story that I will be thrown a stone in Subiaku. I could even get hit by a blonde woman. Is that so? Ah, I forgot. I came under Sir Palazzo command. Yuri, I see. Specifically, what are you doing now? It looks like you're standing still. Yuri, I heard something that I could understand. We are following the demon's footprints, but apparently it's cut off here, so we're just starting to look for more. Kanker, surprising, he spoke honestly. It seemed that he didn't intend to lie. However, it was rather where I started looking than I was looking for continuation. Then these guys just arrived. It seems that the demon is more aware of our pursuit. Yuri, that is, what should we do? Kanker, I've been following his footprints too, but there was no evidence that you were looking at their footprint as scatter as it is now. I guess this was the first time it's happening. Yuri, when I said that, the commanding officer, who seemed to be called Kanker, looked like he was struck by an idea. That means that he is hiding because he has been overtaken by you guys, or he's hiding nearby in an attempt to surprise us. Yuri, is that so? It's possible that we're moving ahead because we happen to lose sight of him. Kanker, well, that would be the case. That's a sound reasoning. Ah, that's bad. I felt like I should put a stop to giving hints, but if I were to develop such a story, they should have been observing a little more. After searching a bit more, I would appear with a new weapon. Then, I can understand, but apparently they haven't searched for more than 30 minutes. In such a state, the reasoning that if you search a little more, you may find the footprints he went earlier will still be valid. My theory of he's hiding and aiming for a surprise attack is a story that should be taken into consideration for the first time after a thorough search, and the doubts that this is very strange has swirled. The persuasive power will not be there until after searching for about 30 minutes. That atmosphere still hasn't come out yet. However, it will break afterwards. I see. Well, have you checked the top of the tree? If he starts climbing a tree from here, you can't see his footprint. Yuri, actually, when I looked up at the tree, the leaves weren't uniformed, but the dense canopy was wide enough that it would be difficult to find a hidden person once climbed up. Climbing a tree and waiting for it to pass is one way to do it. If you were shot with an arrow, it would be a checkmate, so I wouldn't do it, but if you were a cornered person, that kind of option wouldn't be strange. I wonder about that. Kanker replied, neither affirmed nor denied. Would he say that is doubtful? It only takes the form of a question in order not to collide with me as an expression, and I might deny it in my heart. Everyone can search on the tree, but it's not necessary to be done. If everyone climbs on a tree, I start fighting Kanker, those in a hurry will fall off the tree and will be injured. I had thought about that flow, but it seems impossible. It's hard to shake whether he's the type who believes his opinion strongly. Then it's difficult to take the initiative. That reminds me, I've been entrusted with a certain weapon by Sir Palazzo. Yuri, Kanker, this is it. Yuri, I took out the homemade bomb. Kanker looked at it and looked suspicious. This is a charcoal needed with a secret mixture put inside, and it will spread poison for the demon. If there is a demon in vicinity, he will start suffering, so we will know where he is. Yuri, I see. Kanker, the silence was somewhat a bit long. Then get them all together. Yuri, why? Kanker, if the devil came out, everyone would have gone to defeat it. If not, he may be able to escape. Yuri, Kanker, for some reason, he seems to feel uneasy. I guess so, it's cheap play. However, saying let's do it all at once always has a certain persuasive power as an opinion. Especially if you are someone from the Papal States, the setting of all this. But isn't that poison harmful to humans? Kanker, I see. Is he worried about that? It's true that even if it's said that only Shanty will be selectively affected, it's only a difference between poisonous and slightly poisonous. It is a decent thought that it may be more or less poisonous to themselves. Even if pesticides kill only insects, they are harmful to humans if the amount is too large. So the reason he wants to avoid gathering all his subordinates in one place is to stay out of this, right? That's also a correct reasoning. Even if I lie, it's a bit bad. To be exact, it's different from a poison. It gives off a stench that will make the long ear breathless. For us, well, it feels like burning a fragrant tree. Yuri, I lied nonchalantly. It was suspicious, but it was only a little bit. Canker, if you get it, gather them soon. Sir Palazzo isn't a type of person who likes to wait. Yuri, I don't know about that. I'm just bulldozing it after thinking for a while. Understood. Canker, he said it, then gather. Canker issued a command. When Canker issued the command, the people who heard it gathered. There are certainly 11 people. As I looked at them closely, everyone wore different clothes. A rusty helmet like an iron bowl was the same for everyone, but the clothes were differently tailored. However, perhaps in order to distinguish between the enemy and the ally, a white cloth with a simple mark was sewn on the chest and arm. The clothes were probably different not because they were different armies, but because they weren't official armies that could wear the same clothes. After confirming that, I tried to light the bomb. I took out the lighter. What is that? Canker pointed out. This is a popular item I received from Sir Palazzo. Yuri, it's alright to say everything as it is. Directly from Sir Palazzo, I envy that. Canker, I take care of it. Yuri, by the way, Canker, where did you get the outfit? Canker, I supposed it is provided for camouflage. Yuri, don't let your acting skills be questioned here. As for the clothes, I'm wearing the clothes that the Dragon Knight wore. The tailoring is rugged, and no matter how much the battlefield attire is, it's not something nobles would wear. I just noticed what it looks like from the Dragon Kingdom. They have their coat of arms on their shoulders. Canker, this is not good. Apparently it belonged to the intact Dragon Kingdom. In other words, it doesn't belong to the Papal States. Since the clothes weren't so different from the pursuers whom I killed, the only folk costume was the turban, and I thought the clothes were a standard design in the Teller language-speaking world. However, it seems that the viewer could see the difference. It's over. Speaking of the intact Dragon Kingdom, as the name implies, it's one of the countries that deals with dragons. Assuming that the identity of the camouflaged corpse is known, wearing that outfit means that this is the shanty who they are currently chasing. They will come up to that conclusion. The intact Dragon Kingdom is a Cockalooloo country, so there's probably only one Dragon Knight who dressed in it and participated in this war. However, it shouldn't have been confirmed yet. This is not absolute evidence. Although it's fairly strong circumstantial evidence. Is it possible to suddenly cut off the messenger, self-proclaimed from the Papal States, with circumstantial evidence of uncertainties? It's risky. You seem to be suspicious of me. Yuri, forgive me, but yes. Yuri, if I was infinitely suspicious, why did he collect his subordinates? It may be because he judges that no matter what the identity of my homemade bomb is, it's not a direct threat. From common sense, it's necessary to ignite a fuse in order to ignite the bomb. Otherwise, it's necessary to use an ignited one such as a matchlock, but that isn't always possible to ignite reliably. This guy doesn't recognize that the lighter I have now is a tool that can ignite instantly. I'm afraid I have to ask you to take off the hood to clear my suspicion. Canker, is it already reaching this point? Well, that's the fastest way. There should be no reason why it can't be done. Fine, I don't want to spend time unnecessarily. Yuri, I touched the cloth that I wrapped to hide my ears. When I took the cloth off, my hair swam in the air. This should be fine. Yuri, I said so and opened the lid of the lighter again. Wait a minute, I can't see it well. Canker, I guess so. It would be difficult if he could see it well. I applied the burned soot of the torch to the upper half of my ear. My hair is black and long enough to touch my ears. Even if the ear comes out, he can't be sure in an instant because of the blackness. It's fine. I can do it later. Yuri, I scraped the flint of the lighter, ignited it, and held it over the fuse. Please wait. Canker, now it's time to test your judgment. I pray that he is a dumb and indecisive idiot. I took off my hood as you say. Now you should put up with it. Do I have to show you my butthole after showing you my ear? Yuri, hoping that this would be quick on the inside, I made an exchange while maintaining my expression. Stop it, Canker. Canker noticed the lighter and tried to hold my hand. It was then that the fuse ignited and the characteristic burning noise began to be heard. I made a quick turn while stepping back so that I could escape his reaching hand, and threw the handmade bomb with a bad throw with the same momentum. The bomb went through Canker's crouch and fell just behind, in the middle of his subordinates. It seemed that the subordinates were still shocked because they couldn't comprehend the situation. They probably thought that we had some internal disputes. Canker turned around and saw my homemade bomb. Should I stop him if he tried to pick it up? For you to let out killing intent, are you a bit crazy? Yuri, I just incited like that. The longer the misunderstanding, the better. The blast and debris will be blocked by Canker and will not reach me. The rest is how long it will take to explode. For the time being, it doesn't seem to explode immediately. I don't care who it is, put something on that. Canker suddenly gave an outrageous order. It was very rational and was the best instruction in this situation. It would be very troublesome to do such a thing. Moreover, the soldiers must not recognize it as a dangerous goods from the explanation of the lie I gave. If so, there would be no hesitation in covering it. Self-sacrifice for death isn't required. In fact, one person is trying to cover it immediately, perhaps because of his terribly obedient personality. It's bad. Stop it, you'll die. Yuri, good. Then it happened at the moment I thought that. Sword that blew a breeze struck at my face. I shifted the upper body to avoid it. Yuri, I involuntarily stroked my nose. It hadn't been slashed. Let me ask you, what do you mean by dying? Kanker, it's one of the metaphors. You could get burned. Yuri, I wanted to stop playing cheap tricks and spoiled it, but the bomb hadn't exploded yet. That was the problem. Although there's a possibility of unexploded, I wanted to wait a bit longer. If I run away from here, they will leave the bomb behind and go after me. Then the bomb would be left behind and the people at front would move, so to speak. Even if it explodes, it will be far behind. That means I need to be the wall and stop them here. However, it's better to pull out the dagger for self-defense. I pulled out my sword. You're the one who pulled your weapon out first. How are you going to explain it to Epitaph Dono? Yuri, that's a terrible way to say it. It doesn't matter, but I feel like I'm borrowing the tiger's prestige somehow. No more questions and answers. Kanker, it seems that he would kill me totally. Well, it's a war, and in some cases it's fine to kill and bury it, and it's not necessarily to come out from the beginning. If I don't come out, I'm sure I would be killed later. This is something to be expected. If I want to be on the same side, I need to kill his 10 underlings to close their mouth. Then let's have a one-on-one battle. Yuri, Kanker, yes, could it be that you're not good enough to fight someone small with a short sword? Yuri, Kanker, I didn't stop the war of words. The most undesirable result is that he issues a command to surround me and his subordinates move all at once. Then the soldiers will move and the bomb will be meaningless. If two of them light up the fuse on their gun they held, I can't hold up even for a short time. No, should the bomb no longer be seen as an unexploded bomb anymore if it doesn't explode during this period? It's not good to be too concerned with that. However, Kanker didn't give orders to his subordinates. Instead, he grasped the long sword again, which had a long handle and a blade that was 1 or more meters long. The reason he didn't lower was probably to avoid a gap. New arg. Kanker unleashed his long sword like a twig and swung it. His sword tip bounced around with a sharpness that was disproportionate with its dull appearance. Thinking about Kaseya clothing, there wasn't enough time to blink my eye, and he instantly slashed it reversely. Kaseya clothing there, he didn't stop, and a series of slashes came one after another. It was a sharp swordsmanship that made you feel cold sweat. While avoiding the sword that was swung, I avoid it with 2 to 3 steps backwards. This is bad. This guy is dangerous. I had underestimated him. Although the strength is different from that of Soimjis, he is definitely stronger than the Jiai-san who taught spearsmanship in the School of Knights. He is definitely one of the strongest opponents I have ever met. If I don't focus, I will be slashed in the blink. Moreover, I can't do anything about it. The experience which I had been trained in told it. Simply, the weapons are incompatible. If the enemy's weapon had been a bit heavier, for example a rod-like weapon, it would have been easier to get into his range with agile movements. But this guy's attack is quick. It has enough reach that it's difficult for a short sword to reach him. Kanker alternately drew in and pushed, not just drew in. I rotated my sword in my right hand half a turn in my hand and re-grasped it in the other hand. It's bad to draw here. The reason why I re-grasped it in the opposite hand is that it is easier to repel. If I receive such a slash with a blade, the blade will be crushed in one hit. However, this constantly sharp attack is difficult to get in his range without receiving the attack. And although slashing is heavy enough to kill people, not all are the same weight. I know it not from the knowledge, but from the experience I have. Kanker holds his sword with his right hand up and his left hand down. In that case, people would hit by taking the stance of a dragonfly or swinging from the head. Dragonfly stance, Jada no Kami or Tombo no Kami. The slashing from the right is also powerful enough. However, the return from the left is less powerful than those two. It is, so to speak, the relationship between the forehand and the backhand, and the human body is made like that. He aimed at my face, so I avoided the slashing from left to right by pulling my upper body slightly, and I stepped in one step. The sword held in the backhand motion was thrusted with both hands. The blade of the longsword collided with the sword guard and sparks were scattered. A sharp impact round with a loud sound. He stopped. However, the force disappeared at the next moment. His arm moved reflexively. He pulled his sword without following the tip of the sword with his eyes. The action of turning around after being guarded and going to prevent any makeshifts is the normal way of every battle. Instead of being quick, he received a light attack with the blade of my dagger. In the meantime, I was taking another step. After he avoided the makeshift, I lowered my body to avoid his sword slash. 2 steps. I was already at the distance that my attack could reach. However, in exchange for holding it in the opposite hand, the reach wasn't much different from a fist. I threw the short sword. The short sword throwing from the opposite hand grip had no speed or momentum. However, there's no one who is thrown to the face with a dagger doesn't feel that it is a threat. It will be fine if he gets scared for a moment. While the rotating short sword hit the face properly and the field of vision was blocked for a moment, I pulled out Carol's dagger which I had on my waist. I dove in and extended my arm to scoop his face. However, Kanker wasn't there at that time. From the state of losing visibility, Kanker retreated significantly to the rear and avoided my attack. If this happens, it can't be helped. Even if I try to catch up with all my might, there is nothing I can do if he withdraws. Phew. Yuri, going back to square one, is it? I did the same thing. In the stray match, since the field of battle isn't restricted, I can't run away. After all, in hand-to-hand combat, most attacks can be avoided by pulling back. Well, it's good that Kanker is retreating. I can say that my purpose has been achieved. I repositioned Carol's dagger. Don't do it. Kanker said, I suppose there's no need to ask and answer anymore. Yuri, I held to the fact that I mentioned earlier. I didn't break the stance. Why don't you pick up the sword you threw earlier? Kanker, likewise, why don't you lower your sword first? Yuri. Kanker didn't lower his helmet's face guard. He was doing that because he missed the opportunity. Lowering down the face guard is clearly a signal of battle, and after the signal of battle, the first stroke of sword at the beginning doesn't become a surprise attack. Kanker suddenly slashed and didn't have a chance to drop his face guard. Now of course he's already in a battle state, so he can lower the face guard proudly. However, at that time it's necessary to take one hand off the long sword and create an opening. If I pick up the sword I drop, he would put down the face guard leisurely. Then the only chance to thrust in is gone. Kanker, say, why don't you make a deal? If you overlook me, I'll give you my right ear. Yuri, I suddenly made a proposal to earn time. That was a lie. If he overlooks me, I could give him my right ear, but there's no guarantee that he won't pursue me. If I could escape from the situation, it won't be bad to sacrifice ears, but the problem is, cutting your ear is an injury that causes a lot of bleeding. If he breaks his promise and pursues me, it would be difficult to resist once I lose my strength due to bleeding. I've already considered this proposal once and I have abandoned it. No good. Kanker, in any case, I had succeeded in making Kanker withdrew, and he was hesitant to turn offensive again. Although it's good to withdraw, the bomb, which is the purpose, doesn't explode at all. It is better to give up on that. If luck isn't on my side, the bomb will not explode. In this world, not everything can be done at your convenience. It can't be helped. If it doesn't go off, there's no point in taking risk and retreating further. Why not? Yuri, if that happens, I will have the option of picking up my sword. After that, even if I turn to escape, Kanker will not follow. It's impossible to catch up with me in a marathon while wearing full body armor. I'm supposed to deliver your neck. You have made the Papal States too angry. Kanker, tusk. Yuri, I involuntarily clicked my tongue. The one who is angry is Epitaph, the name that I used earlier. He's a guy who has the reason, really. You look like a very young person and yet you seem to have a lot of skill. Sorry, but it's going to be difficult to fight alone. Kanker, dear me. Yuri, let's run. My strategy was like that from the beginning. They're faster than me who needs to carry Carol, but slower than me alone. When I think about it, I can reverse the position by leaving Carol temporarily. I can change from the hunted side to the hunter side. In the forest, there would be no way to deal with the tactic of hunting one by one, taking from the side or behind. I didn't expect that this commander's subordinates would be good at it, but if I kill one by one and let him fall asleep when he is the last one, there's nothing I can defeat. It's pitiful. Even so, you're a knight, right? Yuri, is this meaningless conversation about to end? I want to pay tribute to you, but this is also a job. Kanker, it was when Kanker said so. A flash of light flashed right behind Kanker, making a loud noise like a firecracker. I didn't feel the blast at all, but at the same time as the flash-like light, I could see that something was scattering with momentum. Kanker's body, armored in armor, staggered momentarily, perhaps because of the blast. My body was moving reflexively. One step in, taking two steps, and jumping lightly as if jumping in. In the air, I made a sharp hook like punching Kanker's face. In my right hand, I held the dagger that was held in the opposite hand, and its glittering blade stroked Kanker's face. However, Kanker was also reacting. The last minute, he stretched his chest and looked down, and his face was slightly retracted. Did I get him? HMMPH. Kanker, a strong impact pierced my belly with that tearing voice. Kanker, who held his sword with both hands, slammed my belly with his twin fists. The power wasn't enough to blow away my whole body, but it was powerful enough to pull him away from me in the air. And the place where I went down and landed was a perfect position for Kanker. When Kanker landed with his posture down, he had already delivered the next blow. He brandished his sword sideways from left to right. I landed on the side and couldn't regain my posture, so I had no means to accept the blow. There was no space to crouch down and avoid the attack that was low and aimed at the waist. Go down. The teaching that had been hammered in my brain said so. The momentum pushed by the twin fists still remained in my body. The foot was refracted to release the impact of landing. I kicked the ground on the spot and turned my upper body backwards while stretching my legs. The momentum of kicking the ground didn't support the upper part from the waist. It only lifted the lower body up and made it rotated like a frame panel in the air. It went around in the air around the center of gravity. It was a backflip. Fortunately, when I put both feet on the flat ground, the momentum still remained and I took a step or two backward. I was surprised at the fact that this movement came out smoothly. I raised my face and looked at Kanker. However, there was no pursuit. Perhaps it was a painful blow for Kanker as he was still standing at the place where he swung his sword. At a glance, he tried to grab his sword, which happened to have fallen forward. Fortunately, he didn't step on. When he recovered his sword, I looked at Kanker again. While looking at me, he took his hand off the sword and held his nose. There was so much blood flowing around his nose that I could see from here. Carol's dagger wasn't used at all before this. It should be the same as if it was given right after sharpening it, so it must have been very sharp. When he sniffed his nose, he only felt like scratching the air. It seemed that I had cut his nose deeply. Blood that spilled from his wound dyed the back of his hand in bright red. He also noticed a cool sensation on his toes. Apparently the sword that was swung around was hooking the sole, and the sole around the toe of the left foot had disappeared. Perhaps he was behind his right foot because he wasn't on his dominant foot. I sweated cold involuntarily. If it was a few moments later, there was nothing from the bottom of his ankle. I immediately put the dagger in the scabbard. Instead, I picked up the short bow that was hung on my back. I reached for the arrow quiver and pulled out the arrow. The short bow, which was compactly packed with an emphasis on portability, was made for adult men and required some force, but the essential pulling force was short enough to make me want to bite my teeth. It was weaker than a longbow, but it will have enough power to pierce leather armor. The arrow that was pulled and fired flew straight to Kanker's face as intended, and it was repelled easily. It just hit the iron plate of his hand that held the nose. It made a clicking sound and fell off. Well, yeah, no, I didn't expect it. I held the second arrow and aimed at Kanker's rear this time. Behind him, there were those who were suffering, probably because the scattered objects had dug into various parts of their bodies. I aimed at the man who caught my eye and pulled the bow. He was trying to pull out something. It might be debris stuck around his chest. Foon *, the flying arrow stabbed the man's neck. Actually, I was aiming at the shoulder. I heard a muddy voice in the distance and he collapsed. Kanker turned around and confirmed what I had done. He looked at me again with hateful eyes. I don't want to do this either. But what you want to do is different from what you have to do. I held the arrow again and pulled the bow. The target was the man on the other side. This time, Kanker tried to knock down the arrow with the longsword in his hand. However, the swing done by one hand since the other hand held the nose wasn't good enough, and the arrow stabbed into the other man's shoulder. But if he moved his body and received his body, the arrow would probably fall. Well, that is that, and I don't mind at all. Kanker's wound is beyond the range where bleeding stops naturally if left alone. If he continues to swing as it, the most troublesome expert fighter who can fight as much as or better than me, who is their only enemy, will bleed and die just like that. The remaining 9 injured people should be killed slowly afterwards. When the third arrow, I feinted to the left and shot at the man on the right. The obstruction wasn't made in time this time, and the arrow stabbed into the man's thigh. If I keep doing this, I will definitely win. I was convinced as if I found a checkmate in the Togi game. He didn't have souls, so it felt like a quarter barefoot, so he wasn't going to fight hard anymore. If I come, he can run away. He can run in the woods with bare feet. When the fourth arrow was repelled this time, Kanker finally had a grim look. He may have begun to judge the situation calmly. When the fifth arrow pierced his subordinate, Kanker finally seemed to decide. Run away, Kanker, he shouted out as he turned his back at me. Run away, Kanker, he ran into the depths of the forest while shouting at his companions. Running away, huh? Honestly, I was surprised. I'm alone there. I thought it was my part to be chased and run away. However, it would be a good idea. It's a checkmate. If Kanker collapses there, they will become a disorderly crowd. By turning his back on me, he has a great disadvantage, but it's still better than maintaining the status quo. I shot an arrow as I saw it since Kanker was gone. It stuck on someone's back. Out of 11 arrows, there was only one whistling arrow. There were only 5 left. Because of impatience, one of the arrows was slipping away, even though it wasn't 10 meters away. After that, I hit 4 times in a row, but by that time, the enemy had moved from being energetic to a quick escape. I had no choice but to chase them. It was necessary to collect the arrow along the way. I quickly entered the chase, reached for the quiver carried by the man who just got shot on his neck and died instantly, and robbed the arrows he had. When I took a step from there was pain in the soles of my feet. The sharp pain wasn't the pain of stepping on a sharp rock. It was a pain that roughly pierced the skin and was like stepping on a piece of glass. I forgot. The bomb fragments I used were scattered around here. Tusk, Yuri, I involuntarily clicked my tongue and held the arrow while standing on the spot. An arrow protruded against one's back as if it sucked in, and he collapsed. The people who received the bombs and arrows also entered the forest one after another. I literally shot arrows in rapid succession. Most of them were injured by the bomb, so I shot arrows at most of them, but the last one disappeared into the woods before aiming. At least 2 people, including Kanker, escaped without having the chance to shoot an arrow and suffered no fatal injury. Damn it. Yuri, I immediately checked the sole of my feet. A piece of iron about 3 centimeters was stuck. It's probably from the sword crushed. It's quite deep. I can't chase them unless I treat it. Damn. Everything backfired. While putting the left foot in the ground with the heel, I hopped on 1 foot to a nearby rocky area and tore the hood on my head. I must first pull out that piece of iron. It will be a different matter if I was stabbed by an arrow on the arm, but if I don't pull this out, I can't crawl and I might push it in even further. Ugh, Yuri, I pinched the piece of iron with my fingers and pulled it out. As soon as I threw away the piece of iron, I tied the shoes tightly. Shall I go? When I stood up, my toes were aching and I felt blood rushing. After all, the wound is deep. I can't overdo it, however, there are a lot of arrows. Incidentally, there are also 2 guns. I went for the extra arrows at those people who were groaning nearby. Some of them had no injuries on their feet, and some of them tried to defeat me, but when I fired arrows, it stabbed them without problem and they fell on the spot. When an arrow was attached to everyone's torso, the chase started. After walking about 100 meters, I found a man dead with a severely injured torso. A total of 5 people were killed at the previous location, so this means that 7 out of 12 people were killed. Are there 5 people left? About 400 meters ahead, I found 2 more men and shot an arrow to inflict a fatal injury. With the current state of my feet, it's dangerous to approach and certainly kill them with a dagger. It's only necessary to inflict a wound that makes it impossible to escape from this forest. From there, I went further and saw armor on the ground. It seemed that Kanker had taken off his armor here. There was no lower body armor that seemed to have been taken off. There were only body armor, helmet, and arm armor. He didn't know that I had injured my leg, so he thought I would catch up if he wears armor. I can't rely on my current feet to pursue someone who runs away with all his might. There's no choice but to let him escape. Damn, I missed them, 3 people too. I tried stamping the copper armor with my foot in an attempt to destroy the plate armor, but due to the injury I couldn't get enough strength and the shape didn't change. In order to break it as much as possible, I broke it by stepping on the attachment of the face cheek with my foot, and I tried to hit the armor against the tree by using my fingers. Even if I did it 5 to 6 times, it only bent a little bit and couldn't be destroyed significantly. I had no choice, so I decided to turn back. The bleeding was severe. I returned to the place where their luggage was put up. While giving a sidelong glance to 5 dead people there, I searched their luggage. The needle and thread for suturing the wound aren't essential items, but it's not weird if one person in their unit has them. In fact, it's not bulky, so I can put it in my luggage. However, there is no suture needle. There's a straight needle, but this will not allow you to sew deep under the skin. It must be a sickle-shaped needle. Suture needle, I thought that they didn't have it because they stitched up the man who got injured by the trap. But I guess they really don't have it. If possible, I want to suture the wound here, but it seems I can't. My needle is at Carol, so I have to put up with it until I get back. However, there is distilled liquor. Thank you for this. It can be used to disinfect wounds. The rest is at the gun. When I picked up the enemy's gun, it was much heavier than what I bought. The heaviness discouraged me from taking it. It would be a considerable burden. I wanted it, but I should give up here. I refilled my arrows and gathered all the food to the maximum. Then I gathered the surplus bows, arrows, and swords in their luggage, picked up dad branches and piled them lightly. After that, I lit it with a lighter. Resources are precious to the hostile party, so I put on the fire. With this, it will be difficult for them to escape the forest even if they survive. It would be lucky if they happen to go out on the main road and be discovered by a friendly army, but the possibility isn't so high. I'm doing something that the enemy dislikes. I don't feel good about it though. That's because I can imagine how the enemy will feel and what kind of emotions they will direct to me. If I was in Kanker's position, if all the luggage including food were burned, I would really want to kill the person. No, even if it isn't the case, considering the number of subordinates who were killed, wouldn't he hate me so much that he wants to kill me? After confirming all the luggage was burned, I went back to Carol. While protecting my left foot with unsteady steps, I managed to return without problems, and Carol seemed to be safe in the original location. The brown oil paper cloth was raised among the trees, and when I appeared through the trees, she was staring through the gaps in the hood. When she recognized me, she lifted her tension. Yuri, Carol, yeah, I'm back. Yuri, Carol greeted me with a very happy face. What happened to your leg? Did you get hurt? Carol, well, tried not to use my toes. Did she get that? Yes, it's a pity. Yuri, it's really a pity. I thought about it along the way, but if I was a bit more careful and bypassed the place where the bomb was scattered, this situation will be solved by this time without issues. Show it to me. Carol, I sat down and put out my left foot. Carol took off her poncho, twisted her body a little, and put my feet on her thighs. I intended to treat myself, but Carol would be able to sew better than I am since I'm exhausted. Can I untie this? Carol, it's better to have a needle ready. Also, I stole a liquor. Use it to disinfect the wound. Yuri, I handed over the liquor bottle. Got it. Carol, I laid my body on the ground so that my leg on her thigh was above my heart. Carol untied the cloth tightly tied up. Perhaps she had already prepared the tools. Isn't it deep? It's too excessive. Carol, wash the wound quickly. Yuri, when I said that, Carol washed the wound with the liquor. Cug, Yuri, as expected of a penetrated wound, are you all right? Carol, it's fine. Wash it well to the inner part of the wound. Yuri, with that said, Carol washed her fingers, rubbed the wound. She opened it lightly and even washed it inside. Ouch, Yuri, a stinging pain hit my leg. Hey, Carol, what? Don't bother with my leaked voice, just do it. Yuri, no, that's not it. Carol, so what now? It seems that there's something like an iron thorn buried inside the wound. Carol, I suddenly remember, there's a piece of iron inside, then there should be a stinging pain. I was actually stabbed. Take it out. Yuri, but I don't know if I can get it well. Carol, well, whether you sew or remove a foreign matter, I would like something like tweezers if possible. However, there is no help for it now. Is it impossible with your fingers? Yuri, I don't know until I try it. Carol, then do it. You can't sew the wound with that thing inside. Yuri, got it. Carol thoroughly disinfected her fingers again, and she dared to thrust her fingers into the wound. HNNGHH, goo. Yuri, I endured the severe pain by clenching my teeth. Carol's finger moved away from the wound, and I could feel the source of severe pain coming out from the wound. So did you get it? Yuri, it hurt so much that I felt like the blood was pulled from my head. I got it. It shouldn't be there anymore. Carol, I see, that's great. Wash it with the liquor again and sew it up quickly. Yuri, assuming that losing 2 liters of blood is lethal, I shouldn't have bleeding a liter yet, so I should be able to afford it, but I don't want to lose as much blood as possible. The thread is very thick. Carol, yeah. Yuri, I was thinking of sewing the wound all the way, so I brought such a thing. It can't be helped. That's fine. Yuri, if you like, I can do it with my hair. Carol, that's fine. No, do it. Yuri, it's fairly common to use human hair for suturing. I haven't tried it, but Carol's hair should be long enough. It's not curly and it's not as short as my hair. For the hair, double it and sew it finely. I'll be in trouble if it tears up. Also, wash the needle and hair properly with liquor. Yuri, I know. Carol, after a while, when she finished, the thread was threaded through the needle. I'm going. Carol, she said, do it. Yuri, the needle passed under the skin, but it wasn't painful compared to the pain when I was cut. Coo, Yuri, the voice leaked because of the pain, but it wasn't so painful that the legs twitched. The suture progressed smoothly and the process soon ended. All right. I'm done. Carol, I see. Yuri, when I raised my upper body and looked at the wound surface, it was brilliantly sutured. Since the needle was wide and deep in the middle, it seemed that it was sewn all the way to the deeper part. It seemed that the blood wouldn't accumulate in the wound and it might become like a sack. Since we learned this in the School of Knights, she might have been practicing it in spare time. thanks. I was saved. Yuri, I should be the one who says that. Carol, that's not what I meant to say. Yuri, I want a clean cloth but we don't have one. It's sad. I think it's inevitable that it will become a puss. Anyhow, I also can't use this foot, unlike before. Yuri, yeah. Carol made a sinking voice. With this wound, even if I lift Carol, I can't do things as before. But the village is just around the corner. When we get there, I'll take a break and recuperate. Yuri, the risk is high, but we have no choice but to do so. In the meantime, Carol's injury may get better. Should you walk immediately? I mean your wound is. Carol, if the village is safe, we can use clean cloth and home equipment. It will heal faster even if we overdo it. Yuri, I understand, then I'll walk too. Carol, I feel like I'm getting healed soon. If you walk with a cane, you can walk. Carol, no I can't. If yours get worse, it will be harder. Yuri, with a cane, it's not very difficult to walk without an injured leg. Besides, if you don't use it, the speed will drop a lot, right? Carol, it may be so. It will be walking while protecting her. Let's throw away the luggage that can be replenished in the village. Yuri, yes. Carol, honestly, I didn't expect it to take so long. It has been 11 days since the crash. It takes 11 days to walk a half-day journey with an Eagle King. Walking in the forest with one person on the back takes longer than expected. However, in order to reach reform, I have to walk the same distance as before. I've also got a leg injury, so it is necessary to monitor for 15 days before moving. There will be 26 days in total. If I take 5 days of rest, it will be 31 days. That is a whole month. Will the Kurin stay at the Verdun fortress for a month? The possibility isn't low. It's normal for it to take more than a month to capture a fortress. However, I can't be optimistic. Even if we arrive at the reform, the siege may have already ended by that time. That possibility is real. If the front line overtakes us on a leisurely walk, the enemy's supply line will also catch up and the battle will be intense. But even if I say that we are in a hurry, the wound doesn't heal quickly. That's because I couldn't completely annihilate the pursuers. If you think in common sense, when you lose your supply, the unit will be destroyed or distressed, so it's no longer a matter of pursuing. I almost did it. If only I didn't get injured. I opened my watch and looked at it. It was only that, but the time was still 2 p.m. Alright, how about we eat first, organize the luggage and gain distance until sunset? Yuri, yeah. Carol nodded. Did we walk about 3 kilometers? When the sun began to set, I sat down as if I was exhausted. Let's rest here today. Yuri, the blood was drawn from my head. For some reason, the base of my neck was so painful that it was throbbing. When the tree branches picked up assembled roughly, they were lit with a lighter. It was about time the lighter's fuel ran out. Phew. Carol sat beside me, putting her weight on the cane. While waiting for the bonfire to burn, I took out the map from my luggage. Checking the current position, I marked the place where I moved 2 fingers with a pencil. I think it's roughly right, but with this such a rough marking, it's undeniable that it's off. It seems wise to take a path that is slightly to the north and aim for the road leading to the village, not the Nuka village itself. I checked the map. You'll be having a lot today. It's meat after a long time. Yuri, yeah, the last time we ate it was like a week ago. Carol, from the crash to the road where I saw the big stone sphere, I killed 1 rabbit and ate. That would be it. The blood is drained. It's a good meat. Yuri, Jin Toga, whom I met in the forest before, was eating rotten meat that the blood hadn't drained, but in the end it was the same if you were in a hurry. I couldn't afford to do the pre-treatment leisurely, and I could only think that it's the same once I get into my stomach. This is a fine ham. There's even salt. Yuri, perhaps this was managed by the commanding officer Kanker as a reward element in the unit. Smoked and baked pork ham had already been halved. Even if it is halved, it seems that the amount is a lot. This is a feast. Carol, yeah, let's cook it right away. Yuri, I opened the ham wrapped in cloth and sliced it vertically with a knife. I put each of it on a skewer and handed one to Carol. Here, there's also bread. Yuri, all right. Carol, regarding food, it is ironic that it is easier after the pursuit's put off. The smoked ham, which was roughly cut into thick pieces, began to burn as the fat layer bubbled up when it was put over the fire. While turning it further, we baked it to the front of the charcoal. The smell was so good that we seemed drooling. I wonder if I can put it on the bread. Carol said. He didn't have a plate, so the bread could be used as a plate. It was fine to stick with the skewers. Wait a sec. Yuri, I handed my skewer to Carol and prepared the bread myself. It wasn't a bread in a rectangular shape, but something like round French bread that was baked tightly so that it could fit in the bag. The surface of the bread was tinged with flour powder. Is this a way to eat the bread by knocking off the powder when it gets dirty? Anyhow, the meat doesn't seem to fit it, but it doesn't matter if I pinch it. I cut the bread with a knife as much as 80% of its length and opened in 2. I made 2 of them. I did it. Yuri, all right. Carol, I exchanged the meat and put out a skewer while sandwiching it with bread. When I bit the protruding meat, the burnt and smoked aroma of the meat filled the mouth. The meat was too delicious, probably because the body wanted it. The oil and gravy with the smoked aroma felt sweet like sweet dew. When I picked up a pinch of salt similar to rock salt that was roughly crushed and sprinkled on it, I felt very satisfied, as if the nutrients that weren't enough for my body were filled. How about Carol? As I thought so, I turned to Carol. She opened her mouth and chewed the bread. She was also eating happily. Her face was fluttering. However, it seemed that it was difficult to chew because the bread was hard. She hurriedly moved her mouth and swallowed it. When she noticed that I was looking at her closely, wait a sec. Carol, for some reason, she said with a slightly sloppy voice. Yuri, isn't it embarrassing to see that? Carol, see what? Yuri, there's no knife and fork, so I don't want you to see me opening my mouth wide like saying ooh. Carol, it's too late already. All right, I'm not looking. Yuri, I wouldn't be uncomfortable if she's looking at me, but I would like to be careful about what I do. Please. Carol, when Carol replied, I put the rest of the bread in my mouth while watching the bonfire. It was delicious, Carol said with satisfaction. Are you full? Yuri, all right. Carol, there was a lot of bread left. Maybe she was already full and she couldn't eat anymore. Then shall we sleep soon? Yuri, yes, but before that, Carol, Yuri, what? Yuri, thanks. Carol, what are you saying? Why are you suddenly saying that? Yuri, I mean we're going to arrive at the Nuka village tomorrow, right? Carol, well, that's the plan. Yuri, I calculated that we had already somehow walked about 200 kilometers, but there's a possibility that it may be off. Though I'm not too confident. Maybe the unit and helpers are waiting in the village. Carol, well, there seems to be a good chance of that. Yuri, I think that possibility is low, but even if it's low, I think it can be about 10% to 30%, so I have enough expectations. What I don't expect is that, in short, the searcher doesn't know about Carol's injuries. If the information is unknown, they would think that Carol is safe. Maybe, since we can walk on foot and both are trained in martial arts, we could overcome some difficulties. If that is the premise, we would go through the road along the seashore. That would be a common route selection. The reason I think so is that Lio confirms that I, who crashed in the same way, is safe. Since Yuri, who was safe, Carol full charters would be safe as well. It's foolish to decide from the start, but it will be a basis for judgment. Therefore, if they anticipate the action, it will come up as the highest expectation. If that happens, we may soon be rescued and I may not have the opportunity to thank you. Carol, I don't think that will happen though. Yuri, we won't be separated forever. That's true, but when it comes to thank you again later, I feel a bit empty. That's why I wanted to say it now. Carol, I see. Yuri, there's no need to say thank you. However, to say that, it may sound rude. I feel that it's better to receive it obediently. Well, but I'd like to thank you too. Yuri, why is that? Carol, it's about you being alive. As I've said before, if you die, I'm not going to be depressed. Yuri, you know, I'm not sure if you should hear this, but on the way here I wish I had died. Didn't you think so? Carol, what is that question? A satisfied smile came out and it suddenly changed to a grin. I can't reply with an honest answer if you ask such a question, you know. Yuri, yeah, I think so too, but I supposed it's natural. Carol, she's really straightforward. I can't conclude that allies are waiting for us, but we are approaching the village and she may be relaxed. I didn't think so. Yuri, I see, may I ask why do you think that? Carol, I can only say that's how it is. Yuri, but I think that's how you usually think though. Carol, you don't seem convinced, is it? Say what's the most important for you. Yuri, what? Why are you hitting around the bush? Carol, well, just answer me. It's the flow of the talk. Yuri, I think it will Shiyalta. Carol, the country is it? The size is large, but there may be cases like that, especially in the case of her, this is where she was born. As for me, I give the highest importance to myself. Yuri, I think that's normal. Carol, well, for humans, self is the most important thing. Well, for that matter, I wonder how my life would be in the future. Yuri, yes, I understand. I also don't want to die if possible. Carol, but the self that is the most important is lifeless. Yuri, I think so much more because my life was like that before I came here. Is that so? Carol, if the self is the most important, I will care about myself for the rest of my life. However, if you find something more important than your important self, a worthless life will become a little more valuable. Yuri, is that why you rescued me? Carol, well, yeah, Yuri, that's difficult. Carol, if you don't understand, that's fine. You don't have to work hard to understand the life philosophy of other people. Yuri, that then for you, am I more important than your own life? Carol, if that's not the case, I wouldn't have a hard time rescuing you until I almost die. Yuri, actually, even if I don't care, I won't leave her there. I will dig a hole, give her food, and wait for help. I might have said that. Is it because I'm a princess? Carol, Yuri, a voice that sounded due to something unexpected came out involuntarily. She's thinking something foolish. You know, do you think I'm the kind of person who works hard to death to be thanked by the royal family? Yuri, no, I don't think so. Carol, if you can answer that immediately, don't ask that question, although it was a good scene, I see. Well, that's true. Carol, whether she understood it or not, Carol muttered something. Shall we sleep soon? It's fine to talk more in the village tomorrow. Yuri, are you going to put out the fire? Carol, it's better to put it out. I don't think that guy will follow me because I fought him off once, but it would be silly if I got hit on the neck. Yuri, at such times doing this is necessary. I see. All right, let's put it out. Carol struck the bonfire with the tip of the crutch. When she scattered as it was, the bonfire that had gathered collapsed. The flame on the tree branch was burning, but it would soon become a smoke and disappear. I stood up and put my back on the trunk of a tree. In this way, I don't need to worry about getting back at me, and although it's tight, I can sleep without worrying about my back. When I took the oil paper poncho as usual, Carol approached me. Hey, Carol said. As she wrapped up in the same poncho, I felt a warm body temperature over the cloth. I could hear her breathing as her face was near. She whispered in a small voice, but I could hear it well because of the closeness. After all, Carol's head was so close that it stuck to my cheek. What is it? Yuri, can I ask you something? Carol, what? Yuri, do you still want to talk? It's fine since I'm not sleepy. Well, do you have a fiancé? Carol, Yuri, this girl has been asking a lot of unexpected questions. Usually she's nervous. I don't have one, why? Yuri, what is this? Then who's the woman you're dating? Carol, no one. Yuri, when I answered, Carol suddenly leaned over. She turned her body half a turn over my legs and lay down with her face facing me. The warm feeling touched my cheek. Yuri, Carol, she kept kissing my cheek 2 to 3 times as it was. Oi, Yuri, I couldn't stop her and my voice was somehow confused. Do you dislike it? Carol whispered to my ear. What's wrong? This isn't like you. Yuri, answer me first. Did you dislike it? Carol's voice sounded as if she was having a fever. It was captivating. I don't dislike it. Yuri, I see. Yuri, when I said that, Carol once again kissed my cheek. She was now close enough to the edge of my mouth, and when she pulled back a little, she lightly licked the edge of my lips with her mouth. That's my feeling. Carol, I'm not that dull either, you know. Yuri, after all, I was aware of Carol's affection. However, rather than being in love, I think that the childhood hostility at the time of enrollment gradually changed. I think it was something that turned to curiosity and then became a favorable feeling. If you're going to thank me for the help, Yuri, that's not it. I live the way I want to live. As long as it doesn't bother others, that's why I wanted to confirm. Carol, was she trying to confirm just now? She probably thinks that if I had a love or fiancé, I would be offended if she did something like, if you don't dislike it, just accept my feelings. Carol, I don't dislike it. Yuri, then, Carol, but I don't want to take responsibility. Yuri, as for responsibility, it doesn't matter. Carol, it doesn't matter, huh? If I'm going to kiss you back, just so you know, I'm a man. I want to go beyond that. Yuri, I haven't relieved myself for almost a month and I'm sick of bloody stuff. Murder requires a violent impulse which, if peeled off, lead to a sexual impulse. I'm wearing a stoic expression to conceal my true feeling, but I don't know what will happen if that is peeled off. I don't care. Carol, well, the problem is that I'm not going to be your husband right now. Yuri, that's a matter of course. I don't care about that as well. Carol's reply was quick, probably because she had the answer in advance. Doesn't really matter, is it? There's no way that it doesn't really matter. Yuri, I don't want you to take responsibility and marry me. I don't mind if you think this is just a hallucination at night and you want to cut off our relationship. I'm not going to say anything if you sleep with another woman. Yuri, Carol, who had a tight body and good hygiene, said such a line. A line that was supposed to come out from Carol's mouth was said immediately. The problem is, Yuri, yes, the problem, but I won't bother you later. After this, I just leave it to you. Carol's will seems firm. It's funny to worry about that in a situation like now, but what would I do if she could have a child? I can't treat you like a convenient woman. Like I said, I care about you. Yuri, when I said that, Carol seemed a bit confused. However, after a while, hey, Carol said the continuation. You said that it was your convenience to help me, then it's my convenience for me to do this now. I want to exchange my heart with you this time. That's it. If you don't like to do it with me, please say something about it. That's what I want. Yeah, so. Carol seemed to choose her words carefully. You want to convey your thoughts without creating a misunderstanding. Rather than doing it quickly, I would be happier if you treat me roughly. Carol, it was a thoughtful line. In such an emergency situation, there may be some things that are strange, but her feelings for me are real. I get it. It's similar to a confession when you get drunk, and I can't do this without knowing the true intention. I supported Carol's body with both hands and snatched her lips. I pressed her lips, and when I let go, Carol, now with both hands free, put her arms around my neck and grabbed my lips back. HMMPH. Yuri, the excitement increased, the body became heated, and the brain was swelled with emotions. HMMPH, phew, haha. Carol's sigh was disorganized at a close distance, and her face dyed with red. We were wanting each other. However, I mobilized all the reasons in my head and stopped the desire of the beast. Let's stop here today. Yuri, oh why, Carol, this is probably your first time. Yuri, of course, aren't you the same? Carol, yeah. Yuri, I haven't done it until I came here, and it won't be a lie since it's my first time. There will be a lot of difficulties for the first timers. I don't go out of my way to do it in such a cold, pitch-dark forest, you know. Yuri, it's warm. Carol, certainly, since we were excited. There was heat in the body. It was warm that I couldn't think we were outdoors. Even if it's warm, it's too dark to care for your body. Our bodies are dirty, it's bad. Yuri, did you smell it? Carol, well, it smells a little. Even if Carol bathed in the river, she is injured to begin with. I don't want to do it because it would be more harmful, like putting ice-like water on the body. It's nice to like each other. But I'm not in a hurry. Yuri, tilde. Carol made an indescribable growl. All right, I give up today. Carol lifted her arm off my neck. She turned around and put her back on my chest. In the series of love affairs, the poncho was torn a little in the neck part. It's a good thing that we have a spare, but it's not like we're going to do it while wearing it. I had a dream. It was a dream that could be clearly understood that it was a dream. Characters were wearing Japanese clothes and walking along the townscape made of wood. They spoke Japanese, in other words, it was a world similar to historical drama. I naturally might find a place at the far east end of this world. That was what I thought. In other words, it would be a projection of my own desire. People dressed in kimono were walking along the road, and I was also walking in it. The season was spring, and I could see the castle in the distance. It wasn't a stone castle. The tiles were black and the walls were plastered in pure white. It seemed to be a main street in the downtown area with many shops lined up on both sides. The split curtain with the name of the shop in nostalgic letters was hanging on the table. Ah, the nostalgia. Is there such a place in the Far East? I want to go. I naturally thought that the migratory birds were stimulated by their return instinct. However, my heart was in denial. This world was different from the original world. Although there was something that looked like Japan, there would be no Japan there. There was neither the Roman Empire nor the Mongol Empire in this world. There might be an island that seemed to be Japan, but it was probably not Japan. This was something that I had been thinking about repeatedly. When I woke up and opened my eyes, it seemed the sun had already risen up and the visibility was bright. While fluttering my eyes, I turned my sluggish neck since I leaned my back on a hard tree. The poncho hood was taken off. Who took it off? Was it Carol? When I thought that Carol was still on my chest, I was suspicious, and when she opened and looked around her, something with momentum caught on the edge of my view. It collided. Her neck moved ahead of the thought as to avoid the ball which flew toward her head reflexively. The head shifted sideways. There was a light sound heard next to my ears. It wasn't a ball that flew. It wasn't even a bird. In front of me I could see a sword that had been polished and reflected the brilliance of steel. And the sword, which would have split my head sideways from my ears if I hadn't avoided it, had its blade buried in the trunk of the tree I was on my back now. What? The brain, which was devoured by the peace of the sleep, accepted reality as if it was suddenly thrown into the world of demons in one go, switching the background of the happy dream world to the real world. I lowered down my body as much as I could and rolled to escape the blade. The poncho was torn vertically from where it was torn by yesterday's mess, and by that time I made a full turn, my body was free. "You all what the?" Carol, who had been woken roughly, said as she woke up and blinked her eyes. She turned her head and shook her sight to grasp the situation, and she soon found Kanker. "Wah!" Carol, as soon as she noticed the suspicious person, she pulled a dagger out of her pocket with her trained hand. However, Kanker pulled out her dagger and grabbed it with his own hand and stopped her. "Ooh!" Carol dropped her dagger when her hand was squeezed tightly. As a person who has that swordsmanship, his grip strength should be tremendous. It can't be helped. Rather, I was relieved. It was scarier to be cut with strange repulsion. "Hey, it's been a long time, Yuri," I said while being cautious of the surroundings. Other than Kanker, there was no sign of an enemy at close range for the time being. However, the others might be far away. For me, I couldn't judge the situation adequately. A torrent of excitement swirled around in my head, and the dreaming feeling was immediately gone away. Then I became concerned about my left foot. It might be because of the adrenaline rush. I couldn't feel any pain even if I put pressure on the toes and stepped lightly. I could stand normally. I wonder if I can bear for another 2 to 3 steps. More importantly, I'm more afraid of arrows. I was afraid of the arrow, so I moved casually so that the trunk of a tree was on my back. Although I could be wary of the sides, I would have to show a big opening to see the rear completely. I turned the head properly. I was also being careful. When I was aware of that, I felt that my feet were on the ground. "Put down your weapon." Kanker put the blade of his sword on Carol's shoulder, which raised only her upper body. He might have recovered his armor since he was wearing metal armor all over his body. However, only the face guard had been removed since the metal fittings were completely destroyed. A cloth was wrapped around the exposed face. It seemed to be tied up quite tightly with trousers or some other fabric, but the cloth was dyed bright red. The subcutaneous part of the nose isn't muscle but cartilage, so it's difficult to suture. Even if he wraps a cloth to stop it, the bridge of the nose gets in the way and it is difficult to stop the bleeding. It must be a difficult thing to do. I'll say it again, put down your weapon. Kanker, you don't have to say it twice. Surely you are Kanker, as I expected of you. Yuri, Kanker, I truly expected this. Although it's frustrating. Did you chase me through the night? Checking the footprints with a torch or something? Even if you have a grudge against me, it's not something possible to do. Your effort is amazing and your head is smart as well. Yuri, even if he tries to do this, it's not something that you can usually do. If the troops were almost wiped out, the supply was burned, and if there was a serious injury, it would be demotivating. It's beyond futile for ordinary people. It would have been necessary to have a truly forged mind and body. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to talk to you. If you don't put down your weapon, I'll kill this woman. Kanker repeated. However, he may not know how to act since I can't feel any sign of scheming. You can follow me through the night and find me sleeping, but for some reason there are 2 of us. You felt suspicious, and when you opened the hood, one of us was a beautiful blonde woman. Well, it seems that I'm the only one who you want to kill. Yuri, the first slash was aimed at me, not Carol. When he took off the hood, Carol's and my head must have been onto another. If Carol's hair was black, he could do it, but I would have gone to that world. It will be the end if he stabs Carol's belly with a sword and skewers us like dumplings. Nothing is difficult, but this guy couldn't do that. That was because he saw Carol's blonde hair. When I noticed the slash, it was directed to my head. I wonder if he momentarily lost his focus in order not to hurt Carol. The sword hit the trunk because he wanted to stop to prevent the sword from hitting Carol after inflicting a fatal wound on my head. Perhaps the bloodshed made him unwell and he couldn't put that much trust in handling his sword. "Give me your weapon." Kanker said it for the 4th time. "I can't do that." Yuri, I asserted as if to cover something. However, it wasn't something that I could do. "Carol, throw the cane there at me." Yuri, I said in the Shan language. Carol doesn't understand the conversation between me and Kanker at all. As Miaro said before, it sounds like an octopus conversation. Are you sure? Carol, yeah, trust me. Yuri. Carol threw the crutch at her feet to me. I crouched a bit and picked it up and put the dagger I had pulled out into a scabbard. I held the legs of the crutches and held the T-shaped part toward Kanker. During that time, Kanker didn't do anything. He maintained the blade of the sword on Carol's shoulder. "You are smart, that's why it's weird, but it can be trusted. If you are a foolish soldier who doesn't do anything, it would have been hard." Yuri, Kanker, she's more valuable than a gold bar of the same weight. However, if you kill her, she will be just a lump of meat. You're not a fool. You must know before this that she's not a good hostage to kill. It's trivial to give me a threat if you're scared of my retaliation. You can't kill her and you're not threatening. Yuri, when I said that, Kanker moved his sword and put the blade on Carol's cheek. Even if I can't kill her, I can hurt her. Kanker, what? You know, you must have concluded that there should be no scratches on the face. If her value goes down, you'll just lose. Yuri, it may be more exciting to have a few scratches. However, considering that the higher the demand, the higher the price, and the value will be less than half, it's not good. It's a ridiculous act, like breaking a large gem into small ones. Are you fine with that? Making an indelible wound would ruin this woman's life. Kanker, I don't care. Yuri, anyhow, if I die and Carol is kidnapped, a life of living as a thing in the Kuran world is waiting. This can't be compared. Some women may think that they can't go out to the public anymore if they have a scratch on the face and may commit suicide because their life is over, but Carol isn't that kind of person. That's not true. You must have carried this woman on your back. There's no way you don't care about a woman who you worked so hard to rescue. Kanker, that's why you think so. You could say that because it was our first time to fight yesterday, but I was able to move well at that time. It must look strange why I'm so slow. If you think a little, you will come to such a conclusion. I don't care, except for killing. I know you can't do it. Yuri, are you fine with that, even if this woman's life is ruined? Kanker, this guy in his country, women have almost no human rights, so is he mistaken about it? I have a feeling that is true. That's why I told you I don't care, since she's going to be my wife. Yuri, I lied. What did you say? Kanker, when this is over and I return home, we will get married right away, so it can't be helped if her face is scratched in this situation. Well, it's going to be sad, but we will overcome it as a couple. Yuri, Kanker clenched his teeth briefly. I don't know if it's regrettable, but the bloody cloth that is tied on his face to the side is so miserable to the point his facial expression is hard to read. If the woman was completely worthless garbage to you, you would kill her because she was trash anyway. You may aim for my psychological upset, but I know you're finding great value in her hair. I won't get fooled by your ridiculous threat like killing her or cutting her face. So I'm going to kill you quietly. Yuri, Kanker, well, if the blade slips, I'll be in trouble, so I won't attack you. The rest is up to you, but how long are you going to do it? This is advice, but you should stop this silly hostage operation and hold your sword quickly. Yuri, my wound was sewn, so there was little bleeding and the wound surface wasn't exposed. Although the wounds are the same, there is a difference in the level of treatment. If he waits, he's going to exhaust his physical strength. I won't listen to you. This battle is in your favor. Kanker, favor? You mean I've eaten enough and slept, whereas you were up all night and losing blood? Yuri, yes. Kanker, I was convinced that if we fought, he would lose and he would try to escape unreasonably. Haven't you noticed? I have a serious injury on my foot. Yuri, I raised my left foot lightly and showed the sole of my foot. The shoe had no part on the toe. The left foot didn't have the sole on the toe and there was only a bandage wrapped there. It should have turned red and black due to the bleeding that came out little by little. I had my sole cut because I stepped on a piece of iron. If it weren't for this, I'd be chasing you yesterday. Didn't you wonder why it didn't happen? Yuri, perhaps from Kanker's point of view, I might give up chasing. Well, he should feel that. This leg is almost ineffective. I can't move like yesterday. As you can see, the bleeding is really bad. From an objective look, it's probably a 50-50. Yuri, I didn't say that the wound was sutured by Carol. The scary thing is that he is convinced he would be in a disadvantageous position if he goes against me. With that in mind, he thinks fighting me should be avoided and the fighting itself isn't an option. Besides, you have a much better weapon. The reason why I get to hurt your nose is because my bomb hit you unexpectedly, but this time there's no such a thing. Well, I'll use this. Yuri, I repositioned my crutch. I had decided that using this was much better than using a dagger. In the battle with this guy, the difference in reach is so big. If possible, I want to tie a dagger to the tip of the crutch, but he won't wait for that. Don't just stand there, let's do this quickly. Yuri, yeah. Yuri, Kanker grabbed Carol's collar and threw her to his right as if tossing something. Ugh, Carol, I could see Carol was holding back the scream. Well, it was a rough throw. You better tell this woman not to disturb us. Kanker, really? Yuri, wealth and honor are fascinating, but life can't be replaced. If she tries to interrupt, I won't hesitate to point my sword at her. That would be unfortunate for everyone. Kanker, actually, there's a good chance of doing so. Carol, if you try to interrupt, he would kill you, so hide in the shadow of a tree. Yuri, understood. Carol, I had a short conversation in the Shan language. Let me ask you, did you feel relieved with this? Kanker, yeah. Yuri, as I gave a short answer, Kanker held his sword with both hands. He casually closed the distance. When he came to the point that we could reach each other, he held his sword tightly. Kanker, he let out a small breath and he immediately started. Even so, it was obvious from far away as his sword couldn't reach my body. I took the crutch I had put out in front of me. Normal stem has a deep stem inside the handle, so there's an iron side apart from the tip where it often meets. But of course, this crutch doesn't have that. This is originally a spear, but that part has been cut off. I protected the stick as I avoided receiving the sword, but the sword extended to chase the stick. There were 2 to 3 clashes. From the sidelines, it didn't look like slashes. It would have looked like the weapons were hitting out of range. The distance between us became open. Yuri, I thought it would be disadvantageous to hold the stick in the middle, so I held it on my right shoulder. Then I felt defenseless, as if I was standing naked against the sword with the tip pointed. Nothing has changed, but there's a lot of pressure as I can't rely on anything between his sword and my body, which will bleed if slashed. Even with one stick, it feels different. You're calm, Kanker. For some reason, I was called out from the other side. What, Yuri, is he trying to sway me by having a war of words? I want to know about you a little. Kanker, Yuri, what are you going to talk about? Even if you hide your tricks in some way, still the battle is about 5 minutes. I'm not sure I can win. Kanker, 5 minutes, well, that's about it. If anything, I would be disadvantageous. I don't have tricks. You're right. Yuri, I don't feel fear from your attitude. I would understand if it's the feeling of desperation, but it's not. Kanker, it's strange that I'm not scared. Rather than that, it seems strange that I can relax without cowering meaninglessly. It could be said that I'm that kind of person. There's no point in thinking about death or the future of Carol if she dies. Instead of giving up, I'm even enjoying this situation where I can do my best. Now is the time to demonstrate the results of efforts and training that I've worked hard so far. Dying or living, losing limbs in battle and becoming disabled are only the results. Do you think that I'm out of my mind? Yuri, aren't you a madman? Kanker, yeah, you can be convinced of that. Well, Yuri, unless you give up your task and go home, then it would be different. I tried to say that, but it didn't go out of the mouth. Come to think of it, he has no choice but to kill me. If I told him to go back, he may be crying and be thankful for the situation yesterday, but now I need to kill him even if I have to chase after him. That's because he knows Carol's existence. If I let him go and he reports Carol's existence, the next people that would come after us won't be 10 people or so, but 100 times that number, or 1,000 times if I'm not that lucky. I don't know the extent of the territory that the enemy has controlled and their supply network, so would it be possible to deploy that many people to a place this far? I'm considering that, but when I consider the lack of strength on our side, especially in this war, it's not strange that they are so dominant. In fact, these guys spend 1,000 people chasing us too. If the fact that there's a blonde royalty is known, it's possible that 10,000 people will come next. Well, it's time to finish talking. There's no need to come out with an impressive tale in the war. Yuri, that's right. Kanker strengthened his grip. Although I suggested resuming the fight, I couldn't do anything from here. The crutch is quite sturdy, but it is only on the tip part of the crutch that can give an effective blow. Although the tip is heavy, it's just a stick. No matter how much the armored shoulders and legs are struck, the damage is known. Literally, it won't hurt or itch. When it comes to that, even if I go to hit his chin, I have to step in quite deeply. Kanker straightened his sword, holding it in the way of flat blue eye grip. 5 Sagan, the flat blue eye grip is a way of tilting the sword slightly as to hide the arm under the sword brim. By doing so, it is easier to prevent attack at the protruding handle, which aims at the middle of the body. It's weird since the hands are also covered with armor, so it doesn't make sense to tilt the sword. It may be that the teachings of the style learned by Kanker is ingrained within his body. From now, he's going to forcefully hit my chin. Kanker will only need to move his shoulders or head a little and be calmly hit. And he takes a step in and if necessary extends his arm and stabs his sword into my stomach. There's no difficulty. My body will go to the rear with momentum so I can't avoid it, and that will be the end. As expected, I have no choice but to wait for his movement and adjust accordingly. I'm starting. Kanker, rather than saying it to me, he probably said it to himself. With those few words as a preface, Kanker began to move. He moved his whole body and tried to stab my solar plexus. I determined the timing and took a half step backward. I matched the time semi-intuitively and repelled the thrust. However, the momentum of the thrust stopped in the middle and I also stopped swinging. The sword was turned over and aimed at my arm. I raised my left arm to avoid the slashing at the end, but Kanker's movement didn't stop there. While lifting the momentum intact, he turned his body half a turn and turned his sword to the rear. HMMPH. Kanker, while stepping in deeply, Kanker swung his sword in a landslide-like trajectory. I leaped to the rear greatly at that instant. The slashing that was extended out while stepping in was unexpectedly reaching far. The slash that cut through the air ran from the top to bottom in front of me. That's dangerous. It's a splendid technique that I can't come up with. I don't know if it's a technique taught in school, but it's probably one of the movements he has practiced a lot. I got a cold sweat. It seems true that you have an injured leg. It looks like you're trying to cover it. Kanker, when he repositioned his sword and rearranged his rough breathing, Kanker began to say what he had noticed. Today he talked a lot. You also seem to have broken armor. Yuri, shall I match the flow? Did you notice it? Kanker, to tell the truth, I was the one who damaged it. Yuri, I tried to destroy the armor that he had left. It was impossible to deform the waistline part, but I held the tip of the fingers part and hit the arm part against a tree several times. At first, I couldn't see any part that became out of shape, but it seemed to be bending after that. Apparently, Kanker wore it as it was, but there seemed to be problems with the bending and stretching obviously, probably because the elbow area was deformed. Although it wasn't to the point where it could produce a squeaky sound, the movement was dull, only the arm was bent and extended. In this way, I could notice it easily when he confronted me seriously. Without that, I might have been cut by the previous attack. Or was it a big move because he thought that the sword was sharp and could be extended long enough? Did you not throw it away because you will lose the money to buy an armor again later? Yuri, I said a provocative thing. In reality, it depends on the opponent's weapon whether it is better to wear armor or take it off. However, if I were him, I would have thrown it away if it gives me disadvantages. It's the household armor. That's because I'm poor. Kanker, is that so? Yuri, well, I can tell that he's poor by looking at the craftsmanship of the armor. It's shabby armor. It's not the kind of armor that can be stored in the museum and passed to future generations, but somewhere in history, the armor that is thrown away will be melted and turned into a knife or fork when it's no longer needed. Of course, he's likely richer than usual since the armor is maintained at least. That may be the reason why he worked hard to train his swordsmanship. I can imagine it. We both know that we're not in the best condition. Well, I supposed it's not a bad thing. Yuri, I said, considering the strength and situation, I am still overwhelmingly on the disadvantageous side. Assuming the skill and handicap of the wound are about the same, I can be considered almost naked and only have one cane. The only thing that is effective against him is the chin, and if I hit the head with all my might, it may work a little bit. What should I do? I was optimistic that I won last time because of what I had, but I'm hopeless if there isn't a bomb. Yeah, shall we begin? Doesn't look like you can move from there. Kanker, are you going to make a move? The moment I thought that the sword shook, asterisk swish asterisk, I slipped back slightly with my feet and avoided it on the last second. The flashing steel passed in front of me. The first slash was good. Kanker took a bigger step and the direction of the sword was different this time. He rotated his body once and the long sword displayed a trajectory that seemed to cut my feet. Movement was aiming for my injured foot. I immediately pulled the right foot that was in front and dodged the sword. However, Kanker went in one step further and swung his sword. When I pulled my left foot and evaded it, I stepped on the ground with my toes. When the skin on the sole of my foot stretched, I felt a running pain. The sewing thread was stuck together and the skin was torn apart. I involuntarily frowned. Ah, no good, that thought ran through my mind. Even if I retreated as it wouldn't continue as it was. Because of the injury, the speed at which Kanker chased me was faster than the speed at which I stepped back. In that case, Kanker's sword would reach my body soon, no matter how much I stepped back. Then Kanker swung his sword at my leg. It was going to hit me. Instead of retreating, I took a step forward. The stick was pushed out before the sword arrived, and the crossbar of the stick was used to push Kanker's chest. His weight was probably almost 100 kg including the armor, so it felt as heavy as pushing a rock. The stick made of a strong spear handle pierced with such momentum, but when the momentum stopped, I, who was lightweight, had been blown away. Somehow I succeeded in keeping a distance. Kanker just repositioned himself. It was a splendid, risky attempt for me, but it didn't demoralize Kanker. Of course, there was also no damage. I repositioned myself. On the other hand, I felt a dull pain in the sole of my foot. There was even a sign that the thread was twitching and I was bleeding a bit. It was me who was being pushed on. As I knew from the beginning, it was impossible to approach with a dagger if the sole of my foot was in this state. And because of this unreasonableness, there was aching pain. It was inconvenient, as if a red-black blood bag had formed from around the ankle to the bottom. It would be a dream come true to sneak a sword with a quick movement like yesterday. Phew, Yuri, no good, I'm stuck, I can't do it like the usual. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, huh? Yuri, I spoke Japanese involuntarily. What did you just say? Kanker asked suspiciously. I said I'm going to finish this next time. Yuri, all I need is preparedness. I brought the stick with both hands, and while lowered down my body a bit, I shook it several times to confirm the distance. Finally, I held the base of the handle with one hand and extended my arm from the shoulder and swung it. Asterisk swish asterisk, the stick cut the wind. If I do the same thing a few more times, Kanker will make a move and cut the stick in two. He was overlooking it just now. However, I know that if he swings with one hand, he could reach further than I expected. Next, I'll hit you on the head and finish this. Kanker, is that so? Yuri, what did Kanker think about my remarks and actions earlier? Does he think that I'm after him? Or does he think that I can look into the future? In any case, I'm not a master of martial arts, so I can't use such advanced techniques such as perceiving the signs of movement and taking control of the future. I can't do something like watching his movement and pierce his jaw before moving. One thing I know is that if I move, Kanker will want to cut my stick first and disarm me. If a person with an injured leg has a dagger, he couldn't do anything against Kanker. First off, he needs to shorten my crutch. If he does so, he won't be struck on the chest from the edge of the blade reach like before. This long stick isn't too reliable, but without it, I have no way of fighting him without having an injured foot. The previous flow would have ended without the stick. First, he needs to shorten the stick, then chase after me and finally slice me. That's the safest tactic for Kanker. There is no difficulty, although the checkmate is already visible, there's no need for a risky attempt. Phew, Yuri, I held the stick with both hands, I set it up and pointed it to the sky. Kanker's eyes turn into suspicious eyes for a moment. That's a normal reaction. Of course, the posture of holding the stick above the head is derived from the action of swinging down. A blow to the head from that altitude could be the quickest and the most powerful blow of any stance, but the upper part of Kanker's head is protected by a helmet. If he receives the most striking blow of a direct hit from that altitude to the head, he should feel a big impact and disturb his field of vision. The shoulders are protected as well, so it's unlikely that the collarbone will be broken. It's not impossible to hit the chin from diagonally above in an arc, but if I change the direction of the force, the power will decrease, so it's difficult to stun with a single blow. If I want to stun him with a single blow, the correct answer is to bring down the stick to his shoulder and punch his chin like batting in baseball. No matter what I do, if I don't stun him with a single blow, he will survive after the clashing. I'm starting. Kanker asterisk few asterisk I exhaled briefly and took a step forward. At the same time, I swung down the stick with the force of smashing Kanker's skull with his helmet. The moment I put down the foot to the ground, I suddenly stopped. The short stiffness looked like the whole body became a stone. Kanker was reacting to my whole feint. He swung up his sword and the cane was about to be cut, however there was no cane there. The momentary judgment was too much for him. Fear ran through. The scary thing was that Kanker ignored the blow and came to slam my body. He would ignore being hit in the head and in the chin and coming straight to get my life. However, that didn't happen. Kanker was obsessed with cutting my stick. His long sword passed in front of me from bottom to top and stopped in the air. And he turned around, flipped his sword, took another step and extended it to catch me. I knew that he would move that way. Kanker's swordsmanship isn't quiet swordsmanship. It is a wild, boar-like swordsmanship that connects one move after another and finally cuts down the enemy. Such swordsmanship was always aggressive. I have been attacked several times and observed with my eyes, so I remember. Instead of chasing away by moving legs forward with feet never leaving the ground like dojo practice, it's also possible to step on the foot alternately. I kicked the ground with both feet and leaped to the rear. While leaping, I let go of the stick like letting go of a twig on a fire without putting any force in it. The stick released with the protruding hand, creating a short parabola in the air. Kanker's steep step kicked the handle part. The sword that was drawn out at the same time as stepping on it cut through the space where my body would have been if I hadn't leaped backward. I had no stick anymore. If he continued to deliver slashes after slashes as before, it would be my end. However, the stick was at Kanker's feet. If this had been just a long stick, it would have been kicked off by Kanker. However, the stick that was used as a crutch didn't have the center of gravity in the center. The mass was biased toward the side because of the extra parts attached on it. The handle was kicked off with a tremendous force and drew a big arc. On the other hand, the armpit pad drew a sharp, short arc and slipped into the gap between both Kanker's feet. His eyes were convinced of victory. He put out his deadly sword to cut the empty hand of me, who was clearly within the reach. At the same time, his right foot that stepped in kicked the handle of the stick, which rotated half a turn again. The difference when he kicked it before was the crossbar on the other side of the handle was tightly attached to the heel of his left foot. His feet were tangled. With both feet tangled, Kanker lost his balance in an instant. He couldn't correct the posture by stumbling 1 or 2 steps forward, and the impact was so strong that he would kneel. I naturally drooled. My body was reacting to the gap, which made me want to drool. A light step on my uninjured right foot raised his left knee without stopping the forward momentum. It was only that much movement. The scenery flowed slowly in the extreme concentration. With an affordable posture, I approached the defenseless face of Kanker, who looked desperate. The healthy right foot kicked the ground splendidly, enlarging the forward momentum of the body and moving further, the knee accelerated by the thigh muscles. The knee pushed as if it was sucked into Kanker's face. The feeling of crushing the meat and bones arrived all at once. When the clashing was over, Kanker collapsed on the spot. Ha ha, Yuri, a feeling of collapse rushed in as if the thread of tension had torn. Although I wasn't moving to the point where I couldn't breathe, for some reason I was out of breath and I was breathing using my mouth. I won. Yuri, the fact was hard to believe. I really won. Yuri, when I said it, an indescribable emptiness remained on the spine. It was a mistake to think that I won. Kanker wasn't dead yet. I looked at Kanker. He was lying on his back and fainted, didn't move at all, and he had let go of his longsword. Yes, he wasn't dead yet. He shouldn't be. He was just fainting with a concussion or something, but I thought that he was still breathing. I immediately kicked the longsword and it went far beyond my reach. Kanker didn't resist at all. I have to kill him now. Keeping him alive here may kill me and Carol later. I took off his helmet. As expected, there was no resistance. Resistance to murder rushed to the edge of my heart like ripples. I've already murdered many. However, this is my first time trying to kill him who had exchanged words with me. However, I don't have the option of tying him up and waiting for him to gain consciousness until we reach the safe zone. If someone releases Kanker, the life and death battle like now may start under worse conditions, and the enemy will know the existence of Carol. If there is God in the world who controls all things and he absolutely fulfills his verbal promise, it may be no problem to release him on the condition that Carol's existence is kept secret. However, in reality, there is no such God. It seems easy and cruelly difficult to establish a relationship of trust between people and avoid having to fight for life. No, isn't it such a problem? I am a person who can cross the line without feeling too much hurdle for such a murder. It's just that. I put my arm around the naked Kanker's neck and tightened the carotid artery tightly. After about 5 minutes of doing that, I confirmed the breathing and cardiac arrest, and I laid Kanker on his back. When I saw Kanker's face for the first time, it was a tragedy that made me want to cover his eyes when I saw the wound done by my dagger. I put a cloth on his face. Then, I should at least give him a funeral. I should have learned how to do it from Isa-sensei, but I wonder how to do it. First, I have to put a cross on his chest. On the battlefield, a sword with a brim should be fine. I put his longsword on the chest. Almighty Lord, this person who has just died in the present world takes a step and lights him on the journey to the underworld. This person has fulfilled his holy roles and has ended it here. Therefore, he should walk the path to the Holy Land without hesitation. Give him a sign. Hallelujah! It doesn't make sense for me, who is neither a priest nor baptized, to do this, but it will be a relief. The sacrament is one of the 4 sacramental lines, so I had a significant meaning for them. The 4 are baptism, confession, marriage, and sacrament, and do not include miscellaneous sacraments such as the sacrament of the oath and the sacrament of the ordination. The origin is the sacrament that exists in the scriptures written by Isis himself. If they don't do this, they will be lost forever in the other world, but in terms of nuances, there's a high possibility that they will be lost because there is no proper guidepost. In other words, it is a funeral, and it is said that it must be done immediately after death. It seems that the dead who don't do this will not have a good social standpoint. I wrote sentences on Kanker's armor using the tip of the knife. By the guidance of the holy sign, this person walks on the journey to the other world without problems. His name is Kanker Willens. In this way, even after the corpse is recovered, someone did the sacrament. It isn't a loss. It is said that the bereaved family could feel at ease, that is if the body is recovered. However, would it be convincing if I didn't write the name of the person who did this? Hagnau, and the name was written small at the end of it. When the whole thing was over and I stood up, I found that my left knee was scratched. With a nasty premonition, the thick pants were torn and the skin was scraped. Perhaps it was scraped by his helmet. Since it was the case, it wasn't a wound that could be stitched. On top of being scraped, there was a dull pain that numbed the knee to the core. It must have been hurt by the knee attack. The kneecap may have been broken. I feel it even if I don't pay attention to it. Should I go to see Carol? While supporting the left foot, I walked steadily and went near Carol, who was staring. It's over. Yuri, yeah, I was watching. Carol's expression was hard to describe. She was smiling, but for some reason she looked stunned. Perhaps she was trying to look firm. Were you scared? Yuri, it seemed that she was sweating coldly inside when she was taken hostage and having a sword pointed at her neck. In addition to that, a murder took place in front of her, so not only her, ladies would be more or less shocked. No, that's not it. I knew I would be rescued. Carol, is that so? Yuri, since it was a 50-50% chance to rescue her, it would be strange if she knew it in advance, but she might have believed it in a good way. It seems that his subordinates aren't around because they aren't attacking it this time around. Yuri, I'm not sure about the situation, but it's possible that they gave up and ran away. Carol, I couldn't fully explain the event to Carol due to the mess from yesterday. Carol didn't ask me for an explanation. She probably knew that I was in an extreme state, and that was why she was keeping her mouth shut. As of yesterday, Kanker was still accompanied by 2 subordinates, and there were 2 more people who were shot by an arrow, but I couldn't confirm their death. Although I felt optimistic that the 2 who were shot were dead, at least 2 of them should have been almost unharmed. However, it was more than enough that those 2 couldn't keep up with Kanker's forced pursuit. They might have disagreed and separated from him when they saw the burned luggage. After all, Kanker didn't have any luggage. He was completely empty-handed except for the armor and anything that fit in his pocket somewhere. Well, it could be that way. Yuri, yeah, Carol, but it doesn't matter if we are concerned about them or not. When the time comes, I'll just do what I can. Yuri, with this foot, it is difficult to pursue and kill even a fat opponent who lacks exercise. It's not feasible to explore, find, and kill them because they may be around here. If the situation worsened, there's no choice but to deal with it on the spot. That's right. Carol turned away for a moment and looked at the ground in a different direction. When I followed her gaze, there was a crutch there. The crutch had a slight Japanese letter-shaped character. In other words, the handle was broken. What kind of momentum did he have when he kicked this? Ah, Yuri, when I walked to the stick, I picked it up. I held the crossbar and tapped the ground with the tip. There was a beeping sound. The stick had become more and more bent. With this, there was no way it could be used. It wasn't durable enough to bear our weight. Well, it should take a little bit more to reach the village. We can manage it somehow. Yuri, maybe, yes. I think I can walk a bit if I rely on trees. Carol, that's the only way to do it. If it's impossible, by all means, we could walk while lending each other shoulders. We can do that much. However, even though the situation is getting worse and worse, Carol doesn't seem to be able to bear it. She is calm. She isn't trembling or becoming hysterical. That's great. Let's go if we want to eat meals in the morning. Yuri understood. Carol, however, if there's no food, it will be really over. It's unlikely that I can hunt with this foot. After having breakfast and starting to walk little by little, I found the idea of walking with our hands on the tree was ridiculously inefficient. This is hard. Yuri, I took a short break, leaning back in the trunk as I turned around and said that. The trees weren't densely grown, so we had to walk between trees without relying on anything. Besides, the trunk of the big trees was not vertical, so we couldn't put our weight against it. It wasn't possible to reduce the burden on the legs with the arm strength like the handrails on the stairs. In addition, the dull pain in the knee and the sole of the foot increased as I walked. Carol, who came a bit later, wasn't feeling well. Rather than being depressed, the pain that comes gradually may be affecting her head as if it shaves the willpower. But my knee is also quite unreliable. If I put my strength into it, I'll start trembling like it's crying. I don't think I can carry her on my back. Shall we rely on each other's shoulders? Yuri, why yeah. Carol, I went back a little and reached Carol, who was late. I wish you had waited. Carol, well, would it be fine to just wait there? I think you'll be lonely. Yuri, yes, maybe. Carol, a very honest answer came back as if she didn't think too much. Then let's put the shoulders together. Yuri, yeah. Carol, I put my hand on Carol's shoulder. Carol also did the same. There was a slight difference in height. Are you alright? I have an injury on my left leg and you have an injury on your right leg. So let's walk normally in the way of marching. Yuri understood. Carol, alright, let's do it. Yuri, when I stepped on my right foot, her shoulder twitched. She might feel the pain. However, since you're putting the weight over my arm, it should be much lighter than before. I put out my left foot and apply light force to Carol's shoulder in the same way. Carol also endured tightly because her left foot was completely fine. It was easier than I expected. We can do this. Yuri, yeah, Carol said so. You can put more weight on me, but you probably need to adjust. Carol, is that so? Yuri, even though she said so, I actually didn't notice it. I understand that men tend to be reluctant to rely on women in this situation, but if your feet are weakened, it'll be really painful to me as well. After all, my left foot is fine. Carol doesn't train at the same level as me, but it's true that her left foot is fine. Even if it's impossible for me, she should have enough physical strength to carry and run as much as Miero if she has no injury. Understood, I'll do that. Yuri, please rely on me at such times. Carol, all right. Yuri, is it a weak point that I don't rely too much on others? No, I think I rely on others quite a bit. After walking for more than 6 hours, we came out on a small road. The cobblestone road was poorly made, but the forest was divided into 2 nicely. It was a familiar road that I used several times during the encampment. The width and the condition of the cobblestone road looked exactly like the road that branched off the main road and led to the Nyuka village. Carol, who was exhausted and trembled, collapsed. We were shoulder to shoulder and I put on quite a weight. Oi, Yuri, sorry. Carol, when I said that, Carol put a lot of effort into her body and recovered herself. I looked at her face. Her rugged-looking face disappeared and she looked relaxed with a sense of security. No wonder. To tell the truth, it feels like she would want to sit down here and cry. Carol is probably expecting her to be helped at the village. Compared to me, who thinks that we have little hope from the beginning, it's natural that I feel relieved a lot. Besides, I can't say that I should expect it in this situation. The more the hope there is, the better. What do you want to do? Do you want to take a break? Yuri, no, I'm still fine. Carol, all right, shall we walk? Yuri, we started walking to the left direction of the road. I don't remember where this road is because there's no landmark, and I don't know how long we will take to reach the Nyuka village. If we're unlucky, we may not arrive by the end of today. Hey, let's stop for a bit. Yuri, I looked at my watch. It showed 2:30 p.m. There was not much time. What's wrong? Carol, I wonder if we can reach there by the end of the day, but it's impossible. Yuri, why is that? Carol, I don't know where we are now. It's possible that the village is close, but it may not work that way. Yuri, no, it's pretty close. Carol, how do you know that? This road is well maintained with paving stones as it gets closer to the village. Carol, is that so? Yuri, yes, as you can see, this is much closer to the village than the main road. Carol, ho ho, I didn't pay attention to that, but it seems to be that way. It's possible that the cobblestone road is well managed only in the frequently traveled area, as the villagers would have used these well-maintained roads to access the forest. You remember it well. Yuri, this is my first time to be in a rural village like this, so it felt unusual and I had been watching a lot. While imagining the life of a villager, I should see a lumberjack hut if we walk a bit further. I'm sure of it. Carol, I also remember the existence of the lumberjack hut. In such a place, the lumberjack makes several simple bases in the forest and cuts trees. In the case of building materials, they will hire people and carry it around as it is. When making firewood, they will cut it to an appropriate length on the spot and carry it to the village by using an 8-wheels carriage. In the lumberjack hut along the road, some logs that had been laid down should have been rolled to the side of the hut and dried. If so, it's pretty close. Yuri, to be honest, I only know my current location vaguely. It's a complete coincidence that we walked to this road and it is near to the village. It's lucky enough to describe it as miraculous. Yeah, maybe, I think I have no doubt about it. Yuri, that's great. If that's the case, it's a different way of feeling. Carol, it's still important to reach the village regardless whether or not the ally is waiting. If you know that it is close, the heavy foot will become lighter. Then let's go immediately. Carol, don't. If we're close, we don't have to rush. Yuri, yes, that's right. Carol, it's fine if we get there by night. Yuri, I put my watch in my pocket. Well, let's go, starting from the right foot. Yuri, we finally arrived at the Nyaka village at the time when the sun began to set. When I stood at the entrance of the village with my body, the village I came to for the first time in 12 days was there as it was, as if time had stopped. In the square in the middle of houses, there was a bonfire made by the guards. Even the unburned black charcoal wood was left as it was when it went out. The only difference from when we sorted was that there were no people, horses, or birds, and wagons were taken away. Nobody is here. Carol said as if she didn't feel good. Yeah, Yuri, I see nobody, is it? Carol repeated the same words. She couldn't find any other words to use. She was more or less discouraged. Although it was wishful thinking that a group of friendly cavalry was here together with us, she would sleep in a clean bed and reform tomorrow, no longer be in a dangerous situation of life or death, and she could be a person who would wait to go home. Carol wasn't really enthusiastic about such a delusion. It was just a matter of degree because when I considered it from my standpoint, I was less upset about the situation. What is it? Can you no longer walk? Yuri, no. Carol, look, the house is still there. Yuri, the worst scenarios I was thinking of were that the village was already becoming a base for a group of enemies, all resources were unavailable, and it was dangerous to approach the village. Another scenario was there were no enemies, but the village was burned. In other words, it was a scenario of the village being burned after looting. When comparing the scenarios, the fact that the houses remained was good. There's a fireplace, a bed, and a futon. If you work a bit harder, you can take a bath. You can eat a warm meal, take a bath, and sleep soundly in a soft bed, so it's not bad at all. Yuri, it's not really bad. It's really hard to spend the night without putting fire in the cold that freezes to the core of the bone. Ah yes, Carol said in a relieved voice, reminding herself of the human life she once enjoyed as a matter of course. She seemed to have relaxed. Can you walk? Yuri, yeah, definitely. Carol, for the time being, let's be wary of ambush. We're going to go around the other edge of the village and go to the mayor's house. Yuri, got it. Carol, in this situation, there's no point in being excessively cautious, but there's still mental repulsion in that matter. Even if you live alone outside of people's eyes, it's the same as being vigilant at minimum. This kind of thing is bad when you don't do it as a way of doing things on the battlefield. And if I don't do it, I feel like I'll be abandoned by good luck. Through the border between the village and the forest, I arrived at the mayor's house while watching the state of each house. There was no particular change in the mayor's house. There was no noise and no sign of people. In the case of a large number of pursuers putting traps inside the house, it will be hard to go this way unless you have a lot of skills. However, it looks fine. When I turned to the front, there was a front entrance, and in front of it there was a horse and galloping bird clasps. A thick horizontal bar was laid across at the level of my arm, and its two ends were put into the shack. It was the same as when I went out. I touched the doorknob on the closed front door. It was unlocked and opened easily. There was a large, familiar entrance, and to the right was the meeting place. Although it was more cluttered than when I left, it was probably a strategy meeting when people returned here. There was no need to clean up. Rather, it was natural to remain cluttered. I relieved my tightened shoulders. In this house, there were many places to work on, but it wasn't so difficult to do it. First off, let's find a letter before moving anything. Yuri, letter is it? It's not strange if there's one. Carol, even if they withdraw to reform now, it's obvious that they have been back here at least once. They should have had time to leave some kind of message. Well, I'm sure of it. That's because Miero is there. Yuri, Carol, Miero never neglects this kind of thing, regardless how clumsy she was. No matter how confusing the situation may be, she would make time to leave a letter. There was a great deal of conviction about that. That's right, let's try to find it. Yuri, well, if you can't find it after searching around lightly you can. Carol, when I said that I turned around. I looked sideways and there was something strange on the shoe box. There was a horn whistle. It was a fine ram horn. It is undeniable that the ram's horn is cheaper than the archaeologically valuable ivory horn, but the carefully hollowed out horn is brilliant and beautiful. Although it is also used as a practical product, it basically has a strong local souvenir character. The drawback is the smell. When you hold the mouthpiece of this thing, it smells like a simmered animal odor stuck in your mouth, which is closer to being what you call unique. I have a very unpleasant memory of it, but the inside and outside are carefully scraped, and above all, it looks like an old one, so it hardly smells. At one time, I got a headache for about a day. There is a ridiculous view of holding it in the mouth when that thing had already smelled when it was opened. The horn whistle was about 80 cm long and stood out enough. It was placed on a display stand that could be lifted up with both arms, and the stand was on the shoe box. This wasn't a problem in itself. It wasn't a luxury article, so it wouldn't be strange to put it at the entrance. However, the question was that this was in the reading room on the second floor that he was using. That was what it meant. For me who knew it, it was completely abnormal to be here. No matter how rushed they withdraw, there's no point bringing it up here. Even if you bring it to the front door to use it for the command and then throw it away, you wouldn't bring the stand. When I looked at it closely, I could see the edge of the paper under the horn stand. When I removed the horn, there was something like a memo. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol that was written. I see. I immediately opened the box, creating asterisk pin asterisk sound, and looked at the back of the top plate. 4 letters were pasted with thumbtacks. Japanese symbol is the whistle's signature when riding on an eagle, and it means below. It's written like this in the textbook. If you put it under the horn whistle, it is a code that you would normally notice if you're an eagle rider. Found it. Yuri, have you found it already? That was fast. Carol, it was hidden in a place where I didn't have a hard time finding it. Yuri, Miero was also there when I put the sheep horn in my mouth before. Someone else might have missed it, but if I have an impressive memory of the horn, the possibility of overlooking it is minimal. In fact, as Miero intended, I immediately noticed it. Then read it first, I'll prepare the meal. Carol, will you be alright on your own? Yuri, yes, there are many places in the house that I can hold on. Carol, however, it looks to be fine. I'll make a new cane tomorrow, please prepare the meal. Yuri, I took the lighter out of my pocket and handed it to Carol. You know how to use it. But don't get burned. Yuri, I know. Carol, I moved things to the left and right, then I sat in a chair in the meeting room. It was a comfortable chair with a deep backrest, which Lio brought from another house and used it since he liked it. When I sat down, I felt much more relaxed than a chair with a right-angled backrest on the base of the wooden board. The 4 letters were numbered instead of sealed. Of course, none of them had been opened. I tore the envelope labeled with number 1 by hand and started reading. To you. In case of emergency, it is necessary to avoid exposing your identity, so I'm writing in this way. Situation, it seemed that he reported the defeat in the battle, but in fact, we don't know the detailed damage situation at this time. Currently, I'm writing on the 2nd day since your disappearance. In the battle, it seems that our army, which took the maneuver warfare, couldn't defeat the enemy army and withdrew. It seems that the overall damage isn't so much, but the mobile unit that supported the withdrawal after the collision seemed to wear out quite a bit. Some of the foot soldiers were confined in the Great Fortress, but I hear their morale is low. In addition, the general households of the Shiyalta Kingdom refused to enter the Great Fortress and withdrew toward reform. This is a situation that we are currently in. Current status of the unit, we had an executive discussion from last night and decided to withdraw to reform. The reason is we have come to the conclusion that even if the members were used for the rescue, they would surely be wiped out without producing any result. In addition, since there are quite a few soldiers in the unit that can only move on land, if this withdrawal is delayed, it is highly likely that they will be in a fatal predicament, and it is judged that the deterioration of the situation due to waiting couldn't be overlooked. Currently, he has the final command. At present, there's no conflict of opinion in the upper ranks of the unit, but rather the conflict with his subordinates is intense, and it seems that the person in the same room as you may even go to the place. In addition, 3 people who are respectful for another person strongly oppose the withdrawal. As for them, he seems to be persuaded. The sword just came into contact with me. After explaining all the circumstances, it decided to rush to the distress point. It is unknown if there will be another contact, but it seems that the sword will carry out its own rescue operation. Using that as a bargaining material, it's considered to persuade the person in the same room as you. I decided to report your distress to the lady, her husband, and his father. At present, it is because they are the only ones who are likely to help. Final words, the main unit will leave the village, but if there are no particular obstacles, I will come here again in 3 days. Currently, the Great Fortress hasn't fallen, so it's judged that there isn't much danger if I come here by using an eagle. At that time, if you are there, I think I can help you. So please wait here if possible after reading this letter. If for some reason you need to leave here urgently, leave it as it is and break the horn or throw it outside. The fire trigger is hidden in the underground. The fire trigger is heavy and interferes with the withdrawal, so I will leave it so it can be used. The end. As expected, it seems that the main unit has withdrawn to reform. It looks like both Lio and Miero have managed things smoothly. Even the hidden letter has the names covered, probably because the letter may be stolen by the enemy and translated by a shanty slave. It's a bit difficult to translate these letters one by one, considering the time and effort, but it's certain that it will be troublesome if Carol or my identity is identified. Not to mention Carol Miero really makes use of a good alias, so it's well worth it for me alone to change the meaning. This was written on May 29th. The crash was on the 27th, and today is June 8th if I haven't lost focus. Well, should I read the second one? There are 4 letters in total. To you. As a result of discussions, the search party will mainly search for roads along the coast. I also feel unlikely that you will come here again. However, it's not meaningless to leave a letter because this is the only base where you are likely to stop by. I will come again 3 days later. Asterisk, writing meaningless sentences to fill in the blank spaces. Asterisk, if you're busy, you don't need to read it. I thought that if you were 5 days after the distress, you would steal a horse and come to reform. Maybe by the time I return, you may have already been discovered by the search party. I hope that's the case. If so, I hope no one will read this letter. According to him, you were fine enough to climb a tree, so there's no doubt that you are safe. However, there may be cases where the work is very difficult due to the condition of the other person. Since there is no more blank space, that's it for now. I wonder where and what you are doing now. This would be the June 1st letter if she really came 3 days later. The letter was written in one piece of paper. The next letter would be June 4th. It's a letter from 4 days ago. To you, I guess you're still facing some difficulties as we can't find you. As for the Great Fortress, the situation is becoming riskier. As a matter of fact, the enemy just surrounded it and didn't enter the range of the bow, and it seems that the battle has never taken place. It was yesterday that the enemy melted a large amount of metal locally and a large amount of smoke rose. Yesterday's reconnaissance revealed that it was a large siege gun. At the moment, it seemed that they were working to break the cast sand mold, wait for it to cool down, and put it on a support. It seems difficult to destroy it since the place is surrounded by a horse fence and many soldiers are deployed. Still, he and I asked them to provide the information so that I can provide it to you in the letter even if they try to disrupt it. If they refuse, the rescue support may be delayed, so they decided to cooperate. There were some remaining materials, so I tried to demonstrate it. They were interested and asked about the contents, but I said that I didn't know the manufacturing method. I was asked to provide it. So I told them 70% about it being smelly water. Apparently I can't hear the gunshot from here, but it's not strange that a fierce battle has begun by this time. I pray that it will not fall. The fall of the Great Fortress means that his village will be in danger. Honestly, in the current situation where it is unclear whether you will stop by this village, I don't feel like writing a letter like this, or I feel unsettled, but if the Great Fortress falls, it may be dangerous to come to this village like this. Depending on the situation, I would like to come here in the next 3 days. The end. I see. As expected, I thought that would happen. When it comes to the device that shoots that stone bullet, it should be a very large catapult or a bombard. If it was a catapult, it wasn't necessary to bring in a rounded stone, so I thought it would be a cannon. Perhaps it was a brass or bronze cast. It's not realistic to bring a huge cannon that weighs many tons to the site, but it's not so difficult to bring a divided metal ingot on a carriage. It's possible to make a cast iron cannon by melting iron, but unlike bronze, when the melted iron has cooled, it changes to crystalline rather than metal, and it becomes a property that cracks rather than sticks to impact. In order to make a material with a bending ductility, it is necessary to strike and temper it in a hot state, which is an unrealistic task at the size of a cannon. Well, it doesn't matter how it was made. The question is whether the cannon was able to break the fortress or now. There's no point in thinking about it. After all, there's one more letter left, so it's probably written there. Even so, if she comes 3 days later, I wouldn't want to think about it, but this is the letter written yesterday. To you. Yesterday, I received a report that the fortress had fallen. I don't know the details or the whole story, but it's certain that a cross flag is fluttering on the rocky mountain. This place is no longer a safe place. He stopped me from delivering this letter today. And thinking calmly, leaving a letter that is unlikely to be read isn't an act worth risking. It may be true and I may no longer be calm. I don't know if you're reading this. Therefore, please forgive me for spelling out my feelings that shouldn't be written on such paper. Please come back. I'm anxious every day when you're not there. When I close my eyes, my heart trembles like a raging sea at night and I can't sleep. Where are you right now? The situation's getting worse every moment, and the voice that believes in your survival is getting weaker day by day. However, I wouldn't think you were dead even after a month or two. When the enemy approaches reform, I will wear a hood and infiltrate that side to find you. I don't want to abandon the unit and take action like this, but I'm going to do it on my own. When I think about it, I'm glad that I struggled to learn the teller language. The end.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.